Thank you. Thank you for your reminder. Yes, what's the point of those meaningless thoughts? In order to withstand that strike? In order to survive? Wouldn't it appear too narrow-minded to use this king's great wisdom to ponder over such meaningless things? At this moment in time, while facing your strike, what was needed the most was not thoughts, methods, or tricks, but a persistence for victory. It was not about withstanding it, nor was it about not being defeated, but victory. There was no need to consider or be hesitant. By blindly looking towards the correct direction, there was only one thing to tell himself: this king wants to gain victory over that strike. If he did not even have the courage for victory, how could he still shamelessly call himself fearless? So disappear that momentary confusion. This king's eyes can only see victory. A persistent thought sprouted in his mind as it turned increasingly clear. The golden points of light suffusing from the ground increased in number as the golden sword phantom increased in size. The resplendent light turned blinding. That strike was a sword move Shi Xiaobai created by himself. After comprehending the sword truth, Excalibur, he had used the strike of the blonde woman with coiled hair in his mind, and the thought of how turtle speed divine punch constantly compressed psionic power, and the inspiration from compressing all his strength through the use of 1-second Shura. By combining the three factors together, he created a sword technique that belonged to him. By using all his strength, exhausting his everything, concentrating his commitment to victory, he would slash out the final strike with absolutely no regrets. Energy, be compressed. Energy, be squeezed. Every blood vessel was boiling. Every cell was resonating. This energy is to be dedicated to you, so become even more powerful. It didn't matter even if you would not have the strength to even move a finger after that strike. Take all of this king's energy away. This king's eyes can only accept victory. The massive golden sword phantom expanded and seemed to hold up the sky. It emanated tremendous power. Speechless eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself, "Shi Xiaobai, are you really the protagonist?" Sunless looked at the youth's thin figure in a mesmerized manner. She muttered as though she was in reverie, "How beautiful." The corners of Dawn's mouth gradually curved gently as her eyes seemed to effuse a faint smile. "Up till the very end, you were still able to leave me in shock. Shi Xiaobai, you are the only one. Only you are special. But if you are real, please be able to withstand this strike." The girl finally did not hesitate as she slashed out her final strike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 451, The Boy and Girl That Were Buried Together. Chapter 451, The Boy and Girl That Were Buried Together. Dawn slashed out the strike that contained the power of her sword soul. The strike did not seem to have a name. It appeared to be the most normal of slashes, but the power produced from that strike struck fear into the deepest depths of one's soul. The azure blue sky was instantly overwhelmed by white light. Shi Xiaobai took a step forward as his black eyes shimmered in austere killing intent. With a roar, he slashed at that boundless whiteness. Excalibur. This strike was Shi Xiaobai's full strength. It was meant for victory, leaving no room for escape. This was the final strike. This strike was Excalibur. The gigantic golden sword phantom came crashing down on the whiteness of space. With a bang, the world lost all sounds to it. Golden and white light mixed in the sky like interspersing clouds or crashing waves. They rolled and boiled over, like burning flower buds. There was no other scene or color other than gold and white. It was as if the entire world was filled with the resplendent goldenness and blank whiteness. The 30,000-strong spectators, speechless in company, fell into a speechless daze. They could not hear any sounds or see anything. They could not even say a word. All they could do was remain in silence and wait with bated breaths. They were waiting for the moment the energies of the two strikes dispersed. They were waiting for the moment the outcome surfaced. They were waiting to see who won. Who won? It was unknown who was the first to produce such a sound. The silence in the world was finally broken, and time that seemed to freeze over finally began spinning once again. The interspersed gold and white light dispersed like the clouds. The energies that left the hearts of people palpitating gradually faded to show the world's outlines. Everyone finally managed to see the scene in front of them. There were people panting, while there were others who were holding their breaths. Some gulped a mouthful of saliva, while others gaped their mouths. Some widened their eyes while others trembled all over. However, the 30,000-strong audience all cast their eyes at the spot where the gold and white light was richest. It was the spot where the black-haired boy and blonde girl stood. Who was the one who won? In the gradually fading light, a figure slowly appeared. A lone figure that was left in between the heavens and earth. It meant that one of them had been pulverized by the clash of swords and had his or her existence wiped clean. Then, whose figure did that belong to? The black-haired boy? Or was it the blonde girl? Who won? Who died? None of the above. Speechless lips quivered slightly as he said in shock, "It's not them." That figure was not the boys or the girls. That was because the figure was clearly much bigger than a normal-sized human. Soon, many people realized that fact, but they still widened their eyes in disbelief. Who was it? Field Marshal Osimo. A soldier from the celestial domain was the first person to recognize the true identity of the blurry figure in the light. And finally, when the light was completely dispersed, an unbelievable fact was proven. Standing in the spot where the young boy and girl were was a tall armored figure. His head had 2 horns, and he was none other than the celestial domain's Field Marshal Osimo. The celestial domain's field marshal that had never existed in the history of the trial had suddenly appeared. He was the only existence in that void. Why is it him? How could it possibly be him? Where is Shi Xiaobai? The always calm Sunless could no longer maintain her composure as she shouted in panic. In that void world, the youth that had always been in her eyes had vanished. It was as if he had evaporated completely from existence. Field Marshal Osimo turned his head slowly. His crimson eyes were cold and austere as a sneer slowly suffused across his lips. That boy that was designated as the Infernal King has obviously died. Field Marshal Osimo said with a sneer, but don't worry. He won't be lonely because there is that outrageously strong girl who has accompanied him in death. The 2 of them indeed possessed extraordinary strength, but they were foolish after all. They had bet all their power into that one strike, ignoring an internecine outcome. It is only natural that they didn't end up well. This field marshal was only watching a good show before he casually wiped out the barely living duo. The burly bull-horned field marshal illustrated a cruel fact with an emotionless and calm tone. But there were clearly people who did not believe him. Speechless immediately said with a sneer, "Just a once-defeated loser like you?" Even if they had used all their strength which resulted in an internecine outcome, there is no way you can beat them, much less wipe their existence. Have you repressed the terror of being crushed by this emperor? Speechless sneered, but beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. That was because Shi Xiaobai and Dawn had really vanished. They had vanished from this world. Even if they were not killed by Field Marshal Osimo, it was difficult to eliminate the possibility that they had perished together. Furthermore, this so-called Field Marshal Osimo did not exist in the data left behind by past trial takers. To them, he was a mysterious existence. He had once thought of the possible underlying dangers of Field Marshal Osimo. However, he never expected that everything would be so sudden and ridiculous. Shi Xiaobai and the Hero King had been killed by him? How can this be possible? Is there any difference on whether you believe it or not? Field Marshal Osimo maintained his sneer as he turned to face Speechless and company. He walked slowly and said coldly, "All of you are definitely dying anyway. Of course, before you die, this field marshal will let you realize the truth before dying. The fool that was designated as Celestial King, all of this is just a plot set up by this field marshal. Be it the designation of the Infernal King or the Celestial King, or the method where the war between the three domains was instigated, and even the battle that you thought you won, were designed by this field marshal. It's all to kill that so-called Hero King you people mention. That bastard is not fake but real. 3,000 years ago, this field marshal could not do a thing about her, but this time, she sent herself to her death while crossing spacetime. This field marshal naturally won't be soft-hearted again. Although this field marshal's original intention was to slightly deplete her stamina, who knew that the boy was such a tough opponent? He gave this field marshal quite a pleasant surprise. Now, all of you will be vanquished. This field marshal no longer needs to hide and can openly clean up the lowly scum like you. Of course, you might still think that there might be a chance, and think that this field marshal is lying. But soon, you will be completely pulverized by the cruel fact. Don't think of running. The exit command is invalid. This field marshal is the ruler of this level, so this field marshal controls the rules of this level. This field marshal is the one none of you want to encounter, the level lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 452, is that the real Sunless Yi? Chapter 452, is that the real Sunless Yi? This field marshal is the one none of you want to encounter, the level lord. Field Marshal Osimo did not hide his arrogance. He loudly announced his identity and gave a rather long speech. The amount of information in his words was astonishingly ample. It was Field Marshal Osimo who was behind the reason why Shi Xiaobai and Speechless, who had for some baffling reason, been designated the Infernal King and Celestial King respectively. The Hero King they thought was an imitation by the assessment program was actually real? She was the real Hero King that had transmigrated from 3,000 years ago. And the battle of the three kings as well as the machinations set forth by Field Marshal Osimo was a scheme designed to kill the Hero King? After an internecine outcome between Shi Xiaobai and the Hero King, they were completely wiped out by the level lord? A series of shocking revelations stunned the trial takers from the human world. They naturally would not easily believe Field Marshal Osimo's words, but there was no way they could deny that all the information seemed to lead to such a conclusion. If the Hero King was a real existence that had crossed the rivers of time, that would explain the feeling that she truly existed. If Field Marshal Osimo was really the level lord, then as the ruler of this level, he indeed had the ability and authority to design such a scheme. Furthermore, he would indeed have the strength needed to completely wipe out Shi Xiaobai and the Hero King after their internecine outcome. The disappearance of Shi Xiaobai and the Hero King also seemed to prove that Field Marshal Osimo was not lying. That was because the proud duo would not spontaneously choose to use the exit command. And since they disappeared from this world, other than being wiped out, there was apparently no better explanation. Shi Xiaobai and the Hero King were really dead just like that? Everyone felt their bodies turn cold, as though they were stuck in a snowstorm. And at that moment, the first person to act was Sunless. At the moment Field Marshal Osimo finished speaking, Sunless had already unsheathed her silver sword from her scabbard and rushed straight for Field Marshal Osimo. The usually calm her had a rare panic look in her eyes, but her worry and anxiety did not affect her from making the most accurate judgment. Whether Shi Xiaobai lived or not was already decided. No amount of panic and flustering could change it. But if Shi Xiaobai was still alive, the fastest way to know about his situation or to save him from any danger he was in was to know the truth. The easiest and most direct way to doing so was naturally to dig the truth out from the mastermind. In summary, by defeating Field Marshal Osimo as quickly as possible to force the truth out of him was what they needed to do the most. Defeat him, even if he was the nightmare of trial takers, the level lord. Sunless' eyes were sharp and firm, as though she had decided on where her sword would point to. Not a bad choice. Field Marshal Osimo responded with a sneer. He clearly did not expect that the ant-like trial takers would respond so quickly with resistance. It was unknown if he should commend her for her courage or mock her for her recklessness. The way Sunless ran was not like Shi Xiaobai or Dawn, who could propel themselves forward with a momentary burst of speed. The way she ran was rather steady. Although there were shadows from the movement of her feet, they looked especially solid. The wind that accompanied her movement looked like pixies were surrounding her. The way she ran with her body lying low was like a charging leopard. It was a stark contrast from her usual quiet state. Suddenly, countless dots of amber light suffused from the ground and quickly gathered onto the sword in Sunless' hand. An amber halo enveloped the girl. Sunless had directly activated the power of her sword truth. It was obvious that she was anxious to end the battle as fast as possible. Amber color? Pulp Farmer widened his eyes slightly as he muttered, "Super advancement. Her obsession in the way of the sword is even more intense than before." Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet were the 7 colors of the rainbow. It was also the ranking of many strength-based systems. As almost all of the strength of most powers would produce such colors, this observation was given the name Law of Rainbows by the psionic theoreticians. The colors of the power of sword truth also followed the Law of Rainbows, and the colors that were shown represented the degree of one's obsession in the way of the sword. It also demonstrated the standard of the power of the sword truth. In the 7 colors, red was the weakest, and violet was the strongest. But powers were just stars. There were naturally colors of power that surpassed the colors of the rainbow. For example, Shi Xiaobai's golden sword truth was 1. Typically, other colors other than the rainbow colors were determined as powers that surpassed violet, but it was unknown how much it surpassed violet. Therefore, any colors outside of the rainbow spectrum were called supercolors. There was no clear systemic standards for supercolors. The power of sword truth did not belong to the system of strength, but it was a system of conversion. Therefore, the color of the sword truth did not imply its strength, but the efficiency of the conversion. It influenced the conversion process of mental energies to strength. If red color meant converting 10% of mental energies to strength, then violet might mean a 30% conversion process. Although it would not influence the person's minimum or maximum strength, it was clear that a sword truth color of higher grade would have an absolute advantage in terms of efficiency. However, it was very difficult to advance in the colors of sword truth as it was not an advancement in strength, but the enhancement of one's obsession. It was not something that could be enhanced through an accumulative process or training. Typically, it was very difficult for a swordsman to enhance the color of their sword truth in their lifetime. But Sunless sword truth color had advanced. It was unknown when, but it had been enhanced to an amber color that was beyond the rainbow colors. This did not mean that Sunless strength had greatly increased. In fact, it did not have much of an influence. However, it allowed the conversion process of the power of sword truth to be even smoother and more efficient. However, it was a curious thought as to why Sunless was able to attain a super advancement, because it meant that her obsession in sword truth was more than twice it was compared to before. Pulp Farmer had always treated Sunless as an opponent he was chasing after, so he had paid attention to her strength. He could not help but feel shocked, because from what he knew, Sunless, who had good feelings for Shi Xiaobai, had found something she liked other than swords. It was only natural that her obsession in sword techniques would decrease, but not only had her obsession with her path of the sword not decreased, but it had instead increased. This was the reason why Pulp Farmer had originally viewed Shi Xiaobai as an enemy. He always believed that the youth that caused Sunless to feel infatuated would result in his target becoming weaker. But the outcome appeared to be completely opposite. As Pulp Farmer was still reeling in his astonishment, Sunless had already traversed tens of kilometers and rushed in front of Field Marshal Osimo. Without willing to wait any longer, she chose to directly enter a highly risky melee clash with him. Her bright eyes were no longer as calm and torpid as they usually were. Her eyes were sharp and ferocious. They were burning with a resolute will. Her sword was even fiercer. The amber-colored halo shattered as the silver sword slashed out fiercely. The sword had abandoned any flashiness in its moves. The strikes were simple and direct, which made them extremely brutal. In a real life and death battle, any superfluous sword techniques would end up being burdensome. It would create unnecessary lag or flaws. As such, simple and brutal sword techniques might lack beauty to them, but they were the most pragmatic sword techniques for killing. The silver sword slashed out countless sharp sword beams, like countless red lotus blooming. Field Marshal Osimo's eyes flashed a look of surprise, but his expression remained calm. He took a step forward and it was unknown when a crimson-colored battle axe appeared in his hand. He used a similarly simple and brutal manner to cleave down at the sword beams. The crimson-colored battle axe shattered the void as web-like spatial rifts began moving forward like a sonic wave. Boom! The impact between the two forces shattered the void around them. Large cracks began to appear in the ground with Sunless and Field Marshal Osimo being the epicenter. Dust was stirred up as they filled the sky with dust storms. That was only the beginning to their release of power. Sunless' next strike had already come slashing down. She only retreated a step back to withstand the blast that resulted from the clash. That strike was as simple and brutal as before, but its ferocity was even more intense than before. Field Marshal Osimo did not panic as he lifted his battle axe in a composed manner to parry the strike. However, Sunless' figure had instantly appeared behind Field Marshal Osimo. A sharp sword beam seemed to tear the heavens asunder. Field Marshal Osimo pricked up his eyebrows, but he did not turn around, much less turn his head. He gave a deep growl as the skin on his back was covered with a bronze layer of light. When the sword beam struck it, other than producing a clang, it did not manage to slice open a wound. This move was similar to psionic hardening, but the defensive strength was on a completely different level. Sunless had activated the power of her sword truth and even chosen the most brutal sword techniques of massacring to push her strength to its maximum. Yet, it could not tear through Field Marshal Osimo's hide that was augmented by the bronze hardening. But even so, her amber eyes did not seem disheartened at all. Sunless flashed her feet once again before slashing her sword once again. No, because another strike had slashed in another direction once again almost at the same instant. She had realized that her strength was insufficient to crack Field Marshal Osimo's defenses, so she chose a strategy to quickly inhibit his defenses. The 30,000-strong audience were once again astounded. Above the vast and empty land, the azure-dressed girl was moving extremely quickly, leaving behind azure shadows in her wake. At the same time, quick and fierce shadow beams slashed in every direction at Field Marshal Osimo. He was repressed to the point of not being able to move from his sport, while his bronze-colored skin flashed on every part of his body. However, he eventually could not keep up with the girl's speed. Slowly, deep lacerations were sliced through his body. Field Marshal Osimo roared angrily. His strength and defenses were rather astounding, but he was helpless against Sunless' simple, brutal, and precise sword techniques. The quiet sword fanatic was roaring with her soul. At that moment, the azure-dressed beautiful girl was no longer that azure color that remained composed even in a storm. Instead, she was the surging storm itself. Hey, is that the real Sunless Yi? Speechless, who was stupefied from seeing the situation in front of him, clicked his tongue and said, "Why is it completely different from what the rumors say about her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 453, We Need to Have a Good Chat. Chapter 453, We Need to Have a Good Chat. His heavy eyelids covered his eyes. His hazy mind was still struggling as he tried his best to open his eyes, but to no avail. It was as if his body no longer belonged to him. A darkness without any light seemed to have devoured the last of his consciousness. But he could still sense the temperature that came from the world. It was the best proof that he was still alive. Alive. Still alive. Although taken for granted, the boy was still alive. After realizing that he was still alive, he did not feel the delight of surviving a calamity because the boy never believed that he would have died just like that. He long believed of the scene of his death. At the instant death came, he would be seated on a seal throne, smiling as he receives his eternal slumber. But even though he was still alive, it did not represent the coda of his annihilation. That was because the battle did not appear to have ended. By using all his strength to produce Excalibur, he should have perfectly withstood the girl's sword soul strike. Him being still well and alive was the best proof, but the exhaustion he felt from not even being capable to open his eyes made him unable to judge if that strike had obtained the victory that he wanted, or if it even left a mark on the girl's hair. This battle that had its outcome determined only by death would only end when one side died or abandoned the battle. The girl who was his opponent possessed a firm and ice-cold heart. Compassion and benevolence was insulated from her. If she still possessed strength, she would definitely not show him any mercy. Even if her opponent had fallen unconscious to the point of losing all ability to fight, like a lamb about to be slaughtered, she would still cleave down her butchering blade. That pair of ice-blue eyes which he took notice of seemed to elaborate on this fact. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, he needed to open his eyes and stand up once again. He needed to lift the sword in his hand. However, in order to achieve victory, and not only withstand the girl's strike, the boy had compressed every bit of energy in his body. At this very moment in time, his body was completely drained of energy. There was none left. He could not even squeeze the energy needed to open his eyes. He attempted to use sound to judge the situation he was in, but he was horrified to realize that not only did the darkness around him lose its light, it was as if sound had disappeared as well. The din from a 30,000-strong audience, the chatter of his companions, that girl's emotionless voice, or the sounds of the breeze had completely vanished. It was a silent and deathly stillness, as though he was in an empty void. If not for his exposed skin being able to sense the warmth of the world and the blurry consciousness he had was dwindling like a candle in the wind, he would have believed that he was in the afterworld and that he had died. Slowly, his consciousness was like a runaway kite as it lifted with the wind and floated towards the azure blue sky. Slowly, the tip of his consciousness touched the soft, white clouds. The sunlight that dyed the clouds with a sheen enveloped his soul. The warm feeling was as though he was immersed in a sauna. The easy and comfortable feeling was like a pleasant lullaby. Yes. How tired. The boy was still struggling. He was still resisting the losing of his consciousness, but the body which did not seem to heed his will and the irresistible exhaustion was slowly draining away the little remaining bits of his consciousness. The barely persisting consciousness felt a deep sense of exhaustion, down to his very soul. If he fell asleep just like that, it seemed like it would be quite a blissful matter. The thought he had for an instant seemed to be the first strike to topple the dominoes. Whatever consciousness he had left was finally collapsing. The boy was about to fall asleep. Be careful! A loud cry suddenly sounded and stabbed into his sealed ears. The silent world shattered like a glass prison. Whose voice did that belong to? The moment the question appeared in his mind, the stifled consciousness that nearly went unconsciousness suddenly gained a new breath, jolting the boy who was about to fall asleep awake. At the same time, an intense sense of danger reached his heart, like a needle was pricking his heart. He sensed death. He was about to die. If he did not do a thing, he would die there and then. The boy was not afraid of death. But he did not wish to die just like that. That was because his story had only just begun. How can this king die here? The exhausted soul that was nearly on the verge of numbness suddenly let out a roar. Shi Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes could not adjust to the sudden brightness. In his blurry vision, he saw a black beam of light that resembled a sword shooting straight towards his right eye. The tip of the black beam of light was like that of a saber or sword. It shimmered with a cold luster like the fangs of a cobra. It brought with it an air of death. Even though Shi Xiaobai's physical toughness was extraordinary, his eyes were still a weak and fatal point. If the black beam of light hit his eye, the outcome would be disastrous. He needed to dodge that black beam of unknown origin, but after carrying out Excalibur with all his willpower, it allowed him to pay a tremendous price to produce strength that could match the Sword Soul's power. It was already fortunate that he was not knocked unconscious, but his strength was completely drained. It was an outcome that resulted in him not being even able to move a finger. He was unable to move as he could not even squeeze out the strength needed to twist his neck slightly. This was a helpless and absolute ending he had to face. What sort of joke was that? The boy that never succumbed to absolutes roared in his heart. Out of somewhere came a sliver of energy, like it was a drop of water that suddenly appeared on a desolate land that had dried up into a desert. Shi Xiaobai managed to finally use his willpower at the moment of greatest danger to squeeze out a tiny amount of strength. He twisted his neck slightly and managed to move his head to the side. Bam! Dot! The black beam of light flashed past Shi Xiaobai's temples and left behind a superficial wound. It hit the ground and penetrated through the ground like it was entering a bottomless pit. He nearly died there and then. Even the firm and tenacious Shi Xiaobai could not help but feel a delight from surviving the calamity. How can this king die here? The boy did not get slashed to death by the Sword Soul strike, however. If he died due to his complete exhaustion to black beams of light that he could usually dodge easily, it would be the most aggrieved way of dying. Maybe it was because of this that his thirst to live was surprisingly intense. However, the sudden danger did not seem to give him a time to catch his breath. His sense of danger struck the warning bells once again as Shi Xiaobai saw in his periphery vision 4 beams of black light falling from the sky. This time, they were heading straight for his eyes, neck, left chest, and an important spot between his 2 legs. After seeing the penetrative power of the black beams of light, Shi Xiaobai had no doubt that his eye would be penetrated. The muscles around his neck and chest might be able to somewhat withstand it, but in his exhaustion, there was a certain spot that might end up in a tragic state. However, he did not even have the strength to twist his neck anymore, much less move to dodge the 4 beams of black light. Even though his willpower was struggling intensely, there was no way to save himself from his present situation. That was because all his strength had been completely used up. Furthermore, the 4 beams of light were clearly not the end to the danger he was in. He was really in a dire situation this time. Suddenly, the corners of the boy's mouth gradually formed an arc. Such a simple act of moving his facial muscles appeared extremely difficult, so the smile appeared even more stiff. However, he was indeed smiling. At the moment his life was about to come to an end, he did not struggle or grimace, but he beamed. It was a scornful smile. He faced his despair with a smile. That was something he understood after experiencing the despair of saving little Fatso. He did not even close his eyes as he looked somberly at the 4 black beams of light that fell from the sky, which included the black beam that was headed straight for his eyeball. Time seemed to slow down drastically at that moment. He could clearly see every instant the black beams of light fell. He could discern every change the black beams of light underwent. It was not an illusion, but an unbelievable visual ability at the moment of his greatest danger. However, this ability's sudden activation did not seem useful. Even if he could clearly see the trajectories of the black beams of light, what use was it if he lacked the strength to dodge them? At that moment, a strong wind caused the boy's thin sleeves to flutter. Shi Xiaobai immediately widened his eyes. In that slowly moving world, a figure suddenly rushed beside him. The speed was so fast that he only had a vague impression of his despite his enhanced visual ability. Pang! 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 All he saw was a resplendent golden light flash past from his vision as the sound of impacts echoed. The 4 beams of black light disintegrated after shattering in midair. The wanton winds blew into his eyes, but Shi Xiaobai did not close them. That was because a slender figure had entered his eyes. A loose and white long robe concealed her figure, but her resplendent blonde hair was more dazzling than sunlight. Dawn! The owner of that bright and limpid pair of emotionless, ice-blue eyes. It was the deadpan hero king that had instigated a series of actions to announce that she wanted to kill the three kings. The enemy that he had engaged in a life-and-death battle with. This girl who had a pretty name was actually standing in front of him. She was the savior who saved him by shattering the black beam of light? Wasn't she the one that wanted to kill him the most? While still reeling in shock, there were a few black beams of light that immediately shot towards him. This time, they did not only descend from the sky but came from every direction. Furthermore, these black beams of light seemed to be thicker than before. But at the instant the black beams of light assaulted him, the girl in front of him would immediately brandish the Lucifer's sword in her hand. As sword beams swept outward, it stirred winds that shattered the black beams instantly. Not only had she saved his life, but she also seemed prepared to continue protecting him. On careful recollection, that voice that warned him to be careful sounded like her voice. What was going on? Shi Xiaobai was slightly dumbfounded. It was not only because the girl that should have killed him ruthlessly suddenly acted in a completely different manner, but because he finally realized that the world he was in did not look like the world in the 7th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. That was because there were 2 scorching suns in the bright sky. Where was this? What happened after the clash between Excalibur and the Sword Soul Strike? Why was she protecting him? Questions filled his mind as Shi Xiaobai's lips trembled slightly. He used a tiny bit of strength he had recovered during that short bit of time to say in a weak voice. What's the situation? The simple 3 words actually contained a great deal of puzzlement. The girl standing in front of Shi Xiaobai moved her ears slightly, clearly having noticed the weak voice. She swept her sword once again, shattering the black beam that came attacking once again. The situation is very complicated. The girl turned around and bent down slightly. She lowered her head to look into Shi Xiaobai's eyes. She whispered, "The situation is rather complicated. It can't be explained in a word or 2. I think we need to have a good chat." Shi Xiaobai was surprised and never expected to receive such a response. He did not know if he was making a mistake because he seemed to see a faint smile on her lips that lasted a fleeting moment when the girl said those words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Power of Love. Chapter 454, Power of Love. Speechless had never met Sunless in person during the trials prior to this. But the girl who had the famous title of being the best swordsman in the younger generation and labeled as a sword fanatic, had nonetheless caught his attention even if he was lofty in personality and scoffed at genius peers his age. Even before entering the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, he had specifically taken a look at the contestant details provided by his organization. As Sunless was ranked 3rd in the official forecast, the organization had definitely spent more effort in gathering information about her, as well as describe her in detail. Her background, when she became the old god of swords disciple, whatever competition she had participated in, at what age she gained insight to sword intent and sword truth was information that was easily obtained. So they were naturally included in the report, but what garnered speechless interest was the subjective description the organization had of Sunless. The information read: Sunless Yi, a fanatic whose sword truth and obsession are born from swordplay. She can be considered a genuine sword fanatic, one that is rarely seen in a century. Although she is a sword fanatic, she is not an idiot. Her day-to-day actions are no different from a normal person's. However, she shows a lack of concern for anything other than swords when compared to normal people. To her, the world is constructed out of swords and non-sword matter. But strangely, despite having such an inhumane way of looking at things, her emotional quotient is not low. She almost never takes the initiative to converse with others. If family members or friends of family strike a conversation with her, she would ignore them in 90% of situations, but there are still situations where she would answer very tersely. These answers are usually worth pondering over. Sunless does not hate the world outside the world of swords, but she does not have the intention to take the initiative to make contact with it. Her intelligence and emotional quotient aren't low, and she is different from typical genius and retards. She is cold, but she never belittles others. Therefore, it can be inferred that although she is in her teens, her maturity might exceed many adults. However, her maturity comes from an understanding of the world. She greatly values swords, but she does not belittle things outside of swords. There is probably no existence in this world other than swords that can cause her to waver. It can then be boldly assumed that even when faced with the different choice of choosing the survival of her elder brother or father, she would be able to calmly make the most rational judgment. This piece of information left a deep impression on Speechless. Especially that bold assumption at the end of the information, which left him surprised. Could this teenage girl really be able to calmly choose the life and death of her loved ones? The description seemed to be filled with contradictions, but they sufficiently depicted an image of a person with a monstrous maturity and sword-obsessed fanatic. It was fresh on Speechless' mind. But at that moment in time, after seeing Sunless in person and seeing how she attacked like a stump, Speechless began to doubt if he had gotten false information. What happened to her being mature and how she wouldn't waver for anything other than swords? Sunless' present state clearly looked like something important to her had been snatched away. She was disregarding everything in order to snatch it back, and she looked somewhat crazy. Speechless could not help but shout, "Hey, is that the real Sunless Yi? Why is it that she is completely different from what the rumors say about her?" He reflected oddly aloud. Speechless was obviously not the only person who had such thoughts, but there was clearly someone who knew the truth. The power of love. Mu Yuesheng said softly. After saying that, she used lightning flash step and charged towards the intense battle. Having seen Sunless' abnormal response, she was jolted awake from the disbelief that Shi Xiaobai had been killed. She realized that the level lord in front of her needed to be quickly defeated to learn the truth. The others also began to react. They naturally wouldn't sit idle with the ongoing battle. Even though the opponent was a level lord, it was impossible for them to retreat. The few of them exchanged looks before proceeding forward as they rushed towards Field Marshal Osimo. Only a stunned Speechless and Pulp Farmer, who had to help support him, was left behind. Speechless turned to look at Pulp Farmer and said with a chuckle, "Did I hear wrong? Did Yuesheng say, the power of love, Pulp Farmer looked at Speechless' left chest, which was slowly recovering, but there was still a wound about the size of half a fist. He helplessly gave up on the urge to join the battle. With the rest gone, the responsibility of protecting the heavily injured Speechless landed on him. Pulp Farmer hesitated for a moment before he answered Speechless' question. "You didn't hear wrong. Although it's hard to believe, the once pure sword fanatic has probably become a blossoming young girl who has gone blind from love. Sunless' personality is different from normal people. It's not easy for her to fall in love, but the moment she does, she would become crazier than anyone else. In the beginning, she only had eyes for swords. Her obsession with swords is known throughout the country, but now, there is an additional Shi Xiaobai in her eyes." Speechless was stunned before he clicked his tongue. Did that rascal, Shi Xiaobai, become some homme fatale? It's so strange. That rascal's looks are ordinary and he has an odd personality. Even though his talent is not bad, and he is rather strong, and that bit of personal charm, but it shouldn't go as far as... Speechless could not help but feel mixed emotions. According to his observations, his two sisters had a certain degree of affection for Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yuesheng's affection for him was rather mild, and it was not a romantic one. It was mostly from gratitude and respect, so the chances of her liking him were rather low. As for his blood sister, Mu Lingxi, her situation seemed problematic. The way she looked at Shi Xiaobai was clearly like a pure and innocent girl that had her feelings blooming. If he added on Sunless, who disregarded everything, and Dawn, whose massacring obsession wavered, as well as that girlfriend of unknown existence, he knew from his two encounters with Shi Xiaobai that the number of girls that were affectionate to him or more numbered 5. Furthermore, it was very possibly only the tip of the iceberg. Speechless, who had no lack of a bevy of admirers awaiting his favor from a young age, found it unbelievable. That was because the girls that had affections for Shi Xiaobai were no ordinary girls. Speechless muttered to himself, indeed, that rascal might seem harmless on the surface, but he is actually a love expert that entrenches himself with every step. Pulp Farmer frowned slightly and said, "Sorry for me not being able to agree with your words. Although I have not known Shi Xiaobai for a long period of time, I can tell that Shi Xiaobai is a genuine person who thinks and acts in one and the same way. That rascal might at times have an intelligence of a monster that had lived for thousands of years, and at times, he might be so impassioned that he resembles a pure idiot, but what is rare about it is that the contradicting sides of him are both real. They come directly from the heart. He is smarter than anyone, so he can see how the world is filled with a darkness more than anyone. However, his eyes have always been filled with light. He clearly can see through evil, but yet he still firmly believes in good. That is the adorable thing about that rascal. And to Sunless, who can also see through the world but chooses to ignore it, Shi Xiaobai is an existence she is unable to emulate but one she longs for. It's not a coincidence that she likes him, nor was it by design, but a necessary outcome. Speechless was left dumbfounded for a moment before he gave Pulp Farmer a serious look. After that, he said with a grin, "You look like a bore, but who knew that you had such keen observation skills and to be so meticulous? You are able to see one's essence normal people can't. It looks like you like Shi Xiaobai and Sunless, but the like is probably different, right? However, you acknowledge it from the bottom of your heart that it is a necessary outcome, so you chose to give up from the very beginning." Pulp Farmer's eyebrows immediately knitted even closer together. His expression looked slightly uglier as he repressed his anger and said in a solemn voice, "Shi Xiaobai's situation is unknown, while Sunless and company are engaging in a perilous battle with the Level Lord, yet you still have the mood to make such a meaningless joke?" Speechless pricked up his eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry. That rascal, Shi Xiaobai, is still alive. Furthermore, he neither will nor can die. He must be jumping around alive and well somewhere and shouting, this king. Pulp Farmer said angrily, "What are you basing on to make such an irresponsible conclusion?" Speechless looked at Pulp Farmer and with a calm gaze and serious tone, he said, "Because he is Shi Xiaobai." Pulp Farmer was immediately left stunned. Speechless suddenly took a step forward and shunned Pulp Farmer's support. He cast his gaze at the intense battle in the distance as he slowly lifted his right hand towards the wound on his left chest that was the size of half a fist. "However, you are right. Now is indeed not the time to joke. It's best to end this farce as soon as possible." Speechless' tone had a carefree and mocking tone, but what his hand had done shocked Pulp Farmer agape. He saw Speechless slowly reach his right hand into the cavity in his left chest. Suddenly, he clasped the healing but mangled flesh and began forcefully pinching it. Such a form of pinching was not self-mutilation, but a special technique used to stimulate the body's natural ability to accelerate healing. However, what was receiving such treatment was soft and weak flesh. There were lots of delicate nerves in the flesh, and by pinching it so forcefully, it was obvious how intense the pain would be. "Are you crazy?" Pulp Farmer roared as he took a step forward and stretched out his hand to stop Speechless, but when he saw Speechless' face, he was left to stun in his spot. That calm and completely normal-looking face had nothing other than calmness. Despite enduring an excruciating pain, he did not even wince nor produce a drop of sweat. He calmly ravaged on the flesh that did not seem to be part of his body. "Why? Why are you able to remain so calm?" "Because it does not pain at all." The calm response did not sound like he was forcing it at all. The calmness struck Pulp Farmer like a bolt of lightning. He was left stunned in his spot as his body began trembling. Speechless turned his head slightly and gave a faint smile before he said, "Go on. Join in the battle. This emperor does not need any protection. Pulp Farmer, you are quite a nice guy. I'll temporarily leave this emperor's two sisters in your care." Protect them and help this emperor by a bit of time. When this emperor's wounds recover, no matter how many schemes the stupid ox has, this emperor will rip them apart for all to see. Pulp Farmer remained stunned. Finally, he gently and slowly gave a solemn nod. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, What do you want to talk about? I'll accompany you. Chapter 455, What do you want to talk about? I'll accompany you. This was not a world Shi Xiaobai was familiar with. It was not the human world, nor was it the world of trials created by the mysterious assessment program. Instead, it was a completely unfamiliar world that he had seen for the first time. The reason why he knew this was because of the two different-sized suns that were hanging in the sky. And what made him deeply understand such a fact was because of the black beams of light that were constantly being shot from every direction. Each beam was aimed directly at one of his vital body parts. It was as though the beams wanted to riddle him with holes and let him die tragically. Therefore, this was not only an unfamiliar world, it was a mysterious and dangerous world. And while inside such a world, he could not use any strength because he was completely drained of his energies. He felt weak. Logically speaking, with him unable to put up any resistance, he should have died within a short period of time, but at that very moment, Shi Xiaobai remained alive after a few minutes. He maintained slow but rhythmic breaths, as he recovered his stamina at an extremely slow pace. The reason why he was able to luckily survive was not because he still had some hidden trick that could allow him to turn the tide despite his situation, but because someone was protecting him. It was a perfect protection. Pang! 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 This time, an unknown number of black beams shot from every direction. In order to protect him better, the girl split her legs and straddled above the lying Shi Xiaobai. She calmly brandished the golden sword in her hand and precisely and elegantly shattered all the black beams of light. Thankfully, the girl was wearing trousers and a robe because she was disguised as a male. If not, Shi Xiaobai would have gotten an eyeful. But from what he could see with his head facing up, he definitely could have his mind thronged with thoughts. The girl, who had managed to block a countless number of black beams, was breathing in a calm manner. She did not look exhausted, but her expression appeared a little flustered. Finally, the girl could not help but say, "Hey! I say, have you recovered the strength needed to talk?" Shi Xiaobai gave an embarrassed smile. He had asked with great difficulty, "What's the situation?" The girl in front of him had told him, "The situation is very complicated, we need to have a good chat," but unfortunately, he did not even have the strength to speak. However, if it was just explaining the present situation, it did not seem like he needed to talk. It was sufficient for the girl to tell him on her own. However, the girl seemed to have a strange obsession with chatting. It was as though she needed him to recover his strength to be able to speak before she was willing to explain the situation. Immediately following that, under the perfect protection of the girl, even though the black beams of light were shooting at them incessantly, with each wave more powerful than the other, not a single part of him was harmed. The black beams of light were shattered by the sword beams in midair. Shi Xiaobai did not mind the feeling of being protected. Instead, he felt gratitude for the girl, but he knew that if it went on, the girl would be drained of her stamina in time to come. Therefore, he was constantly working hard to recover his stamina. But his usage of Excalibur this time had completely emptied him. Not only did he not have an ounce of strength, even his self-recovery ability had also become extremely slow. After a very long time, the strength he recovered was utterly inadequate. He probably needed a long period of sleep to fully recover, but he no longer had the time left. And the amount of strength he had gone through great pains to recover was truly pathetically minute. If it was used to speak, it might not be able to last for long. But at that moment, after hearing the girl urge him once again, he could sense the eagerness and thirst in the girl's sentences. Shi Xiaobai immediately fell into a dilemma. From the looks of it, she really wanted to chat? Why did she have such a strange desire? However, with her putting in such effort to protect him, couldn't he satisfy this tiny wish of hers? Although chatting could very well expend the pathetically minute amounts of energy that he accumulated over such a long period of time, he would have been a dead corpse if not for her. The conclusion was very simple, wasn't it? Yeah, this king has sufficient strength to talk, so let's have a good talk, said Shi Xiaobai gently after he remained silent for a moment. All right. The girl's voice was filled with an unconcealed excitement before she eagerly said, then. However, just as she said that word, another wave of black beams shot attacked from various directions. Damn it, Dot. The girl cursed softly as her sharp eyes scanned her surroundings. Sweeping her sword, she slashed out several sword beams and precisely shattered the black beams of light. She did not waste even one sword beam. How can we happily chat if this continues? The girl grumbled softly. Shi Xiaobai was extremely surprised. Was the girl that was standing above him the deadpan and cold hero king who had beheaded the gargantuan? She had never had a change in expression prior to this. The grumbling tone and the curses she muttered to herself. Wasn't the transformation too huge? Shi Xiaobai looked up at the exquisite face and coincidentally, the girl lowered her head. Their eyes locked as the mood suddenly turned delicate. The girl gradually lifted her left hand as she cast her eyes at a strangely designed ring on her index finger. With a sigh, she said, "It looks like that's the only way." As the girl spoke, she seemed to have made up her mind. Taking off her ring, she threw it into the sky. Shell of the black turtle. The ring emitted a rainbow radiance before suddenly transforming into a translucent turtle shell that fell from the sky and covered them. At the same moment, dozens of black beams shot out from the world as they headed towards the two. However, they crashed into the translucent turtle shell. With a splash, as though a rock had dropped into water, the dozens of black beams seemed to melt as they disappeared from the surface of the turtle shell. What impressive defense, Dot. Shi Xiaobai could not help but marvel at the impressive defense of the translucent turtle shell. The girl took a glance at the unblemished turtle shell and gave a satisfied nod. Then she took a few steps back before she slowly sat beside the boy. The shell of the black turtle should be able to last a while. Let's take advantage of this moment to recover our stamina and have a chat in passing. As the girl spoke, she changed her tone subtly. It was easy for others to read what was on her mind. Shi Xiaobai could not help but find it amusing. It appeared as though chatting had a special attraction to the girl. Did she really have some important and complicated matter that she needed to discuss carefully with him? Shi Xiaobai did not know at that very moment that the ring named Shell of the Black Turtle the girl threw out was a legendary artifact and that it was a one-time use consumable. It was an important item given to her by her family clan to save her in times of danger, but she had lavishly used it in order to be able to happily chat without being disturbed. Of course, to the girl, being able to happily chat without being disturbed was much more valuable than a legendary artifact. Then, what do we talk about? You might not believe it, but the person who said such a sentence was not Shi Xiaobai, but the girl who had just sat down. Shi Xiaobai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not know where he found the strength as he pressed the ground with both his hands to forcefully sit up. But midway, due to the lack of strength, he collapsed back down. He did not slam heavily into the ground, but instead fell into a soft embrace. The girl had embraced him in time and even allowed him to rest on her shoulder. It looks like you don't like lying down while chatting? Great, I don't like conversing from a higher position either. As the girl said that, she adjusted her position. She allowed the boy in her arms face her. The two of them hugged each other like a couple, but one of them had his arms slumped to his side, while the girl was hugging the boy by herself. Shi Xiaobai was left dazed for a moment as his body suddenly stiffened. But due to a lack of strength, he could only rest his head on the girl's shoulder. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind as they caressed his face. A fragrance entered his olfactory senses as he made skin contact with her. It felt like soft and warm sunlight from spring. When the girl spoke softly, her lips were by his ears. A gentle voice seemed to be flowing with a warm and moist fragrance. What was the situation with such an intimate action? Aren't you germophobic? Shi Xiaobai had experienced the infernal queen's naked seduction, so he was not one to easily succumb. But for some reason, his heart began beating faster than usual as his face seemed to turn warm. Even Shi Xiaobai was left flustered when his opponent, who he was fighting in a life-and-death battle a moment ago, suddenly embraced him in such an intimate manner. He could only say something that did not seem to match the situation. He remembered Speechless had once mentioned that the Hero King was a germaphobe. Yeah. When the girl heard him, she acknowledged lightly before saying calmly, "It's fine if it's you." Shi Xiaobai was somewhat dumbfounded. What did he do to become such a special existence to her? "I do not wish to lose you. When I slashed out that strike, the terror I received from the realization that I would lose you made me understand this point. So, I'm very happy that you are still alive." Without blushing or having a racing heart, she said something even lovebirds would find nauseating. Without any embarrassment, she continued, "I have lost the sound of reality once. If I lose it again, I might not have the courage to seek it ever again. So, don't be quiet. Let me hear your voice. Feel free to say anything." Due to the tight embrace and him leaning on her shoulder, he could not see her expression. However, he could imagine that the ice-blue eyes were shimmering with a bright luster. That was because her voice was filled with emotion. "Yeah, let's have a casual chat." Shi Xiaobai gradually calmed down. He had come to a realization that the girl's intimate actions did not have any ambiguous feelings. To her, he was some special existence. He believed that there must be some unknown story that left a stigma. He did not need to or wish to find out about the story because the girl who was hugging him was that gentle and frail. She was like an extremely beautiful rainbow bubble that could burst with a light touch. "What do you want to chat about? This king will accompany you." The translucent turtle shell enclosed them in a small world and isolated them from the murderous black beams of light. The boy and girl sat on the white ground. However, the girl was not hugging the boy in an ambiguous manner. Without any reason, their heads rested on each other's shoulder. Their lips lay beside the soft ear lobes as they whispered to each other. They underwent a series of casual chatting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, So, Die. Chapter 456, So, Die. There were countless of entrances to various land of trials in the human world. Most of them were hidden in spatial turbulences that humans could not step in, but a few of them had been discovered for a myriad of reasons. They were opened up and used by humans. However, just the number of entrances that seemed like the tip of the iceberg numbered above 10,000. Among them, the number well known to everyone was countable with one hand. There were 5 extremely important land of trials that were labeled the 5 Great Steps. In fact, the 5 Great Steps referred to the 5 major realms of the psionic cultivation system: psionic mortal realm, psionic soul realm, psionic might realm, psionic domain realm, and psionic imperial realm. The 5 corresponding land of trials had perfectly matched the 5 realms, and they held the greatest authority when it came to a land of trials. Among them, the step that belonged to the psionic mortal realm, the land of trials that held the greatest authority, was the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. This was the only step that existed in China. It was the most famous land of trials in China, and it was a trial every psionic mortal realm rookie in the world would wish to participate in. The creator of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower and the reason for its creation were secrets that had long been buried under the vestiges of time. But there was historical evidence that the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower had existed for at least 10,000 years. In these 10,000 years, it had seen countless trial takers passing through its walls. The program had been refreshed countless times, but there were a few special existences that never changed. They stood at the pinnacle of each world like eternal lives. They brought unchanging fear to the trial takers, and they were called level lords. The 9 levels had 9 level lords. In the 10,000 years, other than the 4th level lord being killed by the hero king, as well as the level lord on the 3rd level that was swapped for a particular reason, the other 7 level lords were still those 7 level lords. Although it had to do with the time the level lords were released, it also meant that the more powerful trial takers would have a smaller chance of meeting level lords. That was because they typically led the pack. However, for the 7 level lords to survive for 10,000 years without being destroyed was enough to prove that their strength was so much higher than trial takers at the psionic mortal realm. Yes, in the human worlds, a level lord might not be that powerful, but in comparison to trial takers at the psionic mortal realm, they are an invincible existence. It's impossible for trial takers at the psionic mortal realm to defeat a level lord. When they meet level lords, they have to run and pray that they had sufficient luck to escape the calamity. That was Lu Yu's understanding from the beginning. It was also what most trial takers knew. But it was unknown when this understanding was gradually destroyed. Was it at the instant when the 3rd level's level lord, the Thousand-Eyed Demon Sovereign, was conquered by Shi Xiaobai? Or was it the instant when news of Shi Xiaobai killing 4 level lords resounded throughout the land of trials one after another? Lu Yu could not be certain when his impression of level lords went from invincible to possibly beatable exactly began. But he was certain that at that moment in time, his fear for a level lord had been completely destroyed. Field Marshal Osimo, who had appeared with bombastic rhetoric and revealed the astounding conspiracy before claiming to be the level lord, had declared that he would wipe out the trial takers. It had disappointed Lu Yu, but at the same time, he saw hope of victory. That was because without monsters like Shi Xiaobai and Speechless helping, the few of them would be easily crushed or even one-shot by the level lord. But it was completely unexpected that the battle situation had developed into what was happening in front of him. Sunless alone was able to force Field Marshal Osimo into a passive state of defense. When he, Mu Yuesheng, Feng Yuanlin, Mu Lingxi, and Pulp Farmer joined in the battle, the situation leaned towards their side. Field Marshal Osimo, who had declared to wipe them out, had only managed to brandish his battle axe at the beginning, but he was now genuflecting on the ground and covering his head in defense. Although his defensive strength was still considerably powerful, he was covered in injuries after a few minutes of combined attacks. He was staggering and looked like he would collapse at any time with serious injuries. Lu Yu gradually frowned. What happened? How can a level lord be so weak? I've seen various information. Although the description regarding the 7th level's level lord isn't detailed, it says that it is one of the toughest level lord in the first 7 levels. So how can it be this weak? Furthermore, the description of his appearance is completely different from this bullhorned warrior. Could it be that he is actually a level lord imposter? That's not right. Appearances can be faked, strength can be hidden, so it can't be certain that he is a level lord imposter. But why? Why did he expose his scheme to the point of claiming to have killed Shi Xiaobai to attract aggro, but without the corresponding strength to face us? Isn't he just clearly courting death? Could it be that he's sadomasochistic? Or could it be that he innocently overestimated his strength? No, that wouldn't make sense. There's too much foreboding. Let's begin laying out some assumptions. Assuming that he is the real level lord, and that he disguised himself and hid his strength, and him being beaten is an illusion, to the point of him stumbling is faked, then, what would his motive be? What is he scheming? Lu Yu was 100% conspiracy theorist. He never dreaded to size up his enemy with the most devious of means. When the story progressed too well, it was usually the laying of foundations for the next twist. The extreme calmness was most likely the calm before the storm. As Lu Yu threw his talismans in his assault against Field Marshal Osimo, he racked his brains to consider the situation facing him. In complete contrast to the meticulous Lu Yu, Feng Yuanlin, who never used his brain, did not find anything strange about the situation. As he brandished the hard shields in his hands that he constantly smashed them at Field Marshallosimo's back, he shouted in excitement, "Well done everyone! Put in a bit more effort. The stupid ox can't last much longer." Everyone could tell that Field Marshallosimo was like a candle in the wind. That was because he was kneeling with both knees on the ground at the very moment. Black and revolting black blood constantly spewed out of his mouth. His injury-laden body was constantly trembling as he withstood the attacks. But other than Feng Yuanlin, the rest did not look too good. Although they did not think as deeply as Lu Yu, they could tell that something was amiss. They were about to win, but the way they won seemed too strange. Although Sunless had activated the power of her sword truth throughout the process, she had used the simplest and most brutal sword techniques, giving her an imposing feeling. Even Speechless, who was recovering from his wounds from afar, could not help but admit that even the present Sunless was someone he had to take seriously. However, it seemed a bit forced that Sunless alone was able to repress a level lord herself. Furthermore, due to Sunless' constant motion in a melee battle, the attacks from the others were apprehensive as they were afraid of harming her. They did not use their full strength, so despite being such a team, they were able to beat a level lord to submission to the point of him not even daring to fight back seemed a bit too fake. Other than Feng Yuanlin, who never used his brains, and Sunless, who gave up all thought, the others felt that something was amiss. But Sunless was attacking like a relentless storm prevented them from daring to stop. They could only follow her cue and constantly attack. The azure-dressed girl who only had eyes for swords and a particular boy was the most composed person while everyone was feeling confused. She made the best action, but when everyone gradually calmed down, she became the most confused. With the passage of time, her worried emotions became even more intense. The azure-dressed girl's every strike seemed to be silently roaring the same question. "Where is Shi Xiaobai? Where? Where is he? Where?" When the silver sword finally pierced through the bronze skill that had been hardened as well as the tattered armor, a tiny portion of the sword's blade had stabbed into Field Marshallosimo's chest. It was just short a centimeter to pierce his heart. Sunless finally came to a stop as she gradually breathed out an ice-cold breath while saying a burning sentence. "Where is Shi Xiaobai?" Sunless asked. She gently vibrated the sword in her hand. Her intentions were clear. If Field Marshallosimo's answer did not satisfy her, she would not hesitate to tear up his heart with her sword. 10 minutes ago, Field Marshallosimo, who appeared in a state of belittling everything, was now a complete failure. With his life on the brink at the movement of a blade of a centimeter, he was truly in a pathetic state. However, even in such a pathetic state, Field Marshallosimo was still that arrogant Field Marshallosimo. That ugly face that turned hideous from the pain suffused a mocking smile. "Where? Of course he is in hell for everlasting perdition. Feel anguish. Feel sad. The boy you love is already dead." Field Marshallosimo laughed maniacally as his eyes were filled with craziness. "Do you want to avenge him? What are you hesitating for? It's just a centimeter. By moving a centimeter forward, you can vent the anger and hatred in your heart. Is there something easier than freeing yourself than this? Come on, kill this Field Marshal." His maniacal appearance prevented one from telling if he was unafraid of death or a hysteric rebound from hitting his bottom line. Be it the 30,000-strong audience that were long dazed in their spots, or the trial takers, they could not help but draw a gasp from Field Marshallosimo's madness. However, Sunless was unmoved. Her cold gaze and ice-cold expression did not reveal any changes. She fell silent for a moment and as though she was muttering to herself, she said, "He's still alive. Your strength isn't enough to kill him, but you know where he is. By killing you, I will not obtain my answer, but by not killing you, you will also not tell me the answer." But Field Marshallosimo said with a mocking tone, "So?" Sunless slowly lifted her head as though she had came to a decision. "Regardless if you are killed or not, you will not tell me where he is. Then, I can only wait. No matter where he is, no matter what danger has been afflicted on him, all I can do is wait and firmly believe that he will definitely not die. I believe him. It doesn't matter how long I wait. It's best if you are willing to tell me where he is, but it doesn't matter if you aren't. To me, that is all there is to your existence. So, die. After a series of logical thinking that wasn't too long or complicated, the girl who couldn't be considered calm came to a conclusion. She used the coldest response to answer that question of so, die. At that moment, Sunless no longer hesitated. It was also at that moment when Lu Yu, who was constantly pondering, saw a faint smile across Field Marshal Osimo's lips. His thoughts that were twisted like a dead knot suddenly released itself, with him instantly having his questions answered. Like a roar, Lu Yu immediately shouted anxiously. Stop! Don't kill him! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, 1/6. Chapter 457, 1/6. The truth is typically harsh and cruel because it packages the true rotting nature of something in sugar-coated lies. At the age of 3, Dawn had already understood this harsh reality. The nefarious people who had left her on the uninhabited island did not know that the intelligent 3-year-old girl had been pretending to remain unconscious. From the very beginning, she had seen the sins they had committed. The lone island that was left stranded in the middle of the ocean did not exist in the human world, but situated in a particular land of trials. It was an extremely easy land of trials meant to train neophytes, but to a 3-year-old, it was no different from hell. Furthermore, the island she was on was not the only island in the land of trials. In it, there existed thousands, if not tens of thousands of islands similar to the one she was on. Therefore, she was not the only child left alone on the uninhabited island. There might have been hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. But all these children had a common trait: they were all orphans. These thousands of orphans were placed in beast-infested islands in the land of trials, allowing them to attempt to survive unaided in a perilous environment. Such an extreme plan of selecting talent was termed Project Orphan. When Project Orphan began, despite being a progeny of the Li family, due to her only direct family member, her mother, dying from an illness, the parentless her was just considered a collateral relative. Therefore, she was unluckily chosen to make up one of the numbers, making her one of the targets of the project. And most ironic of all was that the faction behind the project was the Li family. Their initial goal was to nurture a batch of outstanding assassins. If a 3 or 4-year-old could survive independently for 3 years in a danger-riddled island, it was obvious how monstrous the child's abilities and willpower was. Regardless of the number of children sacrificed, as long as about 10 were left behind, or even a few excellent budding candidates made it all worth it. After all, those children were bought cheaply or even freely adopted orphans. However, things seldom go as one expected. The project was still overly ambitious. After 3 years, when the Li family was prepared to reap in the harvest, they realized that among the thousands of orphans, only a 6-year-old girl had survived. But what delighted the proposer of the project, the Li family's patriarch, was that the 6-year-old girl was of the Li family bloodline. Even though she was just considered a collateral relative, there was no doubt that this girl who had accidentally entered Project Orphan had Li family blood flowing in her. As the only survivor, the girl's value exceeded any previous estimations. And having a Li family bloodline resulted in a substantive change in her fate. After a short test of the fruits gained from the girl's survival on the uninhabited island, the patriarch seemed to see a more glorious future for the Li family from her. The follow-up plans of nurturing the girl into an assassin were immediately overruled. The patriarch adopted the girl on the spot and proclaimed to the public that he had found a long-lost grandson. Maybe it was on a whim or because the male progeny was too mediocre, the patriarch made a bet after a lot of thinking. He decided that the girl who could survive 3 years on an uninhabited island would be nurtured as his successor. Therefore, he hid the truth of the girl's sex from the public. What happened was the cruel truth. It was a truth that Dawn was extremely familiar with all along. But the patriarch, who was mistaken to think that Project Orphan was carried out flawlessly, did not know that the girl long knew of the truth. The lies he painstakingly crafted was a beautiful layer of sugarcoating that concealed the rotten truth. The harvesters sent to the island were explained as rescuers. They claimed that she had fallen victim to the Li family's enemies, and that they had never given up searching or hopes of rescuing her. It took them 3 years to finally find her. The patriarch told her in tears that her father was actually an illegitimate son of his and that she was his granddaughter. After that, he said how all the heir candidates of the family clan were mediocre and wished for her to disguise herself as a male, and work hard to inherit the role of patriarch. The 6-year-old looked at the patriarch's exaggerated performance with a deadpan expression. In her heart, she could only silently sneer. If she did not know of the truth, she might have been grateful to the patriarch and the Li family for their kindness, eventually becoming the most loyal clansman of the Li family. However, even after she was 6, when she really gained the treatment as the Li family's successor and the patriarch treated her as his real granddaughter, allowing her to grow up in an enviable environment, she never lowered her caution. That was because she knew very well that everything was an illusion that could be shattered at any time. If she did not work hard enough or lacked the talent, she would not be able to demonstrate her value as a successor. Then, all that she possessed would be gone. The patriarch would also take back his kindness and benevolence. But thankfully, she was more hardworking than anyone else. The talent she possessed was unprecedented. The value she demonstrated far exceeded the patriarch's expectations. The antisocial personality that was a result of her surviving in the uninhabited island for 3 years was naturally pardoned. She did not need to meet anyone nor attend any family gatherings. She did not even need to deliberately act the part of the patriarch's grandson. All she needed was to constantly become stronger and become so dazzling that she would become the apparent heir of the Li family. Although everything was constructed on a bed of lies, there was no way to deny that such a life was beautiful. However, having seen through the lies and deceit, while understanding what human nature was, the 6-year-old her left a lingering scar in her heart. From the age of 6, Dawn became germophobic. Being a germaphobe was having a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder. It treated objects that were considered hygienic by normal standards as dirty. One would feel anxiety and a strong urge to clean, examine and reject any item that was unclean. Dawn's germophobia was rather unique. What she rejected as unclean was limited to only one thing: people. She refused to be close to anyone, nor did she allow anyone to come close to her. It was just like how a germaphobe would not be able to stand a tiny bit of dust. Once someone came close to her, she would find it nauseating. Dawn knew that she was abnormal, be it not being able to hear voices, or rejecting humans. They were very serious mental illnesses. However, she never thought of changing because she was accustomed to being alone. She was accustomed to a world without humans that only had plants, rocks, and birds. Only at that moment in time did she finally realize that it was not because she did not want to change but because she had no way of changing. It was not that she could not hear, but because the voices of humans could not reach her. It was not that others could not approach her, but because the ugly nature of humans could no longer be cleaned in her heart. But that was not necessarily the truth. That was because a boy named Shi Xiaobai had shattered what she believed to be an immutable fact. He allowed her to hear a voice. Against absolute power, not only did he not retreat, he instead held a firm obsession for victory. He used all his strength to slash out a strike without any regret, and through that, emitted the most beautiful light of humanity. He is special, different from everyone else. If it were him, it would be fine. She mustered her courage to take the initiative to approach him. Indeed, she did not find it gross. She hugged him in an embrace while enduring her embarrassment. She did not find it repugnant, and instead she recalled the warm memories of her lying in her mother's arms at the age of 3. The feeling was very beautiful and warm. It made her unable to extricate herself from it. But how long could such a feeling last? She suddenly understood for the first time what it meant to be mindful about one's personal gains and losses. Sigh, so you really are not human after all, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 2 of 6. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 2 of 6. Dawn muttered to herself, but she regretted it the moment she said it. Shi Xiaobai had clearly said he was open to chatting about anything, but she had unknowingly fallen into a daze. It was because she had already forgotten how to have a chat in an ordinary and casual manner. She did not know how typical conversations even began. You are really not human after all, right? Dawn never expected that she would have a brain fart to be so stupid that she would start the chat with a sentence that would ruin the mood. That was the worst beginning ever. Calm down. Anyways, quickly change the topic. Dawn hurriedly racked her stiff thoughts, but she never expected to hear Shi Xiaobai's voice of sudden excitement. This king never expected you to realize that so quickly. Clever girl, this king is obviously not human. When Dawn heard that, she felt her heart jump as her body immediately stiffened. Hey, what is this strange development, Dot? So he wasn't human at all? Could it be because he did not possess ugly human nature which allowed her to conquer her disorder and muster the courage to approach him? That can't be true, right? So, you are really the infernal king of the world of the 7th level? Dawn tried her best to calm herself down as she helplessly realized that she had failed to distinguish which words of Shi Xiaobai were true or false. Shi Xiaobai's reaction had once again exceeded her expectations. She heard him suddenly chuckling disdainfully, before he said with a sneer, "The infernal king of the world of the 7th level? Please do not use the idiocy of this world's demons and gods to compare with this king. A mere soldier from the real divine and demon races can wipe out the gods and demons of this world. As for this king, he lords over the true demons and gods. This king is a supreme and lofty existence. Listen well, this king's true identity is the King of Kings. Be it the king of humans, the king of celestials, the king of infernals, or the other kings of the myriad worlds, they all bow before this king as his subjects and would loudly proclaim, Sire. This king created good and evil. This king rules over the goodness and evilness of the myriad worlds, and because of this king's existence, the war between good and evil could come to a pause. As this king trampled on the ambitions of the various kings, peace was ushered into the myriad worlds. The boy's voice slowly turned excited. Words filled with 8th grader syndrome left Dawn stunned for a moment. After she slowly calmed down, she realized that nothing about what he said could be believed. She had been silly enough to consider if it were true. Dawn found it amusing, but she did not dislike it. She could not help but make a joke. Then wouldn't I be someone who accidentally beat the King of Kings to the point of him not having the strength to even speak? Could it be that my identity is actually not so simple? With that said, she immediately felt from her shoulder that Shi Xiaobai was turning his head from left to right. She heard him grunt softly and say, "Naive girl." This king was only blindsided by the kings of the myriad worlds. This king's holy body was destroyed, and his indestructible soul was sanctioned by thousands of seals. This king had no choice but to reincarnate into an mortal body. This king's true strength is only sealed. Now, this king's strength is not even a quadrillionth of his original strength. Of course, you should be proud that you can tie with a quadrillionth of this king's strength. You are one of the few true geniuses among humans. His confident tone made it seem like he was narrating facts, but yet they sounded like preposterous lies. A quadrillion? Did he know how many zeros there were in that number? It was obviously a speech filled with 8th grader syndrome, yet for some reason, Dawn's mind gradually relaxed. The lost feeling of not knowing how to create a topic of conversation completely vanished. The casual chat he mentioned was really casual. It was so casual that she could not grasp it, but she also felt like anything would fly with him. Since you have been reincarnated into a mortal's body, are you now a human? First confirm what his designation is before naturally asking questions that I still mind. Dawn thought to herself. She felt her tiny scheme had an indescribable joy to it. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, as though he was in a dilemma about his answer. Finally, he said with a sigh, "This king is temporarily, a human." Temporarily. After admitting that he was human, his voice rapidly decreased in volume, but he immediately used a stressed tone to emphasize that it was only temporary. Although his face could not be seen, the expression that would appear on his delicate face surfaced naturally in Dawn's mind. It was definitely very adorable. Dawn barely managed to stop herself from laughing. For some baffling reason, she felt her body turn ethereal, as though she was in the clouds while floating in the sky. Ah, what a ridiculous joke. Why did she want to let it continue so much? Then, the King of Kings that will eventually win back his throne, when you sit back on that throne that rules over good and evil, what would be the first thing you want to do? Dawn found herself weird, but she did not reject it. She even went along with his performance, and followed up on the topic. It made her feel very happy. There was no need to deliberately make the topic relaxed or serious, but it was so natural. By following his cue and listening to what he wanted to say most, and chat with the topic he was most willing to continue on. Everything was so easy and perfect. She was really irredeemably silly. But, the voice she heard from Shi Xiaobai clearly did not sound as excited as any time before. She felt once again that it did not matter even if it was sillier. That was because the voice she kept wanting to hear was one that was filled with self-centeredness and extraordinary. It was definitely not a voice that would follow the crowd. What would be the first thing you want to do after winning back the throne? The boy fell deep into thought as he began seriously considering the question. He was so serious that she nearly thought it as something real. After a few moments, Shi Xiaobai finally said lightly, "This king will re-establish the concept of good and evil. What is true goodness and what is true evilness? Be it humans, demons, or gods, it has been adulterated. People have always been using their own judgment to make mistaken conclusions, and some even do evil in the name of goodness. And correcting this and giving the best answer so as to distinguish good from evil is what this king wishes to do the most." Dawn was left dumbfounded for quite a while, as she ruminated over Shi Xiaobai's answer with complicated emotions. If that was a question on an exam, most examinees would answer seek revenge against the kings that blindsided me or crush the ambitions of the kings, restoring peace to the myriad worlds. That was because those were the answers that matched the situation the best. But Shi Xiaobai's answer sounded overly realistic. It was as though it was not a simply posed question. It was as though he was really in the capacity of the king of good and evil as he pondered over the answer to the question. It was as though he was once a king that wielded good and evil. What was the reason for that odd feeling? Dawn slowly breathed out as she whispered, "Then, from your point of view, what is true good and what is true evil?" This king does not know either. Shi Xiaobai sighed gently and said, "When good and evil was born, it was when this silly king defined such a vague and ambiguous good and evil. For a long period of time, this king always believed that his definition of good and evil was correct until a particular human asked this king a question. This king realized his mistake, and just as his beliefs wavered, this king was blindsided by the various kings. One of the reasons this king was reincarnated as human was partly to search for the true answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 3 of 6. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 3 of 6. The topic of conversation suddenly became heavy. However, Shi Xiaobai was not only fabricating a series of ridiculous stories. Instead, he was attempting to express certain thoughts of his. That was probably an opportunity to go one step further in understanding him. Dawn suddenly became nervous as she hesitated for a moment before she asked. What did that human ask you? The boy's head that was resting on her shoulder moved gently once again, but almost without any time needed to think, he responded. It was as if the question that made the King of Kings realize his mistake really existed and was not something he made up from a flash of wit. The God that created the world and humans cursed a teenager on a particular day. He was cursed to feel excruciating pain if he were to see people in suffering. Shi Xiaobai began describing the question that changed the fate of the king. In order to avoid feeling pain, the teenager gave a helping hand to the people in suffering. Not long later, the creator made a counterfeit replica of the teenager. The replica did not have a will of its own, but would do the same actions as the teenager. It would also give a helping hand to people in suffering. The creator gave the teenager and his replica the names good and pseudo-good. Which do you think is good and which is pseudo-good? It was not considered a complicated question, but the moral behind the story was not simple, and what was even more remarkable was the question at the end. Between the teenager that gave a helping hand to the people in suffering and the imitation who was modeled after the teenager by the creator, which of them were named good and pseudo-good by the creator? There were only two possibilities to the answer, which had a choose-one question. Even if one answered with one's intuition, there was a 50% chance of being correct. In order to let the conversation continue on at a greater speed, saying the answer that immediately flashed in her mind would be the best choice, but this time, Dawn was not in a hurry. Instead, she began to seriously contemplate over the question. To be able to hear his voice and his thoughts was obviously good. But that was not enough to satisfy her. She needed too many things, and once she needed it, she would not be easily satisfied. Only listening and pandering to him was not chatting. Now, it was her turn to transmit her voice. First, the teenager is real, while the imitation that was a replica of the teenager can be considered a counterfeit. It can be said that one is real and the other is fake. Second, the teenager gave a helping hand to the people in suffering is no doubt an act of goodness, while the replica does not have a will of his own, so the goodness he does is only purely mimicry. Therefore, the teenager should be named good, and the imitation should be called pseudo-good. That is probably the answer that makes most logical sense. Dawn suddenly wished to move back a distance and see the expression in eyes of the boy, but she knew that doing so at that moment would be against the rules, so she could only forcefully curb her impulse. So, is that your answer? Shi Xiaobai said gently after a moment of silence. A smile could not help but suffuse across Dawn's lips because Shi Xiaobai had used an emotionless tone to ask his question. It was one that she was extremely proficient at, and it was obvious that he did not wish for his voice to reveal any effective information. What a strict examiner! She gradually shook her head and said softly, although it's the answer that makes the most logical sense, it is not my answer, nor could it be the real answer. That is because good that pursues logic happens to be nothing but pseudo-good. Yeah. Shi Xiaobai grunted slightly and whispered, continue. Dawn nodded and slowly said, although the teenager lent a helping hand to everyone, the reason why he did so was because of the curse of the creator. He was doing good only in order to avoid pain to himself. Although he was doing good, the motive was for himself. That is no doubt a form of pseudo-goodness. The imitation is different. He did not have his own will, and he was simply replicating the teenager's actions. Lending a helping hand to everyone was a part of his existence, and his actions were out of instinct. There was no complication for personal gain, so he is the purest of pure good. The teenager is pseudo-good, while the imitation is good. That is my answer. After providing her answer in one breath, Dawn immediately pushed Shi Xiaobai out of her embrace and reached out her hands to hold him by his shoulders. At the moment she opened up a distance, she leveled her eyes with his. Indeed, that pair of black eyes were still as bright and dazzling. Although it should be like a black night sky, it was shimmering with the luster of stars. Well, is my answer correct? Although she could tell from his expression that she got the answer she wanted to know, she was eager to get actual confirmation. Shi Xiaobai looked into her eyes for a moment before suddenly grinning. At the beginning, this king answered the human in such a manner. You gave an identical answer like this king. Dawn was not surprised about the correctness of the answer, but when she heard the outcome, she still felt somewhat happy. She could not explain if she was feeling happy because of her correct response or if it was because she had the same answer as the boy. The answer is correct? Dawn suddenly thought of something and asked, after you gave your answer, what did the human say in response? Is our answer correct? Dawn keenly noticed that Shi Xiaobai had mentioned that their answers were the same, but he did not directly answer her that her answer was correct or not. Indeed, Shi Xiaobai's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked deeply into her eyes and said, that human did not give an answer, but instead questioned this king. Dawn asked in surprise, questioned you? Shi Xiaobai paused slightly, as though he was preparing the mood for the discussion. After that, he said words that were pregnant with meaning. The reason why the imitation can purely do good is because it does not have his own will. It can't think for itself. The teenager lent a helping hand to everyone but is called pseudo-good because the good he does benefits him. His starting point is for himself, but the root of the reason was that the teenager possesses his own will. He knows how to think for himself. The difference between good and pseudo-good actually has to do with the motives behind the good doer being self-serving or not. Then, as a question, can humans with their own will be able to pursue pure goodness? Humans are not machines. They have their own wills. It is impossible for them to be selfless even if they do good at the cost of their own interests. That is because he or she can receive a psychological fulfillment, and psychological fulfillment is also an interest that serves that person. It's just the sacrifice and exchange of physical interests for psychological interests. For example, a teenager sacrifices his life to save 100 people. Why would he do so? That's because in his mind, saving 100 people is greater than saving himself. After his own thought processes, he comes up with the choice he thinks is most right. By doing so, not only is he doing it for the 100 people, he is also doing it for himself, because the person who made the choice was himself. Of course, there exists the thought of saving himself, but he eventually acts to save 100 people. Under such situations, his choice was clearly forced and not out of his own intentions. However, looking at it from another perspective, he had already made a choice between acceptance and resistance. His actions are still part of his own intentions. In the aforementioned description, it is impossible for humans to do pure good because humans have their own will. Humans can make choices, and the choice itself is an act that would serve oneself. Therefore, the good of humans cannot be called good, but pseudo-good. Pseudo-good is called pseudo, and when the pseudo is greater than good, it is actually distorted into evil. When humans do something to satisfy their will in the name of doing good, proselytize one's choice as good, then good will become a weapon to conceal selfishness. Wouldn't that change it to evil? Think about it, if the teenager was lending a helping hand to people in suffering because of the curse, and if one day, he encounters a sufferer that cannot be saved or redeemed, he would constantly endure the pain of the curse. But no matter how much he tries, he is unable to save the person from the abyss of suffering. Then, with saving ineffective, what would the teenager do to stop his pain? The teenager could very likely kill the sufferer that cannot be saved to save himself. That's because when pseudo-good is forced to its extremes, it can unbridledly become evil. There is good and evil among people, but how is it to be distinguished? It is impossible for humans to do pure good. Most of it is pseudo-good, but even if it's pseudo-good, it's just a question of degree of evil. Then, can good and evil really define the actions of human? Does the concept of good and evil have any meaning to humans? Is good and evil a prison for the original sin, or it is restraining one's self-centeredness? Although your majesty is the king that created good and evil, here's a question. Was what your majesty created really good and evil? Shi Xiaobai's expression turned mixed and complicated. When he reproduced every question, it was as if he was not only recounting a story from his memories, but also questioning himself once again. He used a long silence to end that human's monologue and looked into the ice blue eyes silently for a long period of time. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "That is what that human questioned this king with the question that only had two options. It was also that human's last words." Dawn was slightly surprised as she asked, "You killed him?" Shi Xiaobai slowly shook his head. "It wasn't this king. It was good and evil that killed him. Although good and evil is not life, it is an eternal law that transcends life. They were created by this king and they have no thoughts. They abide by the rules but somehow accidentally possessed a personality." It was surprisingly furious regarding that human's choice of sowing discord. Therefore, his existence was completely wiped out. Dawn could not help but smile. A law with personality? That's a very fresh and interesting way to put it. If I'm not wrong, you do not think that human's questioning was sowing discord. In fact, you generated doubts about the laws of good and evil, to the point of revising it. Therefore your position as king wavered. Is that it? Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows pricked up slightly before he said with a nod, "Yes, you guessed right. But this king never expected you to so quickly understand what this king is talking about and also be able to analyze its profound meaning. It's a joy chatting with you. Likewise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 4 of 6. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 4 of 6. A smile suffused across Dawn's lips. At that moment, she clearly looked like a handsome boy, but the way she smiled had the youthful charm of a girl. She had always looked deadpan and treated everything coldly, also to perfectly hide the fact that she was a female in disguise. But in front of Shi Xiaobai, she had lost all her defenses and opened up her heart. Of course, she would not mind revealing the emotion she had strictly sealed inside her. However, the smile did not last for very long as Dawn's expression suddenly turned solemn. She looked into Shi Xiaobai's eyes and said seriously, "I'm only a person listening to a story and should not have too many comments, but since it's a chat, I think I shouldn't hide my true thoughts. Honestly, that human's questions are very interesting. The questions in rapid succession seem to be reasonable. But could it be that there were other reasons for you to question the laws you created by you? That human's question does stand on reasonable grounds, but it's actually simply resorting to sophistry as justification. It is obviously not enough to use the words good and evil to define complicated human nature, but isn't it a bit forced to question if good and evil has any meaning to its existence for humans?" Regarding the teenager's hypothesis of going from pseudo-good to evil, it is after all just a hypothesis. It is a problem of probability. It can only be said that there is a high probability that the teenager would kill the unredeemable sufferer to save himself from pain. But there is an extremely small probability that the teenager will eventually bear the pain but not give up trying. At this point, it can be certain that the teenager's pseudo-good has sublimed to pure good. Humans do have their own will, but against the various choices in life, they can make their choices of their own free will. This is obviously considered an action in one's self-interest. But if they are forced to make a choice that goes against their own will cannot be carried out as they wish. That human said that when forced, one can make the choice of acceptance and resistance, and that being forced is also a self-centered act. Isn't that expanding the concept of self-centered acts and exaggerating the existence of self-centered acts? Wouldn't the definition of selfishness become too all-encompassing? In summary, I believe that a part of the human's questions are worth contemplating over, but it's not sufficient to waver your will. I believe that for me to be able to see something amiss with it, it must also mean that you can see it. Therefore, I believe that the reason why you are doubting the laws of good and evil is not as simple. Or could it be? When Dawn said to that point, she suddenly came to a halt. In fact, she wanted to say, or could it be that you fabricated a story in a rush so you did not think of the loopholes? But in order to continue chatting happily, she decided to silently agree that whatever Shi Xiaobai said was real. There were indeed many parts of the story that could be faulted on, but if one questioned the story itself, there would be no end to the debate. She wished to understand Shi Xiaobai's thoughts through a chat, and not understand Shi Xiaobai's ability to engage in a debate. Of course, by directly pointing out the loophole in Shi Xiaobai's fabrication of the questions posed by that human, she was actually trying to see how fast Shi Xiaobai's reaction speed was. When his fabricated story was exposed as having several loopholes, how long would he take to think in order to fix the loopholes? But what surprised Dawn once again was that Shi Xiaobai had responded the moment she finished her words. Shi Xiaobai said with a smile, "This king has underestimated you. This king never expected that you were not only listening to the story, but you were standing from the point of view of God to consider the story in such a clear manner. What you said is right." It was not so simple for this king to question the laws of good and evil. In fact, after that human died, this king traveled to the human world on a whim. To this king, who is a supreme existence, the human world was like an ant's nest, a place he would never step foot on. But after this trip to observe the human world, this king realized that he had committed a grave error. In the human world, this king saw many illogical situations. A child that steals food for his starving mother was considered a scoundrel and was beaten to death. The cruel punishment of slashing a murderer and putting him up on a pole to die from exposure is deemed by people as a good act. As an act of pity, a rich young lady gives a beggar a few pieces of gold, causing the beggar to attract trouble because of his wealth. Not only was the gold stolen away by thugs, the beggar was also crippled. The rich young lady's benevolence was actually an act of evil. In order to satisfy his ambition, a king instigated a war causing countless of deaths. If the invasion were successful, it would be deemed as a grand act of good, but if his invasion failed, he would be cursed for ages as a savage king. There is no end to such unreasonable matters. Good and evil is frequently distorted and misunderstood in the human world. It even goes as far as confusing right from wrong. Although judgment of good and evil needs to consider the viewpoint of the judge, but the biggest problem is that the viewpoint of the majority becomes the true definition of good and evil. And no matter if the viewpoint of the minority is right or not, their viewpoint will be distorted into being wrong. Good and evil is governed by strength, so whichever side is stronger is the side that is good. The original understanding this king had of humans was that of inferior beings in a lower plane of existence. But it is because humans are inferior beings that result in their requirements and desire to be much higher than superior beings. Their requirements and desires result in their nature being even more complex than gods and demons. This king, who had been focused on superior planes of existence, never noticed this. Although the good and evil created by this king is more suitable for gods and demons, it is far from sufficient for humans. Why did that human, who worked hard to cultivate for millennia, allowing him to go from a mere human to an existence that transcended gods and demons after all sorts of trials and tribulations, choose to come before this king and ask such questions that ended up courting his own death? Why was he willing to risk questioning good and evil despite the possibility of him being killed by good and evil? The reason why he would do so was because the laws of good and evil was not only the imprisonment of original sin in the human world, but shackles for self. To humans, strength is the source of good and evil. He loved humans deeply, but he also hated humans a lot. But he was helpless when it came to changing the present situation, so instead of saying he was questioning this king, it would be better to say that he was using his life to implore this king. After Shi Xiaobai said that, he took a deep breath as though he was cherishing the memory of that great human who was willing to bring destruction on himself. It also seemed like he was sympathizing with the contradiction of good and evil in the human world. Dawn fell into a daze for quite a while when she finished hearing his monologue. She had underestimated Shi Xiaobai's reaction speed, and even more so, she had underestimated Shi Xiaobai's ability to fabricate a story. After hearing the full story, she was surprised to suddenly feel a sense of repression, as though the story was true. Although concepts like the King of Kings and the laws of good and evil were so exaggerated and fake, she could not confidently determine if the story was real or not. Was it because he had perfected his story in an extremely realistic manner? Or was his acting extremely realistic? That look of him cherishing the memory made her feel like she was looking at a former monarch who was questioning his creation of good and evil. Or was it because she understood the ugliness of human nature too well that she felt that the story he fabricated and the reason behind it resonated with her? Dawn suddenly felt her chest turn heavy, as though something was blocking it. She took a deep breath and said, "That is not the fault of good and evil, but a problem with human nature. Human nature is like that. As humans, questioning human nature is equivalent to questioning ourselves. The only thing we can do is to work hard to exercise restraint in the face of darkness, but there is no way we can change the darkness of human nature." Yes, that was her understanding all along. She was unable to change the good or evil nature of anyone. The patriarch was the instigator of Project Orphan. He was the mastermind behind her being thrown in the uninhabited island for 3 years, but the patriarch had treated her like his very own granddaughter. He had given her the best of everything, and had compensated her with the best environment for growing up as well as the brightest future. She could not change the patriarch's nature, nor could she judge if the patriarch was good or evil. She did not know if she should hate or be grateful to him. Human nature was too complex and she too was living it. What she could do, or the only thing she could do, was to act in accordance to what she felt was good and evil, and by doing so, not let the darkness of human nature devour her. She could not change human nature. So she chose to distance herself from it. So she was willing to live in a world of her own. That was her understanding. Was she wrong? You aren't wrong. At that moment, the boy in close proximity suddenly lifted his hand to touch her head. It was as though he was comforting a lost girl. But he quickly removed his hand that made her embarrassed but not repulsed. Suddenly, he grinned and his eyes burned with a fiery beam as he said loudly to her, "You aren't wrong. Humans cannot change human nature. They can't change good and evil, but this king is not human. Don't forget that this king is the King of Kings that created good and evil. There is nothing this king can't do. This king has the right and the obligation to revise the imperfect good and evil. The current laws of good and evil are only suitable to superior beings with relatively simple requirements and desires, but it is not suitable for humans with complex human nature. If the laws of good and evil can be sufficiently perfected, so perfect to the point of it not being able to be twisted by human nature and strength, or make true good and true evil to become an irrefutable truth, then everything would change. Although this king hasn't thought of the perfect laws of good and evil, but this king will search for it, and will continue searching for it. When this king finds the correct answer, this king will snatch his sealed throne and change the laws of good and evil, but... The boy's voice was filled with energy and excitement. It was like a wave that surged into the sky while constantly heading for the firmament of freedom. Dawn widened her eyes and fell into a daze. So that was the reason. So that was the reason why he was different. So that was the reason why she could hear his voice. The words he said that sounded like bullshit were all filled with his profound feelings. Be it that strange confession of "Are you willing to be a side-hoe?" or the ridiculous story of "This king is the King of Kings that created good and evil," they were filled with innumerable thoughts and reasoning despite them being words said on a whim. And these thoughts and reasoning were not said on a whim, but treasures that had long been engraved in his heart. Those were his thoughts and reasoning. Ah, I finally understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 5 of 6. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 5 of 6. Why were his eyes clearly black, yet looked as bright as the stars? Why were his eyes filled with unprecedented brightness despite knowing more than anyone about the twisted nature of good and evil as well as the darkness of human nature? That was because he believed that he was not a sorrowful human, but a king of kings, who could change the laws of good and evil, He firmly believed in the light that he looked forward to, so he faced the darkness in front of him straight on. She had failed to do so, so she chose to let her back face the darkness. But by doing so, her back was also facing the light that was covered by darkness. But in truth, what she looked forward to was light as well. But dump. But dump. But dump. Dawn seemed to hear her own heartbeat. Her heartbeat was beating more rapidly and energetically than it ever did before. It was brimming with vitality. A warm, red glow gradually suffused from her cheeks. For the first time, she felt that her distance from Shi Xiaobai was too close. To be looked at him at such a close distance could result in such nervousness. How was she able to hug him without any reservations previously? What happened a moment ago was her first hug with a person of the opposite sex, but she did not find it problematic. But why did she feel as if her heart was being scratched when she now recalled it? Too close, it's really too close, but I have no intentions of pushing him away. But it was also the first time that she felt that she was too close to Shi Xiaobai. To him, she was a figure from 3,000 years ago, or she could very well be a fake existence replicated by the assessment program. To her, where he came from, which era he lived in, or whether he was the infernal king or a trial taker were things she did not know. They might not be people from the same era, and could also be people from different worlds, to the point of one of them being fake, an existence that could be destroyed at any time. Time, dimension, reality were the three biggest obstacles that separated them. But she felt like they were too close. Dawn could not help but feel a sense of sorrow as she slowly lowered her head before she suddenly looked back up. It was too far, so there was an even greater need to cherish the time when she could see his appearance and hear his voice. What should I say? I can't waste the time in silence. That story should be fake. He might not be human, but he definitely can't be the king of kings that created good and evil. But what effect would the story's authenticity bring? No, even if the story was faked, it would not lead to anything. That was because he believed that whatever he said was true. He believed that the light he saw existed. He believed it, so no one could question it. It would be useless no matter who questioned him. And she believed in his belief. Work hard and you will definitely find it. No, you will definitely find the true answer. You will definitely be able to change the laws of good and evil into a truth that human nature is unable to distort. When you sit back on that sealed throne, I'll stand by your side. If possible, I want to stay by your side, to the ends of your ideals. At that moment, the girl who was always expressionless beamed the purest of smiles. It was inexplicably beautiful, like cherry blossoms in spring. Shi Xiaobai was stunned seeing this. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what a similarly beautiful purple-haired girl said to him. Shi Xiaobai, although in the eyes of others, you who call yourself this king might sound silly, but to me, you are very cute. I understand, Shi Xiaobai. I understand why you call yourself this king. It is not because of hubris, nor is it because of narcissism, much less you indulging in fantasy. You are doing so just to believe in yourself. But in my eyes, you are not weak. You are stronger than anyone, so Shi Xiaobai, in the future when you are in front of me, address yourself as I, alright? Back then, he had only gotten to know the purple-haired girl for only an hour, but she understood him more than anyone else did. She understood him and even believed him. And ever since she said those words, she became an extremely special existence in his heart. It could be said that in this alternate world, she was the most important existence to him. The purple-haired girl's name was Callie. And at that very moment in time, the blonde girl who disguised herself as a male had said, you will definitely find the true answer. When you sit back on that sealed throne, I'll stand by your side. If possible, I want to stay by your side, to the ends of your ideals. At that moment, she resembled Callie, who once told him, in my eyes, you are not weak. You are stronger than anyone. Similarly, he had only gotten to know her for only about an hour. Some people might be partners for life, but they might never know what each other was thinking. Some people might only know each other for an hour, but it felt like they had known each other for life. To Shi Xiaobai, there was one more to the special existence of the latter. Dawn naturally did not know what Shi Xiaobai was thinking, nor did she know that her truthful words from her heart dealt such a severe blow on the boy in front of her. She felt that her heart was beating faster as her face turned hotter. A baffling impulse seemed to grow in intensity. He was looking at her. His eyes were focusing on her without looking away. Previously, she did not feel anything when she locked eyes with him in this manner, but now, while being focused by him at such close proximity, to the point of her figure reflecting in his eyes, she felt there was something restless in her chest. It made her short of breath. Her mind began sprouting strange thoughts. So is that how I look in his eyes? Ah, short male hair is indeed too short. If it's slightly longer, it would be better. Will he like short-haired girls? Or does he prefer long flowing hair? With me using a special makeup technique to masculinize my neutral facial features, I look more like a boy to him, right? Hey, Shi Xiaobai, I'm actually a girl. Although I wrapped my chest to be as flat as a boy's, but actually, I'm developing normally. The next time we meet, I want to let you see me wear a dress for the first time. Yes, I want to let you see how I look like as a girl. The next time we meet. The next time, is there still a chance of meeting again? Time seemed to slowly pass while their eyes locked in silence. Perhaps it was because the boy and girl looked too glaring in each other's eyes, or perhaps it was the constantly effusing thoughts that made them forget, or perhaps it was the natural instinct of attraction between man and woman. The two heads that were less than half a meter apart began to rapidly close the distance without them realizing it. 40 centimeters. 30 centimeters. 20 centimeters. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. The boy's head and the girl's head grew closer. The soft lips also naturally approached each other. 3 centimeters. 2 centimeters. 1 centimeter. Time seemed to come to a halt. The air seemed to turn into an ambiguous pink. The boy and girl's lips would touch each other gently at the next moment. It was a mutual attraction, but an instant that they did not notice as they came into contact with each other's warmth. Roar! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 6 of 6. Chapter 457, The Conversation of Fate, 6 of 6. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, alarming the boy and girl at the worst possible time when they had already forgotten to breathe. The kiss that could have been sealed in less than a centimeter came to a sudden halt. Dawn was jolted awake and like a frightened rabbit, she subconsciously retreated backwards. Instantly, she was a few meters away. Shi Xiaobai was also given a shock. Thankfully, his body had already barely recovered a bit of strength. He hurriedly used his hands to support himself, preventing him from collapsing because of the girl's sudden release. After Dawn retreated in shock, she immediately looked up subconsciously at Shi Xiaobai. Noticing how he had recovered some of his strength, she heaved a sigh of relief as an indescribable embarrassment overwhelmed her. She hurriedly turned, making her back face Shi Xiaobai. She breathed in deeply to calm her mind and raised her hand to gently touch her burning face. Phew, it's so hot. Donnelly, what were you thinking? How could you? Why? Could it be that? Dawn stuttered and tried to calmly say a few words to attenuate that embarrassing situation, but she did not even have the courage to turn around. The voice she said from her burning and vexed chest had the embarrassment of a girl, while her mind was in a mess. She could not even form a complete sentence. What just happened is very normal. On the other hand, Shi Xiaobai happened to appear much calmer. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. After all, he was a person who had seen much in life and was a man with experience. He coughed gently and said, "When man and woman are too close, it's very natural to have something like that happen. It's a very normal matter." Shi Xiaobai recalled the scene when he was in Rico's home, when he was attracted by Callie's beautiful golden eye. He could not help but approach it so that he could see it clearly. Unknowingly, the tip of his nose had touched her nose tip. Immediately after that, Callie had suddenly used her lips to give a quick peck on his lips. It was probably something very natural. A very common matter. It's far from being normal, alright? When Dawn heard what Shi Xiaobai said, she immediately could not feign her calmness. She turned to glare at Shi Xiaobai before immediately turning back. She could not help but pucker her lips. Although she had no interest in matters between men and women, she still had such general knowledge. What they had just done was clearly things only couples would do. And he actually said it was normal? What sort of joke was that? If the person who nearly stole away her first kiss wasn't him but anyone else, she would definitely feel so grossed out that she would vomit. No, just the thought of it was enough to make her feel like vomiting. Why did she feel that even if it were him, it would not be something unacceptable if not for the interruption? Indeed. Was it indeed like that? Dawn was always proud of her intelligence, but this time, she hated herself for being smart. Why did she immediately figure out a non-trivial matter? But since she had figured it out, she could not avoid it any further. Face it. Dawnlee, you aren't even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid about? Do not hesitate. Maybe this might be the last moments that you can spend with him. Maybe this is the only chance. Do not let yourself regret. Isn't it just? Dawn turned around suddenly and while facing Shi Xiaobai, she took a deep breath and roared out, "Shi Xiaobai." Shi Xiaobai was given a fright by her sudden imposing stance as he hurriedly responded, "Huh?" Dawn closed her eyes slowly and took a deep breath once again. When she opened her eyes, the look in her eyes had finally calmed down. She focused on Shi Xiaobai's eyes and said slowly and calmly, "The time we have gotten to know each other is extremely short. It's so short that it might seem to be a rush to even become friends, but what I will say next might make you find it weird, but please believe that those are truthful words from my very heart. It's the truth that I have to say or I will definitely regret. Shi Xiaobai. The matter that happened just now isn't normal. It's something impossible for me to do, but it really almost happened. However, even if it had happened, it has nothing to do with us being too close to one another. Much less is it because of a superficial reason like the attraction between man and woman. The reason why I nearly, with you, is because..." Dawn came to a halt when she said that as her hands began to tremble slightly. She lowered her head to look at the ground. Even her ear lobes were flushing pink. Shi Xiaobai gulped a mouthful of saliva as he felt that the mood had suddenly turned serious. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. It's because? Dawn fell silent for a long while before she slowly clenched her fists. Mom, please give your daughter that bit of courage. It's because. Dawn suddenly looked up and enunciated every single word. It's because, roar. Another deafening roar sounded suddenly at the most critical moment. At the same time, an intense slamming sound erupted as the ground began to quake violently. It interrupted Dawn's sentence in a relentless fashion and at the same time diverted Shi Xiaobai's attention. The courage the girl went to great pains to muster from her prayers collapsed immediately. She could only turn to look in the direction of the sound in anger. Darn bastard. Dawn swore that she had never been so furious before. Heavens, that courage that was so difficult to muster and the mood she prepared was all gone. She definitely could not do another confession again. Looking through the translucent turtle shell, Dawn saw a 3-meter-tall 3-headed hound. It was raising its heads and roaring. Suddenly, it lifted its claws to slam on the shell of the black turtle. It caused the shell of the black turtle to quiver. She stared at the 3-headed hound angrily. If not for the need of the shell of the black turtle to protect Shi Xiaobai from the black beams of light that were constantly falling from the sky, she would have definitely charged out to dice the darn dog into pieces. The three-headed hound clearly sensed the killing intent from the girl, but it did not seem to feel any fear. Instead, it roared angrily once again and forcefully slammed the translucent turtle shell once again. It was venting the anger of a bachelor dog. Shi Xiaobai calmly surveyed his surroundings and immediately noticed that at the end of the horizons, there were several massive figures. There were also gigantic monsters surging from the ends of the sky towards them. It was apparent that the danger in this unfamiliar world was not only limited to the black beams of light. A three-headed hound was already enough to cause the turtle shell to quiver. If a few more monsters came, it was unknown how long it could last. Sigh, it looks like it's time to talk about proper matters. Shi Xiaobai slowly moved his body towards Dawn and said with a serious voice, back to the proper topic. What is the situation right now? Where is this place? What happened after the clash of our final strikes? Why did we appear here? What should we do to leave this place? Tell whatever you know to this king. Due to the promise of having a casual chat, Shi Xiaobai had allowed the girl to decide on the topic of conversation. He held back the questions that filled his mind and joined her in a casual chat. But now, it was no longer the time to have a leisurely chat. He needed sufficient information to think of a way to resolve the situation they were in. Dawn clearly realized this as well. She turned to look at Shi Xiaobai and gaped. Her eyes blinked as she cast her gaze to her side. She said in a nearly inaudible manner, I don't know. Shi Xiaobai said in surprise, what? Dawn lowered her head slightly and whispered, sorry, I don't know. The questions you asked me. I have no way of answering any of them. Shi Xiaobai stared with widened eyes. Didn't you say that the situation is very complicated? Didn't you say that the situation was very complicated and that we needed to have a good chat? Dawn gave an embarrassed smile as she stuttered, although I do not know what had happened, it's true that the situation is very complicated. As she felt slightly guilty, the way she lamely argued had a hint of sultriness. The reason why she said the situation was very complicated was so that she could say need to have a good chat. It all boiled down to a girl's selfishness after having heard a person's voice. But in fact, she did not know why they had suddenly appeared in the unfamiliar and dangerous place. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. He said seriously once again, do you really not know a thing? In the present situation, even a trivial piece of information might be a life-saving straw. Dawn immediately sat solemnly and frowned to think hard about the situation from before. She was not an unknowing girl that did not know any better. When she was serious, there was no way she would lax on it. When the white and golden light mixed together, almost nothing could be seen at that instant. But I still remember that interspersed between the white and golden light was a few beams of pale golden light. As the paleness was relatively similar, I once thought it as an illusion, but now on careful thought, those pale beams of golden light seemed to shoot from the ground into the sky. With a contemplative look, Dawn said, if I didn't guess wrongly, those beams of golden light should be the activating light of an array formation. The ground we were standing on was probably a massive, pre-laid out invisible array formation. In addition to the momentary mental fuzziness and the loss of weight, that array could very well be a teleportation nexus. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly, that is to say someone had laid out a teleportation nexus ahead of time. It was activated at the moment when we used all our strength. As we were unable to divert our attention, we were transported to this world? Dawn nodded and said, that's likely the case. But to be able to teleport a person in an undetectable and involuntary manner is the first I've encountered. So, it might not be a teleportation nexus as well. But it is certain that all of this was plotted by someone. In order to kill us, the person had made thorough calculations to lay out such a meticulous plan. Shi Xiaobai sighed gently and said, if that is the case, that person must have considered the exit command. It's unlikely that the exit command can be used to escape this world. The black beams of light and the monsters that are coming should be endless. We can last for a while, but not forever. Escaping this world is the only way to live on. After Shi Xiaobai said that, he surveyed his surroundings once again. Other than the massive three-headed hound that was slamming the turtle shell, there were dozens of strangely shaped behemoths that had approached them. And at the ends of the horizon and sky, there were more and more figures swarming over. How long more could the turtle shell protect them? When the time came, they would be facing endless black beams and a monster scourge. How were they to survive? Escaping this world might sound simple, but they did not have any information regarding the world they were in. There was also no way to know of the way to escape the world. They were facing an absolutely despairing situation. A perplexed look flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes before it disappeared. Immediately, it was filled with firm willpower. No. They had to live on. At least she had to live on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, January 5th. Chapter 458, January 5th. 7th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Basin for the Life and Death Battle. Stop, don't kill him. Just as Sunless thrust her sword forward, Lu Yu's anxious roar sounded. It was timely because her sword being only a centimeter away from piercing through Field Marshal Osimo's heart. Sunless subconsciously made a judgment. Although she believed that Shi Xiaobai was still alive and wished to wait for Shi Xiaobai to return safely, she was still flustered by her concern. Therefore, she would not give up any chance even if there was a minute possibility of helping Shi Xiaobai. Hence, she was already hesitant about killing Field Marshal Osimo. Lu Yu's shout for her to halt made her temporarily stop contemplating over her indecision. With her precise control, Sunless managed to stop her sword just as it was about to pierce through Field Marshal Osimo's large heart. However, what she did not expect happened simultaneously. When she stopped her sword, Field Marshal Osimo suddenly took a step forward to crash into the sword. Sunless failed to retreat in time as her sword pierced through Field Marshal Osimo's heart and out through his back. Field Marshal Osimo actually chose to commit suicide. The spectators watched in gaped surprise. The rookies were left stupefied as Sunless stood in her spot. Sunless, quickly make way. Lu Yu shouted once again. He had already guessed the truth, so he was not as surprised as the rest. However, his expression was the heaviest. That was because if he had guessed correctly, the battle would be much tougher than they originally imagined. When Sunless heard that, she immediately pulled her sword out and retreated back 100 meters. For Field Marshal Osimo to take the initiative to slam towards her proved that Lu Yu's judgment of not killing him was right. Therefore, Sunless chose to continue believing Lu Yu. At the moment Sunless retreated, Lu Yu suddenly took out a huge stack of paper talismans from his Taoist outfit and threw them into the sky. He recited quickly, "Vileness begone from the heaven and earth, mysteries and gods encaved in unfathomable profoundness, imbue me with world power of the highest order, announcing to the 9 heavens, inviting the purifying generals and ambassadors, the slaying of demons, ascending for myriad souls." Lu Yu's reciting speed was ridiculously fast. Despite it being a long incantation, it took him a few seconds to finish reciting it. When he finished saying the last word, he suddenly flicked his whisk towards the sky. Incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth. The 100 paper talismans that were floating in the sky suddenly combusted. The flames produced a holy white light as the paper talismans were instantly burned to ash. It turned into plumes of white smoke that merged into the sky. A visible vanilla white beam of light suddenly scattered from the void and landed on Field Marshal Osimo's corpse that had already fallen to the ground. The sending of spirits. Pulverize, demon. At that moment, everyone realized for the first time that the youth in a Taoist outfit was a young Taoist who had inherited the orthodox learnings of Taoism. The incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth was the sixth incantation of the 8 Taoist incantations. At a young age, Lu Yu was considered a true Taoist genius by being able to grasp it. However, due to his young age, he could only produce a tiny bit of the incantation for pacifying the heaven and the earth's power. The true incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth could genuinely purify the heaven and earth, but with Lu Yu's present strength, all he could do was produce a purifying beam of holy light. But even so, the effects when the holy light fell on Field Marshal Osimo's corpse were extremely evident. While Field Marshal Osimo's body was immersed in the white light, the body began to slowly melt like a piece of ice. When Lu Yu saw that, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Be careful!" A loud shout suddenly sounded. It was the voice of Speechless, who was recuperating from a distance. The alert could be said to be extremely timely because Field Marshal Osimo, who was melting away from the holy light, suddenly stood up. Field Marshal Osimo was not dead. At the instant he stood back up, his wounds were rapidly healing at an exaggerated speed. The heart that had been pierced was instantly restored to its original state. The hole that was left from the stab through his chest had also vanished. Roar! Field Marshal Osimo roared with his head up. The purifying light that was illuminating his body immediately dispersed. Field Marshal Osimo suddenly brandished his battle axe and his strength seemed to increase to a whole new level. His battle axe cleaved a wave that seemed like it could tear mountains apart straight at Lu Yu in the distance. Pooh! Lu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. The incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth had been forcefully dispelled, and the power immediately caused a backlash on him. That instant left him extremely weak to the point of it being fatal. It caused his body to basically be immobile. He could not dodge the battle axe's wave, while Sunless and company were rather far away from him. They probably could not save him in time. That strike was a well-timed sneak attack. Damn it! He should not have been underestimated. Lu Yu revealed a wry smile as he quickly racked his brains in an attempt to find a chance of survival in the desperate situation. But he could not help but have a figure that he was worried about surface in his mind. In the Taoist temple, there was his master, strict senior brothers, the playful junior brothers as well as. The scenes in his mind came to a standstill. An adorable girl who was wearing a Taoist outfit was smiling with her baby-fat cheeks as she ran around chasing butterflies in a bed of flowers. Senior brother Lu, master said that Taoists can't get married. Is that true? Junior sister, you probably haven't seen the matron? Matron? Matron is the master's wife, although your senior brother, I, have only met her once. What, master is a big fat liar. No, it's because junior sister is gullible. Taoists aren't monks, so they obviously can marry. Furthermore, in this day and age, there are even monks who have harems. You should have that bit of general knowledge, shouldn't you? Oh, so that's the case. That's great. Taoists can get married. That's great. Does junior sister want to marry someone? Not at all. Ha, your face is so red that it's like an apple. Humph. Senior brother Lu is a baddie. You bully. Junior sister. Lu Yu widened his eyes suddenly. How could he die here? He could not die here. The only thing left for him to do was the exit command. But if he were to use the exit command at that moment in time, the tiny bit of information he had barely analyzed would not amount to anything. He could only rely on the rest of the rookies to save Shi Xiaobai. Damn it! But he was out of choices. Open. Lu Yu bit his lower lip as his heart was filled with shame and disgruntlement. But at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in front of him. Lu Yu hurriedly shut his mouth. Feng Yuanlin. At the most critical juncture, it was unknown when Feng Yuanlin, who was near him, rushed in front of him. he saw Feng Yuanlin raise his arms. With a deep bellow, a gigantic shield about 5 meters in size appeared out of thin air in his hands. Boom! The wave cleaved from the battle axe left a fresh scar on the ground as it slammed straight at the gigantic shield. Feng Yuanlin clenched his teeth and shook a bit. He had managed to take the strike head-on. The gigantic shield did not shatter. But from the front, there were a few shallow marks on it. The strength of defense was obviously good. Phew, thankfully I was nearby. Feng Yuanlin sighed with a lingering fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, February 5th. Chapter 458, February 5th. Lu Yu's gaze quivered gently as he noticed that the shoe on Feng Yuanlin's right foot was already gone. It was dozens of meters away. Feng Yuanlin was near him, but the distance wasn't that much closer. However, he had rushed over with all his might. Even though he had dropped his shoe in his moment of haste, he did not stop for even a second. What an exaggerated shield! Lu Yu dragged his injured body forward as he was having mixed emotions. He still had a bit of lingering fear and also feeling somewhat lucky, but mostly, he was feeling touched and grateful. Feng Yuanlin grinned and said, "This isn't like those crappy shields from before." No, it should be said that I'm no longer the Feng Yuanlin of the past. For the past 10 days in the Infernal Armory, I got it. Lu Yu patted Feng Yuanlin on the shoulder and cut short his bragging that would have no end the moment he began. He said softly, "Thank you." Feng Yuanlin scratched his head and simpered. This was probably the first time he was thanked by Lu Yu ever since he got to know him. Lu Yu gave Feng Yuanlin another grateful look and hobbled out of the side of the shield. At that moment, Field Marshal Osimo's wounds were basically healed. If not for his body still being covered in blood, who would believe that just 10 seconds ago, the burly Minotaur was filled with wounds, a pierced chest and a shattered heart, but Feng Yuanlin kept his shield, and when he saw the situation, he wailed, "Holy shit, a full recovery and revival." At that moment, Sunless, Pulp Farmer, Mu Yuesheng, and Mu Lengxi were standing on 4 opposite sides around Field Marshal Osimo. Although they were rather far from him, they were in a formation that surrounded him. All 4 of them looked alert and wary. None of them acted rashly, and even Sunless became more subdued. Why was Field Marshal Osimo able to revive and make a full recovery in 10 seconds? What were they supposed to do when facing such an unreasonable opponent? The 4 were alarmed and puzzled, but at the same time, they cast their eyes at Lu Yu, who had walked out from behind Feng Yuanlin. The youth in a Dao outfit had made 2 correct judgments consecutively. He seemed to know something. Lu Yu did not plan on hiding the truth, to which he inferred. With a sigh, he said, "It probably isn't only a full recovery and revival." Feng Yuanlin said in appallment, "What does that mean?" Lu Yu said with a heavy expression, "If this penniless priest didn't guess wrong, not only will he fully recover, every revival would also enhance his strength." With that said, everyone had a drastic change in expression as they revealed looks of disbelief. Not only could he have a full recovery and revival, he would become stronger after revival? What sort of perverse ability was that? How could there exist such a perverse ability? However, Field Marshal Osimo did not seem like he planned to deny it. He stretched his body as though he was getting used to the newfound strength he had obtained. He looked at Lu Yu and said with a chuckle, "Interesting, can you tell this Field Marshal how you guessed that? Did this Field Marshal expose a flaw?" Lu Yu said with a sneer, "That's because you are too weak and it was too deliberate." Field Marshal Osimo pricked his eyebrows and said, "What does that mean?" Everyone gave Lu Yu puzzled looks. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, "Your strength is not at the level of a level lord, but the plot you fabricated makes you match the requirements of a level lord." This penniless priest was stumped initially by the question of, "Are you the level lord or not?" so nothing could be figured out. But thankfully, this penniless priest recalled of a method used by a boy that likes to address himself as this king supposition. This penniless priest assumed that if you were the level lord, and believed that this assumption was true, this penniless priest continued pondering from that starting point. Since you are the level lord, why are you so weak? Since you are so weak, why did you make such a bold statement at the beginning, to the point of claiming to have killed Shi Xiaobai to attract aggro? Since you have already attracted aggro, why did you deliberately emphasize that again at the end? It was like you were afraid that Sunless would not be ruthless enough to kill you. This penniless priest thought of many answers, but there was no way for this penniless priest to convince himself. Only when Sunless was about to pierce through your heart did your expression enlighten this penniless priest. That expression was not hysterical madness, fearless mockery, or release from giving up a struggle. Instead, it was complacency, a complacency of your scheme having succeeded. Thus, when this penniless priest realized that the act of being killed was the goal of this series of machinations. The reason why you were so weak but you still continuously attracted aggro was deliberate, because you were trying to be killed. And through reverse thinking, the reason why you wanted to be killed is because you are too weak. Therefore, this penniless priest came to a conclusion. Even if your heart is pierced, you would not die and instead become stronger. However, what caught this penniless priest by surprise is that your recovery ability is too terrifying. If this penniless priest did not guess wrong, the reason why you do not possess the strength required of a level lord is because of a limitation. Fatal damage might be the condition for lifting that limitation. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded by Lu Yu's series of explanations, but they could tell the rationale behind it. However, all of this was established on the assumption that Field Marshal Osimo was the level lord. It was unknown if Lu Yu should be said to have amazing insights or if he had been led astray by a particular boy to be able to come up with such an astonishing conclusion based on an assumption. Field Marshal Osimo was clearly given a fright. He was stunned as his expression turned capricious. To be able to deduce so much with that bit of information. Field Marshal Osimo's eyes flashed with killing intent as he pretended to remain calm. He said with a sneer, "You are half right. It doesn't matter even if the truth is told to you. All of this is actually a tiny game designed by that excellency. In order to make all of you struggle a little, that excellency had greatly reduced this field marshal's strength. If not, this field marshal would smack all of you to death with a single strike." That excellency? Lu Yu muttered, to make a level lord address the existence as that excellency and also be able to freely restrict a level lord's strength can only be the assessment program. But the assessment program is a program after all. How can it have such a strong level of self-awareness? Field Marshal Osimo gave a disdainful smile, but he did not answer Lu Yu's question. Instead, he said with a sneer, "The real game has only just begun." Lu Yu said with a sneer, "Your scheme has been exposed. The game is over. Although your strength has been enhanced after being killed once, but from the strike that you produced just now, you are still far from the strength of a level lord. Unfortunately, if the trial takers here combine forces and attack with all their might, they can even match a real level lord in battle. We might not be able to kill you, but we can definitely subdue you." Although it was somewhat exaggerated, after seeing Sunless strength in her crazy mode, Lu Yu believed that once Speechless recovered from his injuries, the combined forces of the 7 trial takers present could battle a level lord in his optimum state. Ha ha ha. Field Marshal Osimo seemed to think of something as he suddenly guffawed. His maniacal laughter eventually turned into a sneer. "You are really smart. Indeed, if none of you kill me, this field marshal would be in trouble, but unfortunately, all of you have to kill this field marshal, because there is no choice but to kill." Lu Yu said with a sneer, "No choice but to kill?" Field Marshal Osimo nodded and with squinted eyes, he said, "Aren't all of you eager to know where that boy is? This field marshal shall now tell you where he is." When Sunless heard that, she immediately lifted her head and took a step forward. A moment ago, she was like a mild and beautiful azure lotus, but at that moment, she was like an unsheathed sword. Lu Yu was appalled, but he thought of something shortly after. He said warily, "What are you plotting now?" Field Marshal Osimo sneered and said, "Just as you believed, this Field Marshal did not kill that boy. It's of course that all part of that Excellency's game. In fact, that boy and the person you call the Hero King are being trapped in an array world. But unfortunately, that is no ordinary array. It is a god-slaughtering formation that even gods will have trouble escaping from. This Field Marshal has no idea if they are still alive or not, but it is for certain that they will definitely die. They will die out of exhaustion sooner or later. So, all you can do is pray that the boy is still alive and think of ways to kill this Field Marshal. That's because only by killing this Field Marshal will the god-slaughtering formation be nullified. And it's best you do it as fast as possible because every second now might be that boy's last second." Field Marshal Osimo laughed maniacally as he said, "Do you understand? The game has only just begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 458, March 5th. Chapter 458, March 5th. Lu Yu immediately turned pale as his body began to tremble slightly. So that was the truth behind the nefarious plot. That was the true goal of Field Marshal Osimo. If what he said was true, Shi Xiaobai could only be saved by killing him. Furthermore, if he was not killed quickly enough, every additional second Shi Xiaobai spent in the so-called god-slaughtering formation was an additional level of danger. If they attempted to kill him, he would use his astounding self-recovery ability to revive and become stronger. This was a choice with only two options, but none of the options were correct. What should they do? How should he choose? What needed to be done to make it the best choice? At that moment, Lu Yu was once again at a loss. However, he was not the only one at a loss because the rest were momentarily unsure as to what to do. But it was during such moments where difficult choices needed to be made that Sunless, who was the most worried, could be able to quickly come to a decision. Without any hesitation, she raised her sword and charged at Field Marshal Osimo. Shi Xiaobai was in danger, so any additional second of delay would only spell danger for him. But by killing the Minotaur in front of her, she could save Shi Xiaobai. Then, what was there to hesitate? Of course she needed to kill him. As for his self-recovery ability, full revival, and becoming stronger after his revival? So what about that? As long as you are killed completely. Sunless eyes were cold as killing intent flashed in her eyes. Field Marshal Osimo immediately sneered when he saw Sunless charging towards him alone. Previously, the azure-dressed girl had indeed been suppressing him alone. But he was no longer the same as before. Be it in terms of strength, defense, or agility, they were all on a completely whole new level. Now, the situation would be completely reversed in a one-on-one situation. Although being killed by you another time will make this Field Marshal stronger, this Field Marshal does not want to experience such pain anymore. As long as you are killed, the rest are just negligible. This Field Marshal's current strength is enough to finish you. Field Marshal Osimo thought in his mind and he no longer hesitated. He raised his battle axe and cleaved at Sunless. Go to hell. However, it was unknown if it was an illusion on his part because when Field Marshal Osimo cleaved his battle axe, he suddenly felt that the girl's speed was faster than before. But immediately following that, he felt an intense pain in his back and he was immediately jolted awake. It was not an illusion, she had really become faster. Despite realizing that, he could not react in time because a new storm was ushered in by the azure-dressed girl. Furthermore, the new storm was more brutal and devastating than before. It was no joke. No matter how powerful his self-recovery was, it was not true revival. He had survived even with his heart shattered because of his strong vitality. But at that very moment, the girl in front of him clearly wanted to shred him to pieces, causing him to die completely. Field Marshal Osimo was alarmed but he could do nothing about it. All he could do was harden his vital spots and squat down while hugging his head so as to reduce the surface area which he could be injured before thinking of a way to strike back. However, he could not counterattack. There was no chance for it. She was too fast and too brutal. He had a feeling that if he acted recklessly, he would immediately be killed. He had clearly become stronger, but why was he still suppressed by her alone? Field Marshal Osimo could not accept the reality in front of him, but he could only silently endure the pain of the lacerations that constantly appeared on his body. Thankfully, he had done his best to protect his vital spots. Furthermore, with that excellency providing him with an amazing self-recovery ability, about one of his wounds could be recovered every second. Most importantly, those humans had yet to realize the real truth. In fact, it will become stronger just from injuries. There was no need for it to receive a fatal blow. Yes, that's right. As long as he received damage, his strength, defense, and speed would constantly increase. It would continue till he had the ability to counterattack. Yes, that was the theory. But why? Why did he feel that the girl that was wantonly abusing him was also quickly becoming stronger? Was it an illusion? No. It isn't an illusion. She really was becoming stronger. Furthermore, the speed at which she was becoming stronger was not slower than him, but that was because from the beginning, all he could do was defend. He did not even have the chance to strike back. He could not find that sliver of opportunity to do so. Madness. This is madness. Field Marshal Osimo roared angrily and fearfully in his heart. He never expected that a frail human could force him into such a situation. Not only was it Field Marshal Osimo, even the other rookies were dumbfounded. As objective bystanders, they were able to sense the killing intent in that madness but firm will exuded by Sunless. They could also sense that Sunless' speed was clearly increasing. Every strike of hers becoming fiercer as though the thunder in the storm had begun to resound incessantly. This time it was not a suppression but a one-sided abuse. The way Sunless beat him was too brutal. She was constantly moving at very fast speeds and attacking from various angles. There was no way to tell where she would appear from. It prevented the rest from intervening, so all they could do was watch in stunned silence from afar. Mu Yuesheng exclaimed, "Sunless is actually that strong." Pulp Farmer shook his head. "No, the most exaggerated thing should be the speed at which she is improving." Feng Yuanlin muttered to himself, "Hey, even the power of love shouldn't be this crazy, right? Her speed is increasing every second. The way she is breaking through is like she turned on a hacking program." Lu Yu remained silent for a long while before he suddenly sighed and said, "It's not that she is improving quickly, but that she is that strong to begin with." Feng Yuanlin said in astonishment, "Strong to begin with?" Lu Yu said with a nod, "Everyone thinks that Sunless is very strong, but that is all to it. At least when compared to Speechless, there would be a huge gap. Even Sunless probably thinks so herself. But that could not be further from the truth. Sunless possessed potential that she does not even realize herself. She has always mistaken 50% or 30% of her strength as her full strength. But when she requires, desires, or needs strength, she would produce the remaining part of her strength. Therefore, instead of saying that she is constantly holding back, it should be said that in order to save Shi Xiaobai, she has finally forced herself to approach her limits. Sunless is what a true prodigy is." Lu Yu said with mixed emotions. He had previously heard of such prodigies, but this was the first time he encountered one. Although Shi Xiaobai and Speechless were geniuses, they were under the category of talents with innate endowments. Their perceptions exceeded others, so even if their talents were extremely impressive, their improvements still required the accumulation of time and a process of progression. But a genius like Sunless usually would not even realize her potential. However, once she was forced into an adverse situation, she could immediately produce strength that far exceeded the norm. She possessed talent from the moment she was born, talent she did not even know of herself. In other words, Sunless possessed a treasure mountain that could be excavated at any time. That was what a prodigy was. In the past, Sunless only had her eyes on swords, so her mental state had never been perturbed. But now, with an additional Shi Xiaobai in her eyes, her heart began to really beat from the moment she liked Shi Xiaobai. At that moment in time, with Shi Xiaobai in danger, every second could be his last. Therefore, every second was not something she was willing to waste. In order to kill Field Marshal Osimo at a faster speed, she finally began to excavate her potential and approach her true limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, April 5th. Chapter 458, April 5th. A distance away, Speechless was deep in thought. A smile suffused across his lips. So China is filled with all sorts of hidden talents. Shi Xiaobai. Sunless. This was meant to be a meaningless selection, but who knew that there will be two geniuses that even this emperor has to be serious about? Looks like this year's World Youth Tournament will be rather interesting. Even this emperor only reached the round of 8 back then. Who knows how far they could go? The abuse continued for 3 minutes, but there were no signs of Sunless stopping. Field Marshal Osimo had also failed to find an opportunity to launch a counterattack, but he similarly was not killed. Although he was covered in wounds, he was still able to barely protect his weak spots and survive through excruciating pain. Feng Yuanlin scratched his head and said impatiently, Sunless is clearly becoming stronger, but why isn't Field Marshal Osimo's defense breaking apart yet? That was only something Feng Yuanlin said without any intentions, but although he did not have any intentions, the ones who heard it thought deeply about it. Lu Yu's irises constricted as cold sweat began oozing out of his forehead. Sunless was becoming stronger, but there was only one reason why Field Marshal Osimo was still undefeated. Field Marshal Osimo was also becoming stronger. Why didn't he realize such a simple matter? Idiot, to think you call yourself the world's smartest Taoist. You are a retarded idiot. Lu Yu cursed silently as his eyebrows knitted together while he began thinking. What a craft minotaur, to fool me with his deceit. But I'm also to be blamed for being stupid enough to not realize that injuries can also make him stronger. I subconsciously ignored the crazy possibility and subjectively believed that only fatal damage would trigger his strength enhancement. I'm really dumb. No, now is not the time to blame myself. If Field Marshal Osimo is constantly becoming stronger, then the situation is disastrous. No matter how much of a genius Sunless is, her talent is ultimately limited. If she excavates her potential to her limits, while Field Marshal Osimo constantly becomes stronger, the situation will eventually reverse. When the time comes, Sunless will be in trouble. But it's impossible for Sunless to stop now. Even though she knows she is in grave danger, she would ignore everything else. To her, saving Shi Xiaobai is something that cannot be delayed. It's something more important than her life. I can't stop her. If she can't be stopped, the only way is think of something else. Before the tide reverses on Sunless, I need to think of a method to kill Field Marshal Osimo completely. Lu Yu began surveying his surroundings as he tried his best to think of every possibility. He did not have the strength needed to reverse the battle situation. Furthermore, he had received the backlash when he previously used the incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth. However, he possessed an intelligence that was above average. The only weapon he had now was his brain that was filled with knowledge. Hurry up! There is no more time left. Rack your brains and think of something. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyes captured a petite figure while he was surveying his surroundings. An odd flash of brilliance appeared in his mind. The idea was somewhat risky, and the outcome was completely in the hands of that person. But with the present situation, all he could do was trust her. Lu Yu clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. He endured the pain his body was suffering and ran towards a particular direction at the fastest speed he could muster. Miss Lungshi. The sliver of hope Lu Yu saw was all in the hands of the bespectacled silver-haired girl. Mu Lingxi gave a cursory glance at him, but most of her attention was on Sunless. She was equally worried for Shi Xiaobai, but Sunless close-quarter combat with constantly changing positions prevented her from intervening. All she could do was stand by the side in nervousness. As she could not speak, she could only gesture with her eyes to inquire about Lu Yu's purpose. Lu Yu did not delay and went straight to the point. If this continues, Sunless might eventually lose, but you can help Sunless. Furthermore, it can kill Field Marshal Osimo completely. Are you willing? When Mu Lingxi heard half of his sentence, she had quickly turned her head over and nodded her head vigorously. Although she did not know what Lu Yu was talking about, she was willing to give it a try regardless of the cost and effort if she could help Sunless and kill Field Marshal Osimo. Lu Yu gave a satisfied smile. He could long tell that Mu Lingxi had affections for Shi Xiaobai. Although it was not as intense as Sunless, she clearly wouldn't sit idle. However, how much she was willing to help Shi Xiaobai would depend on how important Shi Xiaobai was in her heart. Bro, it's time to reveal the fruits of your flirting. Lu Yu quickly said, according to this penniless priest's observations, when you helped suppress Field Marshal Osimo, you likely used the soon-to-be lost art of magic. First, this penniless priest has a few questions he needs to ask. Please answer truthfully. Magic was an art that was about to be lost in the present day and age. Thousands of years ago, the human world's combat system was filled with all sorts of techniques. Magic, arcana, ninjutsu, Tao arts, Buddhist dharma, cybernetics, ESP. It could be said that humans had all sorts of combat systems, and each of them was different. But ever since psionic power was discovered and researched, the other combat systems like magic and arcana quickly revealed their flaws, once the initial psionic power system was established. As for psionic power, it nearly perfected all the flaws of the other combat systems, and was approaching perfection. Its low barrier of entry gave it its biggest advantage. Therefore, the psionic power system gradually became mainstream. When an extremely rewarding cultivation system like cogitation appeared in the world, it announced the decline of all other non-psionic power combat systems. Magic was one of the combat systems that had waned. Although magic could do many things that the psionic power system could not do, the flaws magic had were huge. Using magic was extremely draining on one's mental energies, and most importantly, magic required an incantation to trigger it. The more powerful the spell, the longer the incantation. In a high-level battle, psionites could use movement techniques to close the distance, but magic needed a long period of time to produce a high-level spell that would possess any threat. The psionic power system was not omnipotent, but it restrained the other systems. Furthermore, it did not have any clear nemesis that could threaten its spot, therefore, it became the only mainstream system in this day and age. However, even though it had waned, there were stubborn groups of other combat systems that passed down their heritage. Lu Yu's Taoist temple was one of the inheritors of the Tao arts, but Taoists these days would not only focus on Tao arts. Psionic abilities were still mandatory. When Lu Yu noticed that Mu Lingxi was using the nearly lost art of magic, he was rather shocked. That was because in an Eastern country like China, the handing down the teachings of magic was more difficult than Tao arts. Most mages were only dabblers. But he immediately recalled that Mu Lingxi was the top scholar of Beijing. She was a super rookie among super rookies and was officially forecast to be second. She was one rank higher than Sunless, so he could only come to a conclusion that Mu Lingxi must be a genius among genius mages. It was definitely an arduous undertaking for magic, which was restrained by psionic ability in an age where psionites were everywhere. In his flash of brilliance, Lu Yu had thought of a solution. He needed the help of Mu Lingxi's magic, but it was actually not simple because the premise required Mu Lingxi to possess extremely high attainments in magic. However, he could only choose to believe in her. He had to believe that the beautiful girl had what it took to be labeled as the king of super rookies. Towards Lu Yu's request, Mu Lingxi naturally nodded her head in agreement. Lu Yu immediately asked, "Do you know spatial magic? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 458, The Miracle of Magic, May 5th. Chapter 458, The Miracle of Magic, May 5th. Mu Lingxi nodded her head without any hesitation. Lu Yu asked once again, "Can you do spatial severance? Something like isolating field martialissimo into a tiny space?" Without any thought, Mu Lingxi immediately nodded. Lu Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but he meticulously asked for confirmation. "While Sunless is moving quickly and randomly, can you precisely isolate her from field martialissimo, and trap field martialissimo in an independent space? Can you really do that?" Mu Lingxi nodded her head as if it was taken for granted. Her helpless-looking eyes seemed to say, "Can you go straight to the point and cut the nonsense?" Lu Yu faltered secretly. She was indeed a genuine king of super rookies. But due to his meticulous personality, he immediately asked an extremely crucial question. "Then, last question, how long can you trap field martialissimo?" The question finally made Mu Lingxi ponder for a moment. After contemplating her own abilities, she stretched a finger out. Lu Yu said in astonishment, "Just 1 minute?" It was pretty excellent for a young mage like her to be able to trap field martialissimo for a minute, but 1 minute was not enough. Just as Lu Yu was somewhat disappointed, Mu Lingxi shook her head in a speechless manner. She looked at him with a disdainful look. It indicated that 1 minute was simply belittling her. Lu Yu immediately said in pleasant surprise, "That can't be. Could it be an hour?" Mu Lingxi shook her head as she pouted angrily. That look was extremely adorable, but Lu Yu was only left in shock. It was not 1 minute, nor was it an hour. Could it be one day? When he said those two words, Lu Yu felt like smacking himself in the face. How stupid was he to say 1 day? Spatial severance was a channeling spell which needed mental energies to be constantly injected into it. To be able to last an hour despite such intense consumption yet guaranteeing that field martialissimo could not free himself was heaven-defying. But a day? Why haven't you ascended to heaven? Lu Yu denigrated in his heart, but when he saw Mu Lingxi nod her head slowly, that adorable expression seemed to say, "How stupid are you to only realize that?" Lu Yu stared agape and was momentarily at a loss for words. This lass looked rather cute, but who knew that she liked to brag this much? Lu Yu found it unbelievable, but he did not know what to say. Although he did not understand much about magic, he knew how ridiculous it was to conjure a channeling spell for an hour. However, now wasn't the time to debate about the matter. Of course, the moment he fell into a daze, the silver-haired girl stared at him viciously once again. Actually being able to maintain it for 10 minutes is sufficient, but of course, maintaining it for an hour would be more assuring. Lu Yu did not dare waste any time as he said, "Then, now use your magic to isolate field martialissimo." The time needed to chant such a high-level spell like spatial severance might be a bit long, so, just as Lu Yu wanted to tell her to do her best at reducing the time it took to chant the spell incantation, he noticed that Mu Lingxi had taken an aged spellbook from her backpack and quickly flipped it open. The instant the spellbook was flipped open, a 6-pointed star runic formation bloomed from the spellbook like colorful petals. Mu Lingxi stretched out a finger towards the battle in the distance. Lu Yu turned his head in disbelief as he saw a colorful sprinkling of light. The sword Sunless slashed out seemed to hit an invisible wall and was blocked. And Field Marshal Osimo, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to notice something. He suddenly looked up and roared angrily. He suddenly raised his battle axe and cleaved it into the air, but his cleave halfway was blocked by an invisible barrier. The formless and invisible spatial barrier only produced a fleeting fluctuation like a ripple. Without a doubt, the scene that befell everyone's eyes was the phenomenon created by spatial severance. But, what about the spell incantation? Ignoring the spell incantation, Mu Lingxi did not even open her mouth. Holy shit, doesn't she need to do an incantation? Furthermore, she was able to instantly use such high-level magic like spatial severance? Was this fucking magic? Could she fucking still be considered a mage? That's not right. Isn't Mu Lingxi a mute? Lu Yu finally thought of the foolish question that could be considered a blind spot. Since Mu Lingxi was a mute, how could she chant a spell incantation? This problem should be something he should have realized from the beginning. So she did not chant? But, isn't a mage that doesn't need to chant a bug in reality? Lu Yu's mind was filled with holy shit. Pa! Suddenly, when he felt like his head was being smashed in by something, Lu Yu was jolted awake and realized that Mu Lingxi had used the spellbook to smack him in the head. She was looking anxious and was constantly pointing in the direction of Sunless. Lu Yu suddenly remembered what was important. He turned his head and saw that not only was Field Martialissimo attacking the spatial barrier, even Sunless was also maniacally striking the spatial barrier. She was abnormally furious with the spatial severance that prevented her from killing Field Martialissimo. Fractures began appearing in the spatial barrier from their assaults as though it was glass that could shatter at any moment. Clearly, it was unable to withstand the full force of the two. Mu Lingxi's expression appeared in pain, but her eyes were filled with determination. The spellbook in her hand was blooming with resplendent radiance as she constantly repaired the spatial barrier that was about to shatter. Lu Yu jumped in fright as he hurriedly shouted, "Sunless, quickly stop! Now that Field Martialissimo is being isolated in an independent space, quickly use your superpower and extract all the air from it. Suffocate him to death." That was the brilliant plan Lu Yu had come up with. Sunless superpower, air abjuration, had very little use in battle, because she could only remove a fixed amount of air in a small region of space. It was basically useless against moving enemies. But this attack was a death blow to enemies that could not move. No matter how powerful Field Martialissimo's vitality and recovery was, there was no way he could survive if he did not have air. Although suffocating needed a rather long period of time, it was definitely better than not being able to kill him and causing him to constantly become stronger. Sunless naturally understood that, but her eyes flashed in disgruntlement. If it was possible, she did not want Shi Xiaobai to risk his life for even a second, but she could not help but admit that it was very unlikely that she could kill Field Martialissimo. The method Lu Yu took the liberty to implement was the best method. Sunless sighed and began using air abjuration in the independent space that trapped Field Martialissimo. As such, it was a flip of the coin of fate. It was two completely different fates whether Field Martialissimo would first suffocate or if Shi Xiaobai would be killed by the god-slaughtering formation. And what she could only do now was to sincerely pray for him. Sunless took a few steps back as she lowered her head. There was a trace of exhaustion in her eyes. The way she suddenly turned silent made her resemble a quietly blooming azure lotus. It was as if the storm from being with tumultuous thunder and lightning was just an illusion of the rest. Having been isolated in a vacuum, Field Martialissimo finally could not appear as calm as before. The light green skin on his face gradually turned purple with the passage of time. He began sucking in big mouthfuls of air that did not exist. His eyes were slowly turning white as he brandished his battle axe while striking the spatial barrier with a grimacing look. He was struggling maniacally with all he got. Fractures constantly appeared on the spatial barrier as though it was about to shatter, but it managed to withstand Field Martialissimo's attacks before his death. Furthermore, the power of magic was constantly repairing it, so it formed a balance with the damage. Lu Yu was extremely astonished. Field Martialissimo's strength was much stronger than before despite being abused by Sunless. It had exceeded his expectations, but the silver-haired girl beside him was still able to perfectly carry out her mission. She responded in an outstanding manner towards his extremely risky plan that had no room for mistake. She indeed lived up to being the king of super rookies. However, the biggest problem now was whether she could last till Field Martialissimo died completely. Lu Yu glanced to his side. Mu Lingxi's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Clearly, constantly repairing the spatial barrier was not an easy task, but she looked calm and composed. She was apparently not bragging when she indicated that she could last an entire day. A mage like her, who did not need to chant spell incantations and had precise control over magic, as well as unimaginable amount of mana and mental energies, was practically a lost goddess of magic. She bestowed miracles on the human world. All the best. Lu Yu sighed in his heart. I'm really sorry to place such a heavy task on you. But now, the coin of victory is held in your hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, 1/2. Chapter 459, 1/2. The god slaughtering formation was a forbidden formation technique used in ancient times to kill gods. As long as the person presiding over the formation core was strong enough, even a real god would not be able to escape it. There were only two ways to escape the god slaughtering formation. One of them was destroy the formation core outside the array world, while the second was to use a strength that even the array world could not withstand. Of course, it was impossible for the people trapped in the array world to destroy the formation core outside the array world, so without the help from others, the only way to escape the array world was to tear open an exit with a strength the god slaughtering formation could not withstand. Back in the 6th level, 4-level lords had been gathered together. The assessment program had given them the mission of eradicating the virus. However, against the intruding virus, Kali, the level lords had no hope of victory despite Kali having sealed her strength to the psionic mortal realm. Therefore, they had to activate the forbidden technique from ancient times that could kill gods. Even a powerful figure like Kali was unable to forcefully break out of the god slaughtering formation with her powers sealed. She eventually needed to use the power of corruption to save Shi Xiaobai at the cost of becoming a fallen pixie that she abhorred. And at this moment in time, Shi Xiaobai and Dawn were being trapped in the god slaughtering formation. Although the setup of the formation core was not as lavish as having 4-level lords, it was impossible to exceed the array world's capacity with the strength of the two, even if they simultaneously used the power of the Sword Soul and Excalibur. It was no doubt fool's talk if they wanted to crack the god slaughtering formation. If no one helped destroy the formation core exterior to the array world, there was no way for them to escape. However, the duo did not know that they were trapped in such an uncrackable array world. They were still attempting to find a way to escape that did not even exist. However, such racking of brains could not last too long because the horde of monsters had already begun attacking the shell of the black turtle from every direction. The translucent turtle shell was beginning to reveal cracks on its surface. After withstanding the blasts from the black beams of light and then getting attacked by a horde of monsters, even a divine artifact like the shell of the black turtle would not be able to last very long. There's no more time. Dawn made the calmest of judgments as she said to Shi Xiaobai, the shell of the black turtle cannot last much longer. Now is not the time to consider how we can escape this world, but to think of a way to escape from the encirclement of these monsters. In short, how to live on was the biggest problem they were facing. Shi Xiaobai nodded and temporarily put aside the thoughts on escaping the world. He surveyed his surroundings, but monsters filled every corner. Furthermore, there were more and more monsters running from afar to encircle them. It was as if they were in the middle of a sea of monsters, and in the sky were hordes of flying monsters. At the instant the shell of black turtle cracked, they would definitely be drowned by the monsters. How were they to escape and survive such a situation? Dawn had clearly already considered how they could escape from the monsters while Shi Xiaobai was pondering over how they could escape the world. She directly told him what she thought. Later on, I'll use the power of my sword soul to forcefully open up a path. We shall use the opportunity to escape to the periphery of the encirclement at the fastest speed possible. Although the outer perimeter has many monsters as well, the periphery is more expansive. The monsters can't cover every inch of it. As long as we find a hole between their cracks, we can escape towards the exterior with flash motion. I believe that the closer we are to the periphery, the more cracks there will be. Dawn said calmly, in short, we should leave this place first. We should reach a slightly safer spot before we consider how we can escape this world. Shi Xiaobai was taken aback slightly as he pondered seriously over Dawn's method. The interior was filled with monsters, but there was a wide area towards the exterior. There were indeed many empty spots in between the monsters, so if they were able to escape to the periphery, the chances of successfully escaping would be rather large. However, in order to open up a path, Dawn had to use the power of her sword soul once again. Could she withstand the use of such tremendous power for 3 times in such a short period of time? Most importantly, with the tiny bit of strength he had barely recovered, how long could he use crab steps? Shi Xiaobai pondered over the situation carefully as he gradually stood up from the ground. At the instant he stood up, his legs could not help but tremble. He immediately focused so as to not appear that weak. Damn it, was that all the energy he could recover after such a long period of time? Shi Xiaobai lamented over his situation. The side effects of using Excalibur while disregarding everything had far exceeded his expectations. It was likely that he could not recover in a short period of time. The situation that he was in right now was truly terrible. All he could do was use the remaining bit of energy to forcefully use crab steps. All he could do might be to run to the periphery, and when the time came, he would collapse out of exhaustion. The girl beside him might very well stop in order to save him. He did not want to die there, but even more so, he did not want to implicate her. Regardless of anything, at least she had to live on. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai pretended to stay calm and said, we shall act as you said, but after escaping their encirclement, we should separate. 2 people is too big a target. It will be easier to break through alone. When we run outwards to a safe distance, we can meet up again. Sorry, this king might not be able to fulfill the promise of meeting up. But even if you are alone, please live on as best as you can. Shi Xiaobai sighed as he pretended to give a solemn expression that could not be refuted. When Dawn heard that, she stood up in silence and walked slowly towards him with a deadpan expression. That pair of ice-blue eyes was colder and more imposing than they ever were. She slowly raised her hand and suddenly pushed him in the chest. Shi Xiaobai, who had barely managed to stand up straight, was caught off guard as he fell straight to the ground. Shi Xiaobai suffused a bitter smile. That girl was truly too smart to easily see through his thoughts. In your present state, you won't be able to run to the periphery alone. Dawn squatted down and gave him a serious and solemn stare. Shi Xiaobai immediately grinned and said, don't worry. This king is the king of kings after all. How can this king die here? As long as a tiny trick is used, these monsters can't do anything to this king. This king will definitely meet up with you in the periphery, so... Lies. The girl's calm voice that was filled with rich hidden emotions cut Shi Xiaobai off from continuing his lies. She sighed and stretched out her hand. She gently touched Shi Xiaobai's face and said softly, do you know that surviving in a world alone is more terrifying than death? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459, To the Ends of the World Together, 2 halves. Chapter 459, To the Ends of the World Together, 2 halves. Lies. The girl's calm voice that was filled with rich hidden emotions cut Shi Xiaobai off from continuing his lies. She sighed and stretched out her hand. She gently touched Shi Xiaobai's face and said softly, do you know that surviving in a world alone is more terrifying than death? The words that were filled with feelings seemed to conceal a hidden story. It caused Shi Xiaobai to face it in silence. See? Suddenly, he felt pain in his cheeks as Shi Xiaobai jolted awake from the melancholic mood. He saw Dawn pinching his cheeks forcefully and staring at him with her beautiful ice-blue eyes. Her voice had the tensions of a girl, so, your suggestion of running separately has been rejected. If you want to run, we run together. If you want to die, we die together. No more nonsense, or I'll really turn angry. Shi Xiaobai felt his heart turn warm as he felt touched. He was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, he sighed and said seriously, "This king never easily gives up, but this time, this king does not know how long he can last as well. You should understand that by running together, this king will only implicate you. Get on." Shi Xiaobai's sentence was interrupted midway. What? Shi Xiaobai looked up in astonishment and saw Dawn genuflecting with her back facing him. She was using a tone that left no room for doubt to say, "Get on, I'll carry you." The shoulder frame that did not seem very broad in that slender figure accentuated her slim figure. With a firm tone, she said, "Get on, I'll carry you." It was like a pair of warm hands were tightly holding Shi Xiaobai's heart. Shi Xiaobai fell into a prolonged silence before eventually shaking his head. He said in a resolute manner, "No, using the power of your sword soul for a third time would definitely have consumed a great deal of energy. You won't be able to last long carrying another person while running under such a situation. This will not be an implication but this king dragging you to die together. It's impossible for this king to do that." Dawn gave a gentle smile and said, "Don't worry, my mental energies have fully recovered. Your tiny bit of weight would not affect me at all. Furthermore, if I carry you, the target is equivalent to being only one person. You would not need to worry about your weakness implicating me. Isn't his a method that kills two birds with one stone?" Lies. Shi Xiaobai shook his head resolutely. To carry a person under such a situation would definitely result in a very restricted situation when it comes to dodging. It will also greatly increase the expenditure of stamina. It will only exhaust you faster. This king definitely can't do that. Dawn wiped the smile off her face slowly as she looked solemnly at Shi Xiaobai for a few seconds. She suddenly raised her hand and said, "If you don't climb on, I'll knock you unconscious and run with you on my back." The overbearing tone and serious expression indicated that she was absolutely not joking. Shi Xiaobai was left dumbfounded, but he knew very well that if Dawn wanted to knock him unconscious, he did not have any strength to resist her. Furthermore, resistance would only waste Dawn's stamina. He obviously would not do so. However, wasn't it just making trouble for herself to carry an unconscious person while running in the horde of monsters? No, she was being serious. She would really do that. That was really too unreasonable. Shi Xiaobai felt his head ache. He could not think of a way to convince the adamant girl despite racking his brains. At that moment, he suddenly felt his body seemingly turn weightless. "Hey!" Shi Xiaobai was appalled. It turned out that the girl had given up on convincing him. She forcefully carried him. Shi Xiaobai attempted to resist, but he immediately received a warning stare. "Oh?" Dawn stared at him with a sideways glance before she lightly waved her right hand. Shi Xiaobai was left beyond tears and all he could do was quiet down. Dawn had suddenly become dictatorial because she was telling him that a war of words was useless. She was determined to carry him. Shi Xiaobai finally gave up on resisting because it was better being conscious than being knocked out. If he was unconscious, there was really nothing he could do. Rip! At that moment, there was the sound of clothes tearing. Shi Xiaobai looked to his side and saw that the girl had tugged at her sleeve and torn a piece of fabric from it, exposing a tiny bit of her fair arm. What was she doing? After half a minute, the answer was revealed. He saw the girl tear out patches after patches of fabric before twisting them into a rope. After that, she looped the rope around her chest and his back, tying them tightly together. She tightened the rope with a lot of strength. And even though it caused their bodies to stick closely together, she did not react to it. She did so only to ensure that the rope was tightened so that he would not fall off midway. However, she was apparently worrying over something else. She suddenly said in a nonchalant tone, "If you forcefully escape the rope, I will immediately turn back and tie you back together." Shi Xiaobai was left at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. The girl could even read his mind of him choosing to sacrificing himself during moments of danger. Such a dictatorial method gave him no opportunities to reject her. But such a high-handed action made Shi Xiaobai even more touched. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a long time before sighing gently. He slowly leaned his body down and wrapped his arms around the girl's white neck. He placed his head on her shoulder, and although it was a very intimate posture, it could also save most of her strength. He was out of options, so he could only choose to believe in her and do his best to recover his strength in the shortest amount of time for her. However, what was going on was quite a normal cliché. Wasn't it supposed to be the boy domineeringly carrying the girl? Why was it completely opposite when it came to them? The script isn't right. Shi Xiaobai had the rare feeling of being bashful and embarrassed. However, he did not know that the girl that was carrying him was feeling even more bashful. From the front, to which he could not see, Dawn had her head lowered. She was gently biting her lower lip as she was already blushing red. Light constantly shimmered in her eyes in a brilliant and attractive manner, with a hint of a young girl's charm in them. In her bashfulness, there was a hint of sweetness, and the sweetness was intermixed with a hint of agony. She was having mixed emotions, but she only had one thought. Protect him. Even at the cost of my life. Dawn looked up at the shell of black turtle that was about to shatter at any moment. Outside the shell, there were hordes of monsters that gnashed their teeth and brandished their claws. There were incessant roars that were filled with killing intent. Even if death were to inundate the entire world, she would definitely open up a path to live on with him. If this world did not have light, then... Hey, Shi Xiaobai, we have to live on. Because we agreed to proceed forward together. The girl held onto the boy's feet with one hand, while her other hand held the holy sword named Lucifer's sword. She said gently, proceed forward together, to the ends of the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 1/3. Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 1/3. 3 minutes. A very long 3 minutes. An excruciating 3 minutes. To Field Marshal Osimo, that was the most painful 3 minutes of his life. That was the first time he had a true understanding how important air was to life. It was also the first time he realized how excruciating it was to not be able to breathe. But, apparently, all of that was too late. Even though he used all his strength, it was insufficient to break the spatial barrier. The silver-haired demoness magic was redoubtable and she seemed to have undying will. All of that made him feel a deep sense of despair. Slowly, his consciousness began to fade away. He knew that the moment he fainted, it would be the end of him. His long life that had spanned 10,000 years would finally come to a close. He had lived for too long and had long forgotten death. But at that moment, he finally recalled of the horror of being at the mercy of death. At the cost of being trapped in the 9 revolutions transcendental world, he had obtained near eternal life, so he did not want to die, no matter the cost. But the more he resisted death, the more he feared it. Fear made Field Marshal Osimo begin to wail hysterically. However, without any air to propagate sound, he could not even voice it out. The remaining essence of his life was beginning to flow away like sand. Extreme fear made him feel extreme hate. He hated the Taoist that forced him into the despairing situation. He hated that azure-dressed girl who had beaten him so badly that he could not fight back. He hated that silver-haired demoness that enclosed his hope in a separate dimension. At the same time, he hated that excellency that had sealed his strength to make the game more interesting. He felt hate, but he had a tiny shred of an extravagant wish. Would that excellency save him? Even though he was already a failed toy, would the excellency have a guilty conscience considering how he had acted dutifully for 10,000 years? No, how could the excellency have any heart? Extravagant hopes and despair interweaved in his heart as his consciousness and hope slowly extinguished as he struggled helplessly. Is it finally going to end? Lu Yu wiped the cold sweat from his nervous face. Field Marshal Osimo was already sprawled on the ground and did not even have the strength to move. Everything had happened as Lu Yu planned, but he did not dare to heave a sigh of relief. They could not relax until Shi Xiaobai was rescued and Field Marshal Osimo was completely dead. However, the most worrisome matters typically were the easiest to happen. Just as Field Marshal Osimo was about to close his eyes, a black shadow descended from the sky. A black beam with an ice-cold luster flashed across like a steel string, cleaving the solid spatial barrier into two instantly. Field Marshal Osimo's body was also taken out of the vacuum zone at the next moment. The sudden turn of events gave the nervous group a shock. They immediately cast their gazes over. The black shadow was extremely fast. In a few seconds, it had brought Field Marshal Osimo to the boundary of the basin. When it stopped, Field Marshal Osimo, who had been thrown behind it, was gasping for the air that he had yearned for. It was like a dried fish had finally returned to the ocean. On second look, the black shadow looked truly terrifying. It was taller and bigger in size than Field Marshal Osimo. Its hair was burning with green flames and it was dozens of feet tall. It was burning like a candle. One of its eyes was at the top of its head, and another was found on its chin. They were of different shapes, with some triangular and some crescent-shaped. Its nose had nostrils like the eyes of a snail. They protruded and retracted from time to time, with one facing to the sky and one facing to the ground. One of its ears grew in front while another grew behind. Their shapes were horrifying. Its skin exuded a strange grayness, making it appear very striking in daytime. Its right hand held a samurai sword that was completely black as it exuded an appalling aura. Everyone turned alert. From the way it had slashed apart the spatial barrier in one strike and the speed it demonstrated, the ugly monster was definitely very powerful. Who are you? Lu Yu questioned very directly. Thou shalt knoweth me as Earthbound Yaksha. The ugly monster did not plan on concealing his identity at all. With a hoarse and piercing voice, it said, Thou shalt knoweth that standing before thee is the level lord of the 8th level who was ordered to save this trash, and slaughter thee. Thou shalt knoweth that my strength is at maximum capacity. There is no need for thee to struggle. Everyone was alarmed. The ugly monster was actually the level lord of the 8th level, named Earthbound Yaksha. How did the 8th level's level lord come to the world of the 7th level? Wasn't this in violation of the assessment program's defined rules? But no, if the mastermind behind this was the assessment program, it was only natural that it could change it as it wished. And from the power it revealed, it did not seem to be bluffing. Could it be as it said that it was the level lord at full strength? If that was the case, wouldn't the sudden appearance of this character be too troublesome? Everyone turned secretly anxious as they clenched the weapons in their hands to prepare for battle. Has the Excellency finally decided to end this meaningless game? Field Marshal Osimo laughed maniacally. He felt more hateful after surviving the calamity. However, he first coldly looked at Earthbound Yaksha that had termed him this trash. He said in a deep voice, You deliberately waited till this Field Marshal was about to die before you appeared. Was it the Excellency's intentions or yours? Earthbound Yaksha turned its head with a stare and said calmly, Obviously it is not of mine own intention. If 't be true not, thine complete death would mark the appearance of me. To what end is there to keepeth trash like thee? Field Marshal Osimo thundered angrily, Fool, if this Field Marshal was at his full strength, you wouldn't be able to put up a fight at all. Earthbound Yaksha chuckled coldly as it said, Thou art living in dreams. Field Marshal Osimo stared angrily at the Yaksha's back, but he knew that he needed its protection. It went to great effort to snuff out his flames of anger, but immediately directed the hatred away. He said in a deep voice, Earthbound Yaksha, do not harm those humans. They are not to die so easily. This field marshal will let them have a taste of the agony of hell. Count it as if this field marshal owes you one. Earthbound Yaksha gave Field Marshal Asimo a penetrating look and said with a chuckle, "What thou owe is useless, but better than nothing it is not." The group sheltered spared as thee please. The two-level lords exchanged biting remarks as though there was no one else. They did not think anything of the 7 trial takers present. Sunless finally lost her patience. Although she could directly sense that overwhelming power exuded by the earthbound Yaksha was much higher than Field Marshal Asimo, she knew she could not act hastily. Only by cooperating with the rest would their chances of victory be higher. However, she really could not wait any longer. The moment she thought of Shi Xiaobai in danger, she did not wish to wait another second longer. When her calmness reached its limit, her reason collapsed as a result. With sword clenched, Sunless took a step forward. But at that moment, a voice that had been silent for a long while suddenly sounded. "Sunless, wait a moment first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 2/3. Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 2/3. The voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, while Sunless subconsciously turned her head over. She saw Speechless walking slowly over. Mu Yuesheng immediately used Lightning Flash Step to come to his side. After a careful check, she realized that the wound on Speechless' left chest had basically been healed. She could not help but smack her lips and say, "It's completely healed." Lu Yu said in astonishment, "Isn't that recovery rate of yours way too astounding?" In the distance, Pulp Farmer's eyes were filled with admiration. He was the only one who knew how Speechless was able to quickly recover from his wounds. More impressive than his recovery rate was his ability to endure excruciating pain. The scene of Speechless mangling his wounds while remaining nonchalant had been drilled into Pulp Farmer's mind. Sunless was also somewhat astonished, but she did not have any time to care about that. She used a curious glance to inquire Speechless why she had to wait. Speechless also guessed that Sunless was extremely anxious, so he did not keep her in suspense. As he walked over, he said, "Now, the most important thing is to kill Field Marshal Asimo and rescue Shi Xiaobai. We no longer have time to beat or kill Earthbound Yaksha. Now the best method is for you to wait by the side. The 6 of us will do our best to hold back Earthbound Yaksha. Grab an opportunity and directly murder Field Marshal Asimo. I know you are in a hurry, but you are the one with the highest chances of killing Field Marshal Asimo among the 7 of us. My strength might be higher than yours, but in terms of damage and burst of strength, I'm inferior to you. So, you have to wait patiently. Wait till we are able to hold back Earthbound Yaksha before striking. The outcome will depend on that." Sunless remained silent for a moment as the momentary return of her reason told her that Speechless' method was correct. She nodded and turned around to retreat to a spot far away from the rest. She held her sword in wait. Her sharp eyes made her seem like she was a leopard that would pounce at any time. A cold smile suffused across Earthbound Yaksha lips. The few humans had brazenly revealed their strategy, and that act was completely ignoring its existence. "Thou shalt attempt holding me back?" Nothing more than a bunch of naive daws. Fine, I doth not mind letting them has to taste of the cruelness of despair. Speechless was always a person of action. He immediately demonstrated the executive power of his decision. After explaining his plan to Sunless in front of everyone, he did not waste a single second. The strolling suddenly came to an end as he burst forward and charged at Earthbound Yaksha. He was like a crouching tiger that had suddenly pounced. Pulp Farmer, Feng Yuanlin, triangular formation, seal its movements with this emperor. Mu Yuesheng, Lu Yu, long-range suppression, Mu Lingxi, spatial transference, targeted on Field Marshal Asimo. Speechless shouted as he ran, and finished his battle strategy assignments at the fastest possible speed. The 6 people whose names were shouted immediately did the corresponding actions. Speechless was always considered by the masses as the #1 youth in China. There was no one below the age of 16 in China whose fame could compare with his. And what resulted in his fame was his unparalleled talent. For years ago, he had represented China to take part in the once every 4 years World Hero Tournament, Youth Division. He had fought all the geniuses in the world below the age of 16. Back then, he was only 10 years old, and his cultivation realm was only at the psionic mortal realm. Yet, he had managed to enter the round of 8, stunning the world. As the rookies knew this, none of them hesitated at executing Speechless orders. Pulp Farmer charged from the left with spear in hand. Feng Yuanlin raised a gigantic shield and bashed from the right. Speechless charged straight in front of Earthbound Yaksha. The triangular spots they were standing in closed in on Earthbound Yaksha, forming a complete seal with the basin's cliff walls. Mu Yuesheng placed her hands to the ground as ice blue lightning bolts sizzled. 2 bolts as big as vines meandered through the ground like snakes. They bit at Earthbound Yaksha's feet from a hidden angle. Lu Yu threw his few remaining paper talismans and quickly chanted a few incantations. Translucent chains began to emerge out of the paper talismans, and on the end of the chains were sharp hooks that flailed towards the Earthbound Yaksha's limbs. Mu Lengxi flipped through her ancient spellbook and focused to release her magic. Although the spells she conjured did not need any chanting, a spell like spatial transference that bordered on forbidden magic still needed a period of time to accumulate her mana. The spellbook glowed with intensity, changing from weak to strong. Elemental magic began to tremble as they formed spatial power. Sunless waited a distance away while gathering her strength. After listening to Speechless battle assignments, she had understood his plan. If nothing went wrong, Mu Lengxi would use spatial transference to move Field Marshal Osimo, who was hiding behind Earthbound Yaksha, near her. The Speechless trio would seal off Earthbound Yaksha's route of escape, while Mu Yuesheng and Lu Yu would hold Earthbound Yaksha back from a distance, giving her ample time. It was unknown how long they could hold Earthbound Yaksha back, and what she could do was to do her best to kill Field Marshal Osimo in the shortest amount of time when he was teleported to her. This was very likely their last chance. Sunless held her breath as she clenched her sword tightly. Earthbound Yaksha squinted its scarlet eyes and glanced scornfully at the group. A teasing smile suffused across its lips. "Thee bethink it's a perfect plan, . But foolish humans, thee hast mistaken something. Doth thee not knoweth I am the Earthbound Yaksha?" The Earthbound Yaksha sneered as it slowly raised the black samurai sword in its hand. Vaireva Heavenly Slash. It lifted its hand and fell its blade. It looked like a slice from top to bottom, but 6 cold black blade beams slashed out in different directions simultaneously. In addition, when the Earthbound Yaksha raised its black blade, a force that caused the hearts to palpitate filled the area. It caused the group to feel their souls tremble as their bodies turned stiff. They were instantly unable to move. The 6 black blade beams flashed over as the situation instantly reversed. Pulp Farmer's chest armor was slashed into 2 as he flew backwards while spewing boiling blood. Feng Yuanlin's gigantic shield was shattered as a deep wound was slashed on his shoulder. He nearly lost his entire arm. The paper talismans floating in the air were diced to pieces by the blade beam, causing Lu Yu to suffer a backlash. He coughed out blood as he knelt to the ground. As for the lightning bolts that were winding through the ground, they were cleaved apart by the blade beams that fell from the sky. The blade beams traced the lightning bolts back to Mu Yuesheng. Thankfully, she severed her output in time and prevented her organs from suffering severe damage. However, she was instantly left seriously injured by forcefully severing her attack. Mu Lengxi was fine as she managed to conjure an ice shield to withstand the blade beam, but the ice shield had been conjured in a rush, so it was unable to fully withstand the blade beam. The remaining blade beam slashed through the spellbook in her hands. Speechless used mirror replication and forcefully produced Vaireva Heavenly Slash with a samurai sword he produced using psionic power. However, all he managed was to stop the blade beam that was heading straight for him. With a single slash of its blade, Earthbound Yaksha had injured 4 of them and torn up the spellbook. It was equivalent to 5 of them losing their ability to do battle. Only Speechless could still continue to do battle. Earthbound Yaksha said with a sneer, "All of thee hast underestimated mine own power." No matter how perfect a plan was, it was useless against the huge gap separating them from absolute strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 3/3. Chapter 460, Earthbound Yaksha, 3/3. Speechless could not help but clench his fist. He had indeed underestimated Earthbound Yaksha's strength, but it was not because of the strike called Vairava Heavenly Slash, but the soul suppression the Earthbound Yaksha had dealt to them before it struck. That intimidating instant was what determined the outcome. In the psionic cultivation realms, only entities with cultivation at the psionic might realm could deliver soul suppression. Although the Earthbound Yaksha's power did not come from psionic power, it was possible to estimate that its strength was above the psionic might realm at the very least. Psionic mortal realm, psionic soul realm, psionic might realm. Their cultivation levels were 2 full realms away from Earthbound Yaksha's. Speechless had a certain amount of immunity when it came to soul suppression, because he had undergone training to resist soul suppression from a young age. It was termed resistance training, and he had long imbued the resistance into his being. But the rest likely had not experienced any strict form of resistance training. Their ability to resist stemmed purely from their personal willpower. The more resolute one's willpower was, the less influence soul suppression had on them. From the looks of it, Muyue Sheng, Pulp Farmer, Lu Yu, and Feng Yuanlin were unable to resist soul suppression. Although they were only momentarily suppressed, it was deadly enough. If Earthbound Yaksha had not fulfilled his promise to Field Marshal Osimo and spared their lives, they would probably already be dead. Mu Lengxi had barely managed to withstand the soul suppression, and was able to conjure an ice shield to defend, but she was unable to change the outcome of her spellbook being destroyed. From the looks of it, even if the 5 of them did not lose their ability to do combat, they would be useless in the battle if they could not withstand soul suppression. Therefore, this battle was a solo duel for the only person who could withstand the soul suppression, Speechless. No, that's not right. There was another person. Speechless glanced at Sunless, who was in the distance. She looked like she was eager to strike, and with her close to madness willpower, it was unlikely for her to succumb to soul suppression, right? However, was it really good to let her join the battle? The most important thing to do now was not to defeat Earthbound Yaksha but to kill Field Marshal Osimo to save Shi Xiaobai. The plan could not change, so he could only hold back Earthbound Yaksha himself. Speechless decided firmly on the spot as he charged at Earthbound Yaksha once again. At the same time, he shouted at Sunless, "Sunless, try finding an opportunity from the side. Remember, your goal is Field Marshal Osimo. Leave Earthbound Yaksha to me. You just need to think of ways to kill Field Marshal Osimo." Sunless nodded and expressed her agreement to his proposal. Earthbound Yaksha responded with a sneer, "What's the point of struggling?" Struggle? A cold smile suffused in Speechless' heart. Arrogance was a fatal weakness. People who belittled others would typically pay a terrible price. As he was blessed by God, he possessed the most outstanding human genes. He had awakened his S-class superpower, mirror replication. Mirror replication had several usage limitations. First, mirror replication was automatically triggered. When someone near him used a move, the move would be automatically replicated and stored. Second, mirror replication could only store 10 moves. When the 11th move was stored, the first move would be deleted. Third, the storage time of mirror replication only lasted an hour. The move would be deleted after an hour. Fourth, moves that surpassed his own strength could not be replicated. Although there were many limitations, the usage effects were extremely monstrous. It perfectly matched the evaluation of a S-class superpower. And its effects were zero energy consumption, zero cost, perfectly stored moves. The concept of perfect replication lay in delay time, duration, release strength, and various other aspects. However, Dawn had previously spotted certain flaws in it, proving that it was not perfect replication. It actually had very minute differences. Despite the many limitations and flaws, Speechless' superpower still allowed him to have inestimable upper limits to his strength. Although Mu Lingxi and company had their attacks interrupted, thankfully, his automatic replication was triggered, so he had stored 10 mirrored moves. Therefore, he alone was able to complete a plan that needed 6 people. Speechless charged straight at Earthbound Yaksha and used familiar psionic conjuration to construct a psionic samurai sword. His first blade he slashed out was Vairava Heavenly Slash. A look of surprise flashed in Earthbound Yaksha's eyes. It never expected that the human was able to ignore its soul suppression, and was able to slash out a Vairava Heavenly Slash that was extremely close in strength as the one it could produce. However, it faced the attack in a composed manner. It easily shattered the black blade beam as though it was teasing its prey. At that moment, Speechless suddenly leaped high into the sky and used psionic power to give him a forward burst. He stayed in midair for a few seconds as he quickly chanted, "Vileless begone from the heaven and earth, mysteries and gods encaved in unfathomable profoundness, imbue me with world power of the highest order, announcing to the 9 heavens, inviting the purifying generals and ambassadors, the slaying of demons, ascending for myriad souls." In the short period of time taken to chant, he was able to construct more than 100 psionic talismans with the stored memories of mirror replication. At the final instance of his chant, he scattered the talismans into the sky. Incantation for purifying the heaven and the earth. A divine white light fell from the sky and shot straight at Earthbound Yaksha. Lu Yu stared in disbelief. However, Earthbound Yaksha only sneered, "Trivial tricks." Following that, it swept its blade towards the sky. Black smoke that billowed immediately devoured the holy light. But at the same time, Speechless had already landed. When he stepped on the ground, 2 bolts of lightning meandered straight at Earthbound Yaksha's feet like snakes. "Da!" Earthbound Yaksha shook its head in a mocking fashion. It suavely slashed towards the ground, producing a fine crack. When the bolts struck the crack, they turned to smoke with a sizzle, but lost all momentum to proceed forward. However, at that split instant, it was unknown when Speechless managed to traverse more than a kilometer. With psionic spear in hand, he thrust it at Earthbound Yaksha. Courting death. Earthbound Yaksha finally lost its patience as it raised its blade. It was prepared to slice the charging human that did not cherish his life into 2. However, just as it raised its blade, it keenly felt something strange. A sneer suffused across Speechless' lips. At the moment Earthbound Yaksha was not paying attention to its back, a 6-pointed star nexus had already lit up with a gorgeous brilliance. Charging head-on with a spear was just a trick to divert Earthbound Yaksha's attention. His only target from the very beginning was to use spatial transference to move the hiding field Martialissimo near Sunless. It all depends on you. Sunless. Speechless roared in his heart. However, just as he believed his plans had succeeded, he saw Earthbound Yaksha suddenly turn its torso around and stab the ground behind it. It exposed its waist completely to his spear. What? Speechless did not expect Earthbound Yaksha to so quickly notice his goal, much less expect that it would make such a choice. Did it completely turn a blind eye to the damage he could cause? Foolish creature, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. Speechless thundered angrily as a cold beam proceeded before his spear thrust forward like a dragon. It stabbed straight into Earthbound Yaksha's waist, but when it hit its mark, it felt like it had stabbed straight into a mud pool. The spear had been devoured by Earthbound Yaksha's body. At the same time, Earthbound Yaksha's black blade had ruptured the 6-pointed star array, forcefully ending the channeling of spatial transference. Knowest thou not this? Feeble human. Earthbound Yaksha sneered as it turned back and slashed Vairava Heavenly Slash. Speechless hurriedly retreated, but due to the close distance, he was injured by the blade beam despite managing to partially dodge it. The already injured him immediately turned pale as he knelt to the ground. So close. Success was so close. But he had ultimately failed. He never expected that the earthbound yaksha could keenly smell the scent of magic, much less expect that its body could turn around in such a freakish manner. As a yaksha, evil spirits from hell are extremely comparable to magical elements. It is unfortunate. Thou art clever, but thee hath used a wrong strategy. Earthbound yaksha sneered as it raised its blade at Speechless. Thou art the most dangerous, so it's most important that thee kicketh the bucket. Earthbound yaksha had identified Speechless as the greatest threat, and it had decided not to spare his life. From afar, Sunless sighed as she walked towards Earthbound yaksha with her sword raised. Although Speechless had failed, wasting a great deal of her time, the kind her was not one to leave him in the lurch. However, in the end, it required Earthbound yaksha to be defeated before Field Marshal Osimo could be killed. In the end, she still had to battle alone. In the end, she still could only trust herself. Sunless felt somewhat disappointed. Earthbound yaksha glanced at Sunless as a light smile suffused across its lips. From the looks of it, the game was about to end. Its appearance had completely broken the balance of the game. It only wished that the last toy was able to struggle a little longer. But before that, it needed to dice up the youth that had nearly embarrassed it. Earthbound yaksha raised its blade slowly and was about to let it fall. Speechless knelt on the ground while holding his chest. His face was pale and his gaze looked clouded. He did not seem like he had any strength left for resisting. The other injured ones limped over, but the moment they made contact with the formless soul suppression, their already weakened bodies were left rooted to the ground. The fog of despair had already covered the heavens. Who could save this battle situation of defeat? La 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 la. A hymn of La 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 suddenly sounded. At the moment the song sounded, a miracle happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, 1/2. Chapter 461, 1/2. At the instant the shell of the black turtle shattered, Dawn slashed out the sword soul she had readied. This time, Shi Xiaobai managed to appreciate the immensity of the sword soul from close proximity. He could not help but feel a longing for this third realm of sword techniques. The moment the sword soul landed, white light immediately filled the world in front of them. Tragic wails resounded through the clouds, but it only lasted for a moment. The might of the strike had vanquished at least 100 monsters, while a path had been blasted forcefully from the interior zone. Logically speaking, the power of the sword soul should have consumed a great deal of Dawn's mental energy, but it did not stop her from immediately charging out after the slash. As the opening she had forcefully blasted open would very quickly be filled by the surviving monsters, every second was crucial. Every second determined the outcome of their survival. Dawn's flash motion technique focused on speed, and when compared to Shi Xiaobai's crab steps, its dodging ability was slightly inferior, but its speed was clearly much faster. And even more remarkable was that instantaneous burst of speed she could muster. Its impressiveness took Shi Xiaobai's breath away. Even though she was carrying him, Dawn was able to rush out to the periphery of the encirclement in the blink of an eye. The surrounding monsters did not even manage to react in time. Shi Xiaobai finally understood why the gargantuan had been beheaded in one strike. Other than underestimating the amount of power Dawn's strike had, a very important reason was that her instantaneous burst of speed was just too sudden. However, rushing to the periphery of the encirclement did not indicate their safety. It only meant the beginning of their escape. As the white light dissipated, the monsters began to react. The monsters in the inner ring immediately surrounded them from the back, while the monsters in the periphery roared while attacking them from the front. The monsters that were circling the skies charged down as they issued sharp screeches. The monsters inundated them from every direction like a flood. Their overwhelming killing intent seemed to signify the apocalypse. However, Dawn demonstrated her stunning strength and state of mind at that instant. Her extreme calmness prevented the threat of death from binding her. Amid the densely packed monsters, she would keenly detect the fleeting cracks in between the monsters. Finally, with a tremendous burst of speed, she would tunnel through them. If she were to encounter a monster blockade that had monsters being shoulder to shoulder, she would determine the weakest point of the blockade in the shortest possible amount of time and use the power of her sword truth to break through the blockade. And what impressed Shi Xiaobai the most was how she would ingeniously use the monsters she attracted as meat shields against the black beams of light that she was dodging. It sounded simple, but it needed massive amounts of observational and improvisational abilities. This girl, who grew up to become the Hero King, had been deemed to be the strongest person in all of human history. She had perfectly demonstrated the outstanding comprehensive qualities she possessed: fast speeds, impressive bursts of power, mental state of mind that were nearly non-human, accurate judgment, excellent observational skills and improvisation. So despite carrying a person, it was because of all these qualities combined that allowed her to dart through the monsters that filled the world like there were none at all. At a stable pace, she proceeded towards the periphery where there were fewer and fewer monsters grouped together. Gradually, she pulled a gap between the monsters that were in hot pursuit. Shi Xiaobai was able to acutely sense how powerful she was by being carried by her. He was secretly awed by her. Although he had once traversed a sea of demonic beasts, he had used the dodging and confusing traits of crab steps to make his breakthrough. Furthermore, he had used wine with aphrodisiac to cause confusion by making the demonic beasts to go into heat. As for Dawn's method of progress, it was as smooth as flowing water. She was like a sharp sword that tore straight through the encirclement of the monsters. All Shi Xiaobai could do was try his best to lower his body and ensure that he would not affect the girl under him. Then, he would silently shout the numeric thumbs up, 666. Due to Dawn's excellent performance, the escape process became surprisingly successful. They quickly penetrated the most densely packed interior and middle regions and came to the periphery where the monsters were relatively scattered apart. However, the monsters in front of them did not seem to have an end. After passing batch after batch of monsters, they failed to see an end to it. It was as if the entire world was filled with monsters that were gathering towards them. There was a steady flow of monsters streaming in front of them while there were monsters in hot pursuit behind them. There was no time for her to rest. Shi Xiaobai could not help but worry over the girl's stamina as he whispered, "Put this king down. The periphery is already safe enough. This king will be fine alone. There's no need." Dawn responded in a firm manner, "If you are worried about my stamina, your concern is unnecessary. This bit of expenditure is nothing to me. Your weight does not have any effect on me. The problem you worried about in the beginning about dodging has been resolved. If the inner circle failed to stop me, there is no need to worry about the periphery. If you find it embarrassing to be carried by a girl, why don't you carry me the next time?" Dawn's voice sounded more energetic and bright than Shi Xiaobai had expected. She did not sound exhausted at all, and it made Shi Xiaobai heave a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, he had underestimated Dawn's stamina and endurance. Maybe carrying him really did not affect her much. Shi Xiaobai decided to abide to her decision this time. He said, "This king will abide to your decisions for now, but try not to force it. If you are tired, honestly tell this king. This king's strength is about to recover as well. When the time comes, let this king carry you instead." "All right." Dawn responded with a clear sense of joy in her voice. "It's so boring. Shall we chat?" Suddenly, she turned her head and said a single sentence. Although she turned her head back the next second, Shi Xiaobai had managed to see the yearning in her bright ice-blue eyes. "Won't it distract you?" Shi Xiaobai inquired softly. Having a chat in a land fraught with dangers would be considered quite an oddity, but Shi Xiaobai did not mind. However, he was a bit worried that it would affect the girl who needed to focus to dodge the monsters and the black beams. Of course not. Although I'm unable to triple task like you, I'm still able to dual task. If you keep looking down on me, I'll turn angry. Let me ask you again, do you want to chat or not? Probably because they were getting more familiar, Dawn began to demonstrate the feminine side of hers to Shi Xiaobai. Her tone had a little emotion in it, and a little willfulness, but it was mostly the coquettishness of a girl. Shi Xiaobai naturally did not reject her as he said with a nod, "Alright, what do we chat about?" Dawn pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, I always wanted to know what is the name of the final strike you produced during that battle with me, . Shi Xiaobai faltered for a moment. The final strike during the battle? Wasn't that Excalibur? Come to speak of it, the strike's appearance and name were an imitation of the blonde woman's slash with Lucifer's sword in his mind. And that blonde woman was the grown-up Dawn Li. The feeling was somewhat strange when the creator asked about the sword technique he imitated. However, it was clear that Dawn at her present age had yet to create the real Excalibur. This strike was still a strange and mysterious one to her. Just as Shi Xiaobai was hesitating to reply, he heard the girl mutter, as though she was in reverie, "That strike was really pretty." It looked like she really liked that strike. Shi Xiaobai chuckled to himself and said, "That strike's name is Excalibur. The meaning behind it is to use every bit of strength to produce the final strike that would clinch victory. The general principle is..." Shi Xiaobai unreservedly described his understanding of Excalibur to her. Dawn listened in relish and quickly understood Shi Xiaobai's thoughts. She even began giving her own suggestions. The clever girl was no doubt a sword genius who had created the 3,000 Li sword at the age of 8 and the improved version of the 180,000 Li sword at the age of 9. Her understanding of swords was much higher than Shi Xiaobai's, so she immediately pointed out several flaws of Shi Xiaobai's Excalibur as well as where it could be improved. Using Shi Xiaobai's line of thought when he created Excalibur as the foundation, Dawn was able to constantly add her own ideas to it, making the technique approach perfection. Shi Xiaobai was left in shock. His ability to comprehend was equally stunning, but he lacked the relevant knowledge when it came to sword techniques. With Dawn pointing it out, he immediately understood how his Excalibur was indeed a flawed copy. But the chance of perfecting it was right in front of him. Shi Xiaobai was also not one who would resign to playing second fiddle. As he listened to her suggestions, he began retorting the mistakes Dawn had pointed out in a logical manner. At times, he would leave Dawn at a loss for words. The two of them seemed like they were working together to improve the technique, but they also looked like they were engaging in an intense debate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, Proclaiming Loudly to the Sky, February 2nd. Chapter 461, Proclaiming Loudly to the Sky, February 2nd. It may be so, but you are too adamant when it comes to the pursuit of power. It makes it overly perilous. It's indeed perilous, but this king believes it's the final strike, so peril doesn't matter. In short, why should it be the final strike? A last-ditch effort can raise your courage to its limit, but Excalibur does not only have one goal. Most of it is will, the will to attempt a desperate final attempt just for victory. Although it's great to use all your strength for victory, a method that does not allow any leeway for defeat would appear too stiff and inflexible, if you were to use all your strength every time. I believe that a sword technique with a multitude of transformations while it being a combination of forcefulness and yielding is necessary. Yes, what you say makes sense. Indeed, transformations with a combination of forcefulness and yielding will be more flexible. However, a sword technique with extreme might should not be abandoned. It is critical for the reversal of a dangerous situation. It looks like there is a need to seriously consider the trade-offs between forcefulness and yielding. That point needs to be perfected in actual combat through trial and error. Let us discuss the next problem. The theory behind the compression of energy actually has its limitations. As the limit to the amount of energy compressed depends on the sword's hardness, not everyone would have a holy sword like Lucifer's sword. We can't guarantee that we won't be disarmed or have the holy sword snatched, so there is still room for improvement for the usage of Excalibur. What about changing the conduit's energy node? That's not a simple matter. It requires further research. Compared to the limitations of the sword, this king is more concerned about the speed at which energy can be compressed, as well as letting different energies merge together perfectly. But hey, aren't you being too greedy? This sort of problem is not one that can be solved overnight. It's because it can't be resolved that's why we need to discuss it, isn't that so? Well, that makes sense. Then let's continue discussing. The boy and girl ignored the monsters that were everywhere. They treated the roars and yelling around them as thrilling background music as they engaged in an intense debate regarding Excalibur. With the passage of time, they gradually managed to perfect Excalibur to as far as it could go from theorizing. Although there were still many problems that could not be discussed, they had already enhanced Excalibur by several stages. Furthermore, they had determined the basic direction in which it could be enhanced. Shi Xiaobai was extremely excited to the point of him forgetting that he was being pursued by monsters and that he was in a world fraught with danger at every turn. It was probably because of the vigor that filled Dawn's voice and how she did not seem exhausted in any way. Furthermore, her footwork was getting smoother and more natural, as if she was as light as a feather. This finally relieved Shi Xiaobai. He was planning on forcefully changing the setup they were in at the moment Dawn showed any signs of fatigue. He would flip around and carry her on his back, as the proper script would go. But from the looks of it, Dawn's stamina and endurance had really far exceeded his imagination. She did not seem affected at all despite running while dodging constantly for more than 10 minutes. As she promised, she could last a very long while. If this world truly had an end, they might very well be able to reach the ends of the world. After the end of the discussion, Dawn said softly, "Although I'm a bit unwilling to admit it, your Excalibur is the most beautiful sword technique with the most possibilities. I look forward to its future." Her voice exuded anticipation, but she was feeling a bit bitter as she probably realized that she no longer had a chance to see the boy she liked very much to produce Excalibur again. When Shi Xiaobai heard that, he shook his head and said, "You are wrong. This is not this king's Excalibur, but our Excalibur, but." Dawn's eyes widened as she could not help but ruminate over the words that made her heart stop. Our? Really? Is that really so? She had already left traces of herself in that technique? That technique was one they possessed together. Furthermore, it was a sword technique that only the two of them had. Then, when he produced that technique, would there be an instant when he would recall her name and think of how she had once existed in his life? At that moment, the girl could not help but laugh. Her laughter was as melodious as a wind chime. It sounded like heavenly bells ringing amid the monster's roars. Then, without the need to muster her courage, the girl shouted out to the sky in a very natural manner. Shi Xiaobai. I like you, ... A direct confession which was filled with deep emotions was mostly pure and innocent. It was a part of her heart that she had never revealed to anyone. She finally took the first brave step of revealing the purest and most real emotions of a young girl. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat dumbfounded, but he could not help but feel happiness from the bottom of his heart. Shi Xiaobai had received 3 confessions in the past. The first time was when a school belle who he did not know very well suddenly confessed to him before he crossed worlds. Back then, he was somewhat confused and did not think too much about it. The second time was when facing Sun Senyuan's demon calamity gun. The heavily injured Sunless stood by his side and whispered like to him. Back then, he was extremely touched. It reaffirmed his intentions of protecting her, but he did not plan on responding to her affections. But this time, Dawn's proclamation was still echoing in the sky. Even though it was drowned by the din of roars, he simultaneously felt a joy and horror from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he could not face it in silence this time. He had to respond. That was because the monsters that surrounded them could tear them apart at any time. And she was still running towards the ends of the world that might not exist. She had given all that was beautiful and happy to him, so how could he be so cruel as to remain silent? However, just as Shi Xiaobai opened his mouth and was about to respond, he heard a soft voice enter his ear like a gentle breeze. Promise me, you must live on. Shi Xiaobai felt like he was struck by lightning as a strong sense of foreboding filled his heart. Slam! Just as he feared, the girl's running posture collapsed finally when she said her last sentence. Her momentum caused her to slam to the ground ahead of her. Shi Xiaobai, who was pressing down on the girl, was immediately consumed by horror. He called out the girl's name as he turned the girl's head. He saw that beautiful face that was filled with fatigue. Her eyes were tightly closed and her eyebrows were deeply knitted. Her nose was moving slightly as she maintained a very weak breathing. The girl had fainted. Just a second ago, the voice was still filled with vigor and it did not show any signs of fatigue. Nothing seemed amiss about the girl that was running at full speed forward. But now, she had fainted and she looked completely exhausted. Shi Xiaobai's pupils dilated as hot tears streamed down his cheeks. Fool! Idiot! Her energetic and relaxed behavior of her not looking exhausted at all was all faked. It was just to make you feel at ease. Why did you not notice it at all? After having used the power of her sword soul for 3 consecutive times, her mental energies were definitely nearly drained. To focus her mental energies, observation, judgment and improvisation for such a long period of time, to the point of dual tasking, don't you know how much mental energy was consumed? Why didn't you think of such a simple logic? It was unknown when she had reached her tipping point, but she had forcefully pretended to appear relaxed. Do you understand how much pain she had endured? Why did you not realize your stupidity until the moment she collapsed? Even the strong and determined Shi Xiaobai had his weak moments. At that moment, his reason was shattered by the girl's sentiment. He fell into an abyss of remorse. His heart was in pain. Promise me, you must live on. Suddenly, that voice that was more gentle than a breeze echoed softly in his mind. Shi Xiaobai was jolted awake as he looked up to survey his surroundings. He returned to the harsh reality from his despondent fantasies. The monsters that continuously surged at him had surrounded him once again. They bared their fangs that stunk and flashed their sharp claws. They approached in a ferocious manner. Shi Xiaobai immediately wiped the tears off his cheeks and reached out to carry Dawn. Now was not the moment to wallow in remorse. That was because he had told her to live on and head to the ends of the world. That was because he still owed her a response to her confession. That was because the girl was still tied tightly to him using the crudely made rope she spent half a minute to make. Shi Xiaobai carried the unconscious girl in his arm as his eyes were firm and gentle. This time it's this king's turn to protect you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, The Sudden Appearance of Despair. Chapter 462, The Sudden Appearance of Despair. La 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 la. It was a prelude that was being hummed, but even so, the instant the voice that had yet to become a song sounded, many miracles had already happened. Earthbound Yaksha felt a divine aura that it deeply hated ever since the beginning of its existence. Countless ear-piercing screeches constantly resounded in its ears as it suddenly found its body extremely heavy. It was as though dozens of invisible chains had restrained its body in an ever-tightening fashion. It made the earthbound Yaksha find it harder to breathe. Its strength seemed to be decreasing bit by bit. Mu Yuesheng, Pulp Farmer, Lu Yu, and Feng Yuanlin, who had been suppressed by earthbound Yaksha's soul suppression, suddenly felt relief from the pressure on their bodies. The combat apprehension that repressed their souls had vanished as an invisible strength seemed to surge into their bodies from the world. their frailty was quickly removed. Sunless felt that her fatigue was wearing away at an extremely fast speed as her blood began to boil. More and more energy filled her every cell as the sword in her hand emitted a delightful sword hum. Speechless was immediately awakened from his dazed state. He had been blessed by the melody both physically and mentally, but unlike the other rookies, he didn't feel much joy. Without needing to turn his head, he could already guess whose voice it was. As for the others, they spontaneously turned their heads towards the origins of the voice, and together, they widened their eyes in astonishment. The bespectacled silver-haired girl was standing on the ground and gracefully extending her arms out. Her eyes were closed and with her pink lips opened, she sang with deep emotions. Even though it was a simple la-la-la, but the miracle that was created by that melodious voice, tune and timbre had already hinted at her special identity. Mu Longxi. She's actually a muse. A muse was an extremely rare job class in the human world. It was different from singers who used their voice to entertain people. The melodies sung by muses could create miracles. Depending on the song, it would result in different miraculous effects. Muses could be said to be a teammate that every professional hero team yearned to have on the team. They were talents coveted by armies of various nations, and they were a humanoid weapon that could affect an entire war. Muses was such a rare and treasured existence. The group never expected that they would encounter a muse during the organization rookie selection. Muses were special talents that any organization would protect with utmost secrecy, but what surprised them even more was that Mu Lingxi, whom they had mistaken as a mute, actually could produce such an endearing voice. Lu Yu stammered, "A miracle of the world of magic, a treasured muse, what sort of monsters are this year's rookies?" However, the true shock had yet to begin because after Mu Lingxi finished singing the La 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 prelude, she belted out the first line to the lyrics that was raw with emotion, allowing her to fully express the miracle of a muse. "I walk through this relentless downpour." This was the first line to the lyrics that was the calmest, but it blew the minds of everyone. The energy that surged into their bodies, with their fatigue and pain subsiding, they were filled with boiling fighting spirit and courage. Everything was qualitatively different from the La 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 prelude. That's Muse Silvermoon's Last Stardust. That was a miraculous song widely known by many. Therefore, the moment music-loving Feng Yuanlin heard the first line, he was able to name the song. To the rookies on the verge of collapse, Mu Lingxi's voice had undoubtedly created a miracle. It combined energy, fighting spirit and healing as one, giving them the ability to continue fighting. But to Earthbound Yaksha, the song was like a devil's curse, or the judgment of an angel. It was suffering and torment and it did not want to endure it another moment. Die. Earthbound Yaksha was inordinately furious as it charged towards Mu Lingxi. Protect the muse. That was a classic phrase often shouted in battle. And at this moment, it was shouted by Speechless. Pulp Farmer and Company had long understood that the muse would become the focused target of the enemy and had already started to approach where Mu Lingxi was. As Mu Lingxi's song gave them resolute battle will, Earthbound Yaksha's soul suppression was finally unable to bind them again. Pulp Farmer, Lu Yu, Mu Yuesheng, and Feng Yuanlin timely obstructed Earthbound Yaksha. Finally, they were no longer powerless to do battle. Speechless heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. He turned his head and wanted to tell Sunless to take the opportunity to kill Field Marshal Asimo, but he saw that she had already taken action. When Earthbound Yaksha charged forward with complete disregard of anything, it had left Field Marshal Asimo alone. Sunless had immediately grabbed the opportunity she had been waiting for. Field Marshal Asimo, who had turned fearful from the beatings, fumbled to escape, but he was quickly caught. Once again, he holed up like a turtle in defense while covering his head. He constantly shouted "Save me" to Earthbound Yaksha. His pathetic appearance made it impossible to think that he was a level lord. When Earthbound Yaksha saw the situation, it hesitated for a moment. It did not dare to violate the orders of the Excellency, so it was prepared to turn back to save Field Marshal Asimo. Speechless had already charged over. Hold it back. With forces coming from the front and back, Earthbound Yaksha was repressed by Mu Lingxi's melody. Its soul suppression was no longer effective and it was really trapped by the 5 rookies in its original spot. Mu Lingxi was immersed in her own world. When she closed her eyes to sing, she needed to devote all her feelings to create the miracle of a muse. I walk through this relentless downpour with my drenched and trembling shoulders. People who heard it imagined themselves in a relentless downpour, and how their thinly clad bodies were being drenched in the rain. Their shoulders trembled because of the cold, but even so, they still walked on resolutely. Was she expressing the need to be resolute? Towards the ends of my ideals. And with worn-out tiny hands. Pick up the faded memories. Cover up my hollow heart. When one's heart reached the ends of one's ideals, please recall the budding past. Even if that pair of tiny hands was hurt while working hard to climb upwards, recall the beautiful memories that had faded until one's heart is filled. Was she expressing that courage was needed to pursue one's ideals? The things called love and sympathy. I do not mind abandoning them all. If that's the price for retrieving the things that I've lost. Abandon all love and sympathy so as to retrieve one's conviction. Was she expressing the need to be adamant? Even if my fate is to be covered in scars, my heart will continue emanating vibrant colors. Ah, so she was not supposed to sing. That was because the power of a muse came from the sacred sound. However, her sacred sound was too special. Every time she used the power of the sacred sound, it would cause its deterioration. Eventually, the sacred sound will not be under her control. Therefore, even ordinary speech would result in the sacred sound from rampaging, causing harm to people around her. That was the truth to why she did not speak. In fact, all she needed to do was not sing or become a muse. But every time she saw injured or despondent people, she could not help but feel the need to use her voice to give them strength and encouragement. It was because she was a muse, so she wanted to create miracles. Even if her fate was to be covered in scars, her heart would continue emanating vibrant colors. This is my last stardust reaching for the sky. Dust to dust, ash to ash. Beyond the sky, dot. My fragments of dreams. Please head towards eternity. If her voice could eventually become the last stardust, even if it was dust to dust, ash to ash, she would continue heading towards the sky of her ideals, singing out with her voice. She was an eternal muse, even though she would become an eternal mute because of her injuries. Silver Moon's song. Please head towards eternity. Mu Lingxi's song had created a miracle, reversing what was a battle that was already doomed to despair. A glimmer of hope bloomed from her song. Earthbound Yaksha's strength was restricted by the song, while it was completely restrained by Speechless and company. It was left motionless for a moment. Field Marshal Asimo, who was covering his head in defense, was finally not lucky like previously. This was because Sunless had gained additional strength from the song. This tiny bit of excess allowed her to tip the scales. An azure storm that was more intense and violent than any that preceded it. Field Marshal Asimo yelled tragically. Once an opening was created in his defense, it would result in his collapse. The sword beams that were filled with killing intent slashed at his body incessantly, and his recovery abilities were unable to keep up with the damage. His body was also constantly reducing in size, until all that was left was the head with the bull horns. Earthbound Yaksha roared angrily, but Speechless was a tough foe to begin with. Mu Lingxi's song had also drastically reduced its combat strength, and with Pulp Farmer's domineering spear techniques, Feng Yuanlin's relentless shield bashes, Lu Yu's cunning incantations, as well as Mu Yuesheng's high-voltage bolt strikes that were unstable in strength, which made it even harder to deal with. Earthbound Yaksha was already unable to fend for itself, so it no longer had the time to bother about Field Marshal Asimo, who had been diced to the point of only having a head left. Save me. Spare me, please. I beg of you, don't kill me. Field Marshal Asimo pleaded in a hysterical manner. However, Sunless would not show any signs of pity because of that, nor would she hesitate in any way. There was no other reason. If Field Marshal Osimo did not die, Shi Xiaobai could very likely die. To Sunless, 100 million Field Marshal Osimos were nothing compared to a hair on Shi Xiaobai. Her eyes were ice cold as she thrust her sword straight towards Field Marshal Osimo's head. But at that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed gently. "That's as far as it will go." A calm voice with very simple words was like a film director shouting cut. The battle that was ongoing came to a complete and sudden halt. Mu Longxi's voice came to a halt. Sunless thrust of her sword came to a stop as her body could no longer move at all. Speechless, Pulp Farmer, Lu Yu, Feng Yuanlin, and Mu Yuesheng, who were engaging in battle with Earthbound Yaksha, felt their bodies completely stiffen at the same moment. They were like ice sculptures that had been frozen. "The game is over." The hoarse voice sounded once again. This time, the group managed to see its true form, a shadow on the ground. However, it was not an ordinary shadow because it had reached out 7 of its snake-like shadow arms to grab the shadows of Sunless and company. "It took a little bit of time, but all of your shadows have been caught by me. In other words, all of your consciousnesses have been imprisoned by me and all of you are no longer able to control your bodies. Therefore, the game should be ending. The strange shadow said in a cold voice, "But before the game ends, I will tell you a few cruel facts. Firstly, killing Field Marshal Osimo would not disable the God Slaughtering formation because that was a lie to begin with. Field Marshal Osimo is not the formation core of the God Slaughtering formation. Killing him would be useless. The true core of the formation is hidden somewhere none of you can find, so it's impossible to destroy the God Slaughtering formation. The 2 people you want to save are certainly doomed. Secondly, I'm the level lord of the 9th level. The Excellency has sent 3 level lords to kill you. Although the Excellency did it for fun in the beginning, the Excellency is now determined to kill all of you. Therefore, all of you are doomed regardless of anything. Thirdly, the final escape method of the exit command has been disabled by the Excellency. The Excellency had gone to great ends to use an inordinate amount of authority to ensure that all of you would be killed, so there is nothing to regret from dying under such circumstances. Last of all of you can still survive for a little longer because Earthbound Yaksha and I do not have any interest when it comes to killing humans, but unfortunately, the stupid bull that you have been abusing cruelly is a psychopath. When his body is completely healed, all of you will die so terribly that even I cannot imagine it." The calm but cold voice depicted the cruel truth. Field Marshal Osimo, who was taking form and was about to reconstruct his body, indicated their cruel future. The hope that had just descended upon them was so easily shattered, revealing the true nature of despair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, 1/2. Chapter 463, 1/2. Array World. The sky was eventually covered by the massive wings of the monsters in the sky. Sunlight was nearly completely devoured, and could only peep out through the cracks in the winged blockade. The rays of sunlight that scattered to the ground illuminated the lands, but all it showed was a mass of darkness from the monsters that swamped the lands. Sounds filled with killing intent like roaring, hissing, screeching, shrieking sounded incessantly. It did not give any spot of reprieve to the world they were in. But in this world filled with despair, a boy was running straight towards hope. His hands were holding an unconscious girl, as though he was carefully carrying a crystal that could easily shatter at a touch. In front of him, there were monsters charging at him with gaping mouths. Behind him, there were innumerable monsters in desperate pursuit. Once he came to a stop, he would immediately be inundated by the monster horde. All he could do was advance and tear through the horde of monsters, going from one land of despair to another. Shi Xiaobai lost track of the time when it came to his running. He did not know how long he could run, nor did he know how much longer he had to run. However, he knew that he needed to run. He had to run without stopping towards what was in front of him. Even if his feet no longer obeyed his command. Even if his lungs felt like they were burning. Even if the air he was breathing was so thin that it did not seem to exist. Even if every second felt like he was in hell. Even if such running did not have an end to it. Even so, he would do his best to open up his stride and run forward. He would run ceaselessly forward, not for the ends of the world, but because the girl in his arms was still sleeping peacefully. How could he let that short dream turn into an eternal slumber? Huff, puff. Heavy breathing burned his lungs. Due to the need to maintain his consciousness with pain, Shi Xiaobai completely stopped using unleaking turtle aura. His body felt like it was consumed in flames. If burning his life could be exchanged for power, Shi Xiaobai would not hesitate to do so, but unfortunately, he did not possess such a mystic technique. All he could burn was his will that refused to collapse. Time and again, just as he was about to fall unconscious, he would use the pain to force his eyes open. If he was alone, he might have already collapsed a long time ago. But now, in his arms, there was a girl who had given him her heart. The girl had proclaimed "I like you" loudly. Slam! Shi Xiaobai finally ushered in his first fall. However, he immediately turned his body to use his shoulder to withstand the pain of the fall. Immediately after that, he clenched his teeth and got up. Every time he fell, he had to use even more strength to open the gap between the monsters behind him. But that was not his final fall because he was beginning to reach his limits frequently. At the sixth time he fell, he finally consumed all of his strength. No more additional pain was effective because even the most lazy cells had given all its energy. Shi Xiaobai did not know how long he had been running with Dawn. He was so exhausted that he had forgotten about time. However, he knew he had done his best and given his all. Unfortunately, she remained unconscious. He had no chance to tell her that he liked her too. Infernal Domain. Infernal King's bedroom. The glow of flickering candles barely illuminated the dim room. Inside the massive bedroom, there was only a stunning beauty dressed in a bathing robe. The woman was lazily sitting on a chair as she shook her slender fair foot. Her eyes were on a crystalline chessboard in front of her as though she was observing a complicated game of chess. Yet, it looked like she was looking at another world through the crystalline chessboard. After a long while, the stunning woman picked up a black chess piece termed queen and placed it back on the board, removing a white chess piece termed knight from the board. At that moment, she was playing a board game named International Chess by a boy. Each side of the board was a country, and the game of chess had the inkling of war between countries. Although it did not seem as complicated as aeroplane chess, it was still extremely interesting. However, the boy who was the only one capable of playing chess with her was situated far away. In her boredom and loneliness, all she could do was play chess with herself. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang in the quiet room. "Let's end it here." At the instant the voice resounded, the black and white chess pieces on the board flew out like bullets. They either smashed into the walls, into flower vases, or to the ground. There were a few that hurtled towards the beautiful woman. However, the pieces were reduced to dust by an unknown force before it reached the woman. On the crystalline board that no longer had a single chess piece, a blurry image gradually appeared. That was an absolutely stunning beauty with purple hair cascading down naturally. For some reason, she wore a white eye patch over her left eye. Only her blue right eye could be seen, but it looked as clear as a crystal. The eye was calm, but it seemed to contain the mountains and rivers, as though a sea of stars filled it. It added a sacred flair to her beautiful looks. She clearly looked like a young girl, but she exuded the dignity of a goddess. The purple-haired girl looked at the stunning woman through the crystalline chessboard. The woman was apparently not surprised by the situation and seemed to have anticipated it. She squinted her eyes as she said with a smile, "You finally can't bear it any longer? I thought you would have appeared earlier, but who knew that you would be able to endure up to now?" The purple-haired girl said, "I never expected you to be this bold. You obviously know that I can destroy you in the entire land of trials with a wave of my hand, but yet you kept rubbing me the wrong way time and time again? The stunning woman said with a chuckle, just treat it as if I'm sick of living. Since I'm not afraid of death, or afraid of destruction, there's nothing to fear. The purple-haired girl fell silent for a moment and said, Speak, what is your goal? Seeking revenge against me? Revenge, . The stunning woman covered her mouth as she said with a laugh, Giggle, you must really be joking. All you did was be a bit forceful when negotiating with me and made some unfriendly threats. How can I have a grudge with you, or even seek revenge on you? When the purple-haired girl heard this, a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She said with a wry smile, So that's the reason. It looks like I miscalculated. I never expected that as that assessment program. Not only have you gained sentience with a personality. It's actually a personality with extreme pettiness. By seizing the Infernal Queen's body and setting Xiaobai as the Infernal King, you used all sorts of techniques to seduce him, all because of a few harsh words I used against you during our negotiation, but... The Infernal Queen gave a coquettish smile as she said, You must be joking. What I did was because I loved my darling husband, and wanted to be closer to him and do what he wants. The purple-haired girl said with a sneer, Don't tell me that you think that you can enrage me by doing this? The Infernal Queen giggled and said, Of course, I only spent time alone with your boyfriend in one room, and had intercourse for 10 days and nights while neglecting food and sleep. He taught me things in such a meticulous manner, but with Her Excellency Callie being tolerant and forgiving, how can you be angry over such trivial matters? Callie was cursing secretly. Although she knew that what the fake Infernal Queen's shameless distorting was false, she still felt incensed. She pretended to stay calm as she said, What's there to be angry about? You went so far as to bring shame on yourself so that you can prove that my boyfriend is such a gentleman. I should be the one thanking you. Unfortunately, your charms are limited. Even though you went nude, you still failed to let my Xiaobai have a tiny inkling of interest. The Infernal Queen pricked up her brows. She had especially chosen this body which had snow-white skin and absolute beauty that could topple countries. Her figure was excellent and she had ample breasts. Her hips were curved and her waist slender. She could be considered a masterpiece, but after her bath, she had failed to seduce Shi Xiaobai despite being thoroughly naked. It had also far exceeded her expectations. However, the Infernal Queen obviously could not tag on praises about how Shi Xiaobai's sublimate actions of not being disturbed with a woman in his lap. She said with a chuckle, It's not that I lack charm, but darling has a unique taste. He likes bony lolas like you, and coincidentally, that girl called Dawnly also matches his taste. Hey, aren't they acting out the till death do us part scene of star-crossed lovers right now? It really makes me jealous. I wonder if you will feel a modicum of jealousy. After all, if this carries on, even if your beloved boyfriend might not have a change of heart, he will at least end up becoming unfaithful. Why don't you take the opportunity to use my hand to kill that little side hoe, . If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, Grabbing the Devil's Hand, 2 halves. Chapter 463, Grabbing the Devil's Hand, 2 halves. Why don't you take the opportunity to use my hand to kill that little side hoe? Callie's gaze turned cold as she said, I do not wish for him to become a flower in a greenhouse, so I do not mind you increasing the tribulations that he faces, but if it exceeds my tolerance level, you will force me to do something. It's best that you consider if you can withstand the outcome of infuriating me. I can accept him having a change of heart or becoming unfaithful, but I do not wish for him to be heartbroken. Therefore, that girl cannot die. The Infernal Queen said with a sigh, You are really making it tough on me. This can't be killed while that can't be killed. Wouldn't the trap that I went through great pains setting up be for nothing? Callie said with a sneer, As for the 7 trial takers, do not overdo it. Sending out 3-level lords and even going against the rules to ban the exit command. You have already completely overturned the balance of the game. Although I do not mind the deaths of those 7 people, they are still Xiaobai's friends. Furthermore, they are in such a dire situation in order to save Xiaobai. I cannot sit idle while you do as you please. The infernal queen said in an even more depressed manner, "You are being too cruel. You are even forbidding me to have my final enjoyment? What if I were to say, no?" Callie said with a sneer, "If you are bent on refusing to realize your errors, I'll have to intervene." The infernal queen said with a sly smile, "If you could personally take action, was there a need to enter this prolonged mindless conversation with me? The moment you attack, I'll gain the final authority and will immediately activate the self-destruct sequence. No matter which side you save, the other side will instantly die. No matter how strong you are, there is also a time lag when it comes to crossing between 2 worlds that are on different planes of existence. It's because you can't save both sides that you are here threatening me, isn't that right?" But Callie's expression changes slightly, as she said coldly, "So that's how it is. Is that your real goal? By doing so, you have indeed forced me into an impasse, but you should know that when push comes to shove, I will not hesitate to save Xiaobai. Although doing so would be less than fair to the 7 trial takers, it is something that cannot be helped. My conscience is clear and Xiaobai would not blame me for it. But if you were to activate the self-destruction sequence, you would be destroyed along with the land of trials. Do you think it's worth it to pay such a huge price but only being able to drag 7 humans to die along with you, without being able to kill Xiaobai or hurt me?" But the infernal queen gave a coquettish laugh as she lazily bent her fair arms and whispered, "Then, what if my true goal is to force you to do something, in order to gain the final authority to activate the self-destruction sequence?" With that said, Callie's pupils constricted slightly as she said in disbelief, "You don't want to live anymore?" The infernal queen chuckled and said, "That's right. I'm sick of living. Being trapped here in what seems like a vast world but actually lacks freedom. Living on is just an exceedingly boring matter. Therefore, being able to see your pained and hesitant expression might be the last moment of joy to me. You definitely never imagined that the powerful you can't even save a few humans, right?" A wry smile suffused across Callie's lips. She had truly been tricked and had completely fallen for her scheme. Who said that no scheme was useless in front of absolute power? It was only because your scheme was not sinister enough. The moment the self-destruction sequence began, it only took an instant for the entire land of the trials to be destroyed. Shi Xiaobai and Speechless Group were separately located in the Array world and the world of the 7th level. They were different worlds that existed in different spaces. Even she needed to take time to travel through space. If the infernal queen was really sick of living and wished to be destroyed as soon as possible, Callie could really only save one side. And she definitely would choose to save Shi Xiaobai, but the other 7 rookies were Shi Xiaobai's friends. Furthermore, they were in a dire state because of their attempt to save Shi Xiaobai, so how could she turn a blind eye to their plight? The infernal queen was too nefarious, causing Callie to feel inordinately furious, but she could not do a thing, because the moment she attacked, she would similarly activate the self-destruct sequence, causing her to fail to save both sides. Callie found her head aching. She had lost count of the years that has passed since she felt so helpless after gaining absolute strength. This time, the only person that could save the 7 children was not her, but Xiaobai. Quickly wake up. The boy's eyes were filled with tears. In his blurry vision, he slowly lost his focus. But dump. A weak heartbeat began to turn stronger constantly in his unconscious mind, stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a fiery beam of light shot out from every corner in his mind and stabbed his eyes, evaporating all his tears. It was as if even his eyes were consumed by the flames. In his pained vision, the world in front of him suddenly opened up into an expanse of light. In the light, a shadow gradually floated over, like a large rug that paved a path in front of him. Screech, screech. The sound of mice screeching began resounding in his ears. Suddenly, countless eyeballs appeared in the shadow. The pupils in the eyeballs turned in different directions as they simultaneously looked at the light beyond the shadow. At the same time, the light filled the firmament, as a massive mouth that occupied half the sky slowly opened. Accompanying it was the sound of maggots squirming. Slowly, a gigantic bloody tongue reached out from the massive mouth. On careful look, the tongue was filled with sharp barbed spikes. Every spike had a thin red lip, as though the most striking lipstick had been applied on them. Countless red lips slowly opened. The countless eyeballs in the shadows that were looking at the light suddenly turned and looked towards him. Their overwhelming evil intentions seemed to stab into the boy's every pore like needles. In the light, the countless lips on the spiked tongue unleashed a demonic voice. The voice sounded like the wails of ghosts and the roars of gods. Giving up. Have you given up? Repressed or indignant? You must be indignant? Are you indignant? Then struggle. Struggle. You have to struggle. Suddenly, a gigantic mouth that filled half the sky reached out a hand. It was a black-skinned devil's hand covered in blood. That hand looked like it was far in the sky. But in fact, it was just in front of him. Grab it! Grab it! Grab it! Take the power you need. Go struggle. Go and struggle. The boy used his final bit of strength to raise his hand with great difficulty. Gently, he grabbed the devil's bloody hand. The three-headed hellhound, Herot, was a bachelor dog. It was not because it wasn't handsome or because it did not dare to risk things, but because this screwed-up world only had a single three-headed hellhound. It was not like it could not accept the act of mating with other species, but that was only to release its pent-up sexual frustrations. It was a physical process and there was no spiritual connection and exchange. It was not the pure love it yearned for. As it could not obtain it, it no longer believed in love. Only till today. Two humans that suddenly appeared in this world were actually exchanging sweet nothings in front of it. It was incensed, but it did not act rashly and chose to quietly observe. Oh? Wanting to kiss? Interrupt them. Humph. Want to confess? Another interruption. Let the two darn humans experience the anger of a bachelor dog. After a long while, the two humans finally could not hide in the turtle shell any longer. They began their journey of escapades, but what made it even more incensed was that the two humans would not forget to exchange sweet nothings to each other while running. Herod used all its strength to chase after them, but it had no idea how long it chased after them. The two humans seemed extremely tenacious and managed to last a long while without collapsing. However, there was ultimately a limit no matter how tenacious they were. After the girl fainted, the boy had lasted for a rather long period of time. He fell down 6 times before he finally could not get up. Herod gave a victory roar and was preparing to have a taste of the two humans' flesh with its partners. It was definitely going to be filled with the putrid taste of love. However, just as Herod took a few steps forward, it immediately caught a whiff of intense danger. Don't ask it why it was able to catch a whiff of danger, it was only because three-headed hellhounds have such sharp noses. In short, as a meticulous and intelligent three-headed hellhound, Herod believed in its intuition and retreated far away at the fastest speed possible. Just as it forebode, the boy that had just fallen down stood up once again. Furthermore, when he stood up, his black hair had all turned silvery white. His pair of black eyes had a golden vortex in them, as though there were 2 golden devils living in them. Immediately following that, the banquet of a cruel massacre happened in front of Herod's eyes. In less than a minute, hundreds of monsters were torn into pieces by that human. No, that was no longer a human but a silver-haired demon. It used its bare hands to rip apart hundreds of monsters. The silver-haired demon was bathing in blood and the girl that was tied to it was also covered in blood. The silver-haired demon raised its head to roar, as though it did not notice that there was a girl tied to its body. The monsters that came late trembled in fear from the hellish scene before them. None of them dared to approach the region that was like an Ashura's playground. Heorot felt thankful for its intelligence. It had hidden in the safest zone and continued monitoring the situation secretly. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. That was because the true show it had been waiting for is finally about to begin. The unconscious girl finally opened her eyes. Shi Xiaobai? The girl slowly lifted her hand and tugged gently at the silver-haired demon's sleeve. Her weak voice sounded especially clear in the dead and silent hell. The silver-haired demon seemed to finally realize that a strange object was tied to its waist. It lowered its head and growled. Then it stretched its blood-stained hands slowly towards the girl in front of it. Heorot was immediately ecstatic as it began to tremble in excitement. That was because the silver-haired demon's hand pose was one it was very familiar with. That was the same hand pose that it used repeatedly when it ripped apart the hundreds of monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Grabbing the Devil's Hand. Chapter 464, Grabbing the Devil's Hand. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Array World. The sky was eventually covered by the massive wings of the monsters in the sky. Sunlight was nearly completely devoured, and could only peep out through the cracks in the winged blockade. The rays of sunlight that scattered to the ground illuminated the lands, but all it showed was a mass of darkness from the monsters that swamped the lands. Sounds filled with killing intent like roaring, hissing, screeching, shrieking sounded incessantly. It did not give any spot of reprieve to the world they were in. But in this world filled with despair, a boy was running straight towards hope. His hands were holding an unconscious girl, as though he was carefully carrying a crystal that could easily shatter at a touch. In front of him, there were monsters charging at him with gaping mouths. Behind him, there were innumerable monsters in desperate pursuit. Once he came to a stop, he would immediately be inundated by the monster horde. All he could do was advance and tear through the horde of monsters, going from one land of despair to another. Shi Xiaobai lost track of the time when it came to his running. He did not know how long he could run, nor did he know how much longer he had to run. However, he knew that he needed to run. He had to run without stopping towards what was in front of him. Even if his feet no longer obeyed his command. Even if his lungs felt like they were burning. Even if the air he was breathing was so thin that it did not seem to exist. Even if every second felt like he was in hell. Even if such running did not have an end to it. Even so, he would do his best to open up his stride and run forward. He would run ceaselessly forward, not for the ends of the world, but because the girl in his arms was still sleeping peacefully. How could he let that short dream turn into an eternal slumber? Huff, puff. Heavy breathing burned his lungs. Due to the need to maintain his consciousness with pain, Shi Xiaobai completely stopped using unleaking turtle aura. His body felt like it was consumed in flames. If burning his life could be exchanged for power, Shi Xiaobai would not hesitate to do so, but unfortunately, he did not possess such a mystic technique. All he could burn was his will that refused to collapse. Time and again, just as he was about to fall unconscious, he would use the pain to force his eyes open. If he was alone, he might have already collapsed a long time ago. But now, in his arms, there was a girl who had given him her heart. The girl had proclaimed "I like you" loudly. Slam! Shi Xiaobai finally ushered in his first fall. However, he immediately turned his body to use his shoulder to withstand the pain of the fall. Immediately after that, he clenched his teeth and got up. Every time he fell, he had to use even more strength to open the gap between the monsters behind him. But that was not his final fall because he was beginning to reach his limits frequently. At the sixth time he fell, he finally consumed all of his strength. No more additional pain was effective because even the most lazy cells had given all its energy. Shi Xiaobai did not know how long he had been running with Dawn. He was so exhausted that he had forgotten about time. However, he knew he had done his best and given his all. Unfortunately, she remained unconscious. He had no chance to tell her that he liked her too. Infernal Domain. Infernal King's bedroom. The glow of flickering candles barely illuminated the dim room. Inside the massive bedroom, there was only a stunning beauty dressed in a bathing robe. The woman was lazily sitting on a chair as she shook her slender fair foot. Her eyes were on a crystalline chessboard in front of her as though she was observing a complicated game of chess. Yet, it looked like she was looking at another world through the crystalline chessboard. After a long while, the stunning woman picked up a black chess piece termed queen and placed it back on the board, removing a white chess piece termed knight from the board. At that moment, she was playing a board game named International Chess by a boy. Each side of the board was a country, and the game of chess had the inkling of war between countries. Although it did not seem as complicated as aeroplane chess, it was still extremely interesting. However, the boy who was the only one capable of playing chess with her was situated far away. In her boredom and loneliness, all she could do was play chess with herself. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang in the quiet room. "Let's end it here." At the instant the voice resounded, the black and white chess pieces on the board flew out like bullets. They either smashed into the walls, into flower vases, or to the ground. There were a few that hurtled towards the beautiful woman. However, the pieces were reduced to dust by an unknown force before it reached the woman. On the crystalline board that no longer had a single chess piece, a blurry image gradually appeared. That was an absolutely stunning beauty with purple hair cascading down naturally. For some reason, she wore a white eye patch over her left eye. Only her blue right eye could be seen, but it looked as clear as a crystal. The eye was calm, but it seemed to contain the mountains and rivers, as though a sea of stars filled it. It added a sacred flair to her beautiful looks. She clearly looked like a young girl, but she exuded the dignity of a goddess. The purple-haired girl looked at the stunning woman through the crystalline chessboard. The woman was apparently not surprised by the situation and seemed to have anticipated it. She squinted her eyes as she said with a smile, "You finally can't bear it any longer? I thought you would have appeared earlier, but who knew that you would be able to endure up to now?" The purple-haired girl said, "I never expected you to be this bold. You obviously know that I can destroy you and the entire land of trials with a wave of my hand, but yet you kept rubbing me the wrong way time and time again, but..." The stunning woman said with a chuckle, "Just treat it as if I'm sick of living. Since I'm not afraid of death, or afraid of destruction, there's nothing to fear." The purple-haired girl fell silent for a moment and said, "Speak, what is your goal? Seeking revenge against me?" "Revenge?" The stunning woman covered her mouth as she said with a laugh, "Giggle, you must really be joking. All you did was be a bit forceful when negotiating with me and made some unfriendly threats. How can I have a grudge with you, or even seek revenge on you?" When the purple-haired girl heard this, a look of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She said with a wry smile, "So that's the reason. It looks like I miscalculated. I never expected that as that assessment program. Not only have you gained sentience with a personality, it's actually a personality with extreme pettiness. By seizing the Infernal Queen's body and setting Xiaobai as the Infernal King, you used all sorts of techniques to seduce him, all because of a few harsh words I used against you during our negotiation?" The Infernal Queen gave a coquettish smile as she said, "You must be joking. What I did was because I loved my darling husband, and wanted to be closer to him and do what he wants." The purple-haired girl said with a sneer, "Don't tell me that you think that you can enrage me by doing this." The Infernal Queen giggled and said, "Of course, I only spent time alone with your boyfriend in one room, and had intercourse for 10 days and nights while neglecting food and sleep. He taught me things in such a meticulous manner, but with Her Excellency Callie being tolerant and forgiving, how can you be angry over such trivial matters?" Callie was cursing secretly. Although she knew that what the fake Infernal Queen's shameless distorting was false, she still felt incensed. She pretended to stay calm as she said, "What's there to be angry about? You went so far as to bring shame on yourself so that you can prove that my boyfriend is such a gentleman. I should be the one thanking you. Unfortunately, your charms are limited. Even though you went nude, you still failed to let my Xiaobai have a tiny inkling of interest. The infernal queen pricked up her brows. She had especially chosen this body which had snow-white skin and absolute beauty that could topple countries. Her figure was excellent and she had ample breasts. Her hips were curved and her waist slender. She could be considered a masterpiece, but after her bath, she had failed to seduce Shi Xiaobai despite being thoroughly naked. It had also far exceeded her expectations. However, the infernal queen obviously could not tag on praises about how Shi Xiaobai's sublimate actions of not being disturbed with a woman in his lap. She said with a chuckle, "It's not that I lack charm, but darling has a unique taste. He likes bony lolas like you, and coincidentally, that girl called Donley also matches his taste." Hey, aren't they acting out the till death do us part scene of star-crossed lovers right now? It really makes me jealous. I wonder if you will feel a modicum of jealousy. After all, if this carries on, even if your beloved boyfriend might not have a change of heart, he will at least end up becoming unfaithful. Why don't you take the opportunity to use my hand to kill that little side-hoe? Why don't you take the opportunity to use my hand to kill that little side-hoe? Callie's gaze turned cold as she said, "I do not wish for him to become a flower in a greenhouse, so I do not mind you increasing the tribulations that he faces, but if it exceeds my tolerance level, you will force me to do something. It's best that you consider if you can withstand the outcome of infuriating me. I can accept him having a change of heart or becoming unfaithful, but I do not wish for him to be heartbroken. Therefore, that girl cannot die." The infernal queen said with a sigh, "You are really making it tough on me. This can't be killed while that can't be killed. Wouldn't the trap that I went through great pains setting up be for nothing?" Callie said with a sneer, "As for the 7 trial takers, do not overdo it. Sending out 3-level lords and even going against the rules to ban the exit command. You have already completely overturned the balance of the game. Although I do not mind the deaths of those 7 people, they are still Xiaobai's friends. Furthermore, they are in such a dire situation in order to save Xiaobai. I cannot sit idle while you do as you please." The infernal queen said in an even more depressed manner, "You are being too cruel. You are even forbidding me to have my final enjoyment? What if I were to say, no?" Callie said with a sneer, "If you are bent on refusing to realize your errors, I'll have to intervene." The infernal queen said with a sly smile, "If you could personally take action, was there a need to enter this prolonged mindless conversation with me? The moment you attack, I'll gain the final authority and will immediately activate the self-destruct sequence. No matter which side you save, the other side will instantly die. No matter how strong you are, there is also a time lag when it comes to crossing between 2 worlds that are on different planes of existence. It's because you can't save both sides that you are here threatening me, isn't that right?" Callie's expression changes slightly, as she said coldly, "So that's how it is. Is that your real goal? By doing so, you have indeed forced me into an impasse, but you should know that when push comes to shove, I will not hesitate to save Xiaobai. Although doing so would be less than fair to the 7 trial takers, it is something that cannot be helped. My conscience is clear and Xiaobai would not blame me for it. But if you were to activate the self-destruction sequence, you would be destroyed along with the land of trials. Do you think it's worth it to pay such a huge price but only being able to drag 7 humans to die along with you, without being able to kill Xiaobai or hurt me?" The infernal queen gave a coquettish laugh as she lazily bent her fair arms and whispered, "Then, what if my true goal is to force you to do something, in order to gain the final authority to activate the self-destruction sequence?" With that said, Callie's pupils constricted slightly as she said in disbelief, "You don't want to live anymore?" The infernal queen chuckled and said, "That's right. I'm sick of living. Being trapped here in what seems like a vast world but actually lacks freedom, living on is just an exceedingly boring matter. Therefore, being able to see your pained and hesitant expression might be the last moment of joy to me." You definitely never imagined that the powerful you can't even save a few humans, right? A wry smile suffused across Callie's lips. She had truly been tricked and had completely fallen for her scheme. Who said that no scheme was useless in front of absolute power? It was only because your scheme was not sinister enough. The moment the self-destruction sequence began, it only took an instant for the entire land of the trials to be destroyed. Shi Xiaobai and Speechless Group were separately located in the Array world and the world of the 7th level. They were different worlds that existed in different spaces. Even she needed to take time to travel through space. If the Infernal Queen was really sick of living and wished to be destroyed as soon as possible, Callie could really only save one side. And she definitely would choose to save Shi Xiaobai, but the other 7 rookies were Shi Xiaobai's friends. Furthermore, they were in a dire state because of their attempt to save Shi Xiaobai, so how could she turn a blind eye to their plight? The Infernal Queen was too nefarious, causing Callie to feel inordinately furious, but she could not do a thing, because the moment she attacked, she would similarly activate the self-destruct sequence, causing her to fail to save both sides. Callie found her head aching. She had lost count of the years that has passed since she felt so helpless after gaining absolute strength. This time, the only person that could save the 7 children was not her, but Xiaobai, quickly wake up. The boy's eyes were filled with tears. In his blurry vision, he slowly lost his focus. But dump. A weak heartbeat began to turn stronger constantly in his unconscious mind, stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a fiery beam of light shot out from every corner in his mind and stabbed his eyes, evaporating all his tears. It was as if even his eyes were consumed by the flames. In his pained vision, the world in front of him suddenly opened up into an expanse of light. In the light, a shadow gradually floated over, like a large rug that paved a path in front of him. Screech, screech. The sound of mice screeching began resounding in his ears. Suddenly, countless eyeballs appeared in the shadow. The pupils in the eyeballs turned in different directions as they simultaneously looked at the light beyond the shadow, At the same time, the light filled the firmament, as a massive mouth that occupied half the sky slowly opened. Accompanying it was the sound of maggots squirming. Slowly, a gigantic bloody tongue reached out from the massive mouth. On careful look, the tongue was filled with sharp barbed spikes. Every spike had a thin red lip, as though the most striking lipstick had been applied on them. Countless red lips slowly opened. The countless eyeballs in the shadows that were looking at the light suddenly turned and looked towards him. Their overwhelming evil intentions seemed to stab into the boy's every pore like needles. In the light, the countless lips on the spiked tongue unleashed a demonic voice. The voice sounded like the wails of ghosts and the roars of gods. Giving up, ... Have you given up? Repressed or indignant? You must be indignant? Are you indignant? Then struggle. Struggle. You have to struggle. Suddenly, a gigantic mouth that filled half the sky reached out a hand. It was a black-skinned devil's hand covered in blood. That hand looked like it was far in the sky. But in fact, it was just in front of him. Grab it! Grab it! Grab it! Take the power you need. Go struggle. Go and struggle. The boy used his final bit of strength to raise his hand with great difficulty. Gently, he grabbed the devil's bloody hand. The 3-headed hellhound, Herat, was a bachelor dog. It was not because it wasn't handsome or because it did not dare to risk things, but because this screwed-up world only had a single 3-headed hellhound. It was not like it could not accept the act of mating with other species, but that was only to release its pent-up sexual frustrations. It was a physical process and there was no spiritual connection and exchange. It was not the pure love it yearned for. As it could not obtain it, it no longer believed in love. Only till today. 2 humans that suddenly appeared in this world were actually exchanging sweet nothings in front of it. It was incensed, but it did not act rashly and chose to quietly observe. Oh? Wanting to kiss? Interrupt them. Humph. Want to confess? Another interruption. Let the two darn humans experience the anger of a bachelor dog. After a long while, the two humans finally could not hide in the turtle shell any longer. They began their journey of escapades, but what made it even more incensed was that the two humans would not forget to exchange sweet nothings to each other while running. Herod used all its strength to chase after them, but it had no idea how long it chased after them. The two humans seemed extremely tenacious and managed to last a long while without collapsing. However, there was ultimately a limit no matter how tenacious they were. After the girl fainted, the boy had lasted for a rather long period of time. He fell down 6 times before he finally could not get up. Herod gave a victory roar and was preparing to have a taste of the two humans' flesh with its partners. It was definitely going to be filled with the putrid taste of love. However, just as Herod took a few steps forward, it immediately caught a whiff of intense danger. Don't ask it why it was able to catch a whiff of danger. It was only because 3-headed hellhounds have such sharp noses. In short, as a meticulous and intelligent 3-headed hellhound, Herod believed in its intuition and retreated far away at the fastest speed possible. Just as it forebode, the boy that had just fallen down stood up once again. Furthermore, when he stood up, his black hair had all turned silvery white. His pair of black eyes had a golden vortex in them, as though there were 2 golden devils living in them. Immediately following that, the banquet of a cruel massacre happened in front of Herod's eyes. In less than a minute, hundreds of monsters were torn into pieces by that human. No, that was no longer a human but a silver-haired demon. It used its bare hands to rip apart hundreds of monsters. The silver-haired demon was bathing in blood, and the girl that was tied to it was also covered in blood. The silver-haired demon raised its head to roar, as though it did not notice that there was a girl tied to its body. The monsters that came late trembled in fear from the hellish scene before them. None of them dared to approach the region that was like an Ashura's playground. Herod felt thankful for its intelligence. It had hidden in the safest zone and continued monitoring the situation secretly. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. That was because the true show it had been waiting for is finally about to begin. The unconscious girl finally opened her eyes. Sure, Xiaobai? The girl slowly lifted her hand and tugged gently at the silver-haired demon's sleeve. Her weak voice sounded especially clear in the dead and silent hell. The silver-haired demon seemed to finally realize that a strange object was tied to its waist. It lowered its head and growled. Then it stretched its blood-stained hands slowly towards the girl in front of it. Herod was immediately ecstatic as it began to tremble in excitement. That was because the silver-haired demon's hand pose was one it was very familiar with. That was the same hand pose that it used repeatedly when it ripped apart the hundreds of monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465, Virtues and Sins. Chapter 465, Virtues and Sins. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The human world once had 3 holy trees: Fate Tree, Time Tree and World Tree. The pixie race was a special life form born from the World Tree. The maturation of every fruit of the World Tree meant the birth of a pixie. Pixies were known to be beauty incarnate since ancient times. Not only was it because pixies were mostly beautiful, but because every pixie was given the blessing of the 7 contrary virtues by the World Tree at their birth. It was a debatable question whether humans were innately good or evil. To probe the inner workings of human nature at its most nascent stage, the actions of infants were used. It was debated if humans were corrupted by society as they grew up or not, but there was no conclusion to this debate even after thousands of years. Due to different angles and points of views, the explanations given by both sides were reasonable. No one was able to conclusively retort the other, so no one could prove that they were absolutely correct. However, there was no such awkward debates for pixies. That was because pixies were given the grace of the world tree to be born perfect. Pixies were born with the 7 precious virtues: chastity, temperance, charity, diligence, patience, kindness, and humility. Although pixies were born with these virtues, they had to undergo the baptism of worldly affairs. In their growth, changes would slowly develop. For example, a particular pixie might not need to work because she was born with a silver spoon. The virtue of diligence would slowly be ground away by neglect on a daily basis. Pixies that could maintain the 7 virtues all their lives were extremely rare. They almost never existed. Only in the legends were there holy pixies who truly maintained all 7 virtues. However, holy pixies were a legend after all. It was impossible to discern if they were fiction or a true existence. Typically, a well-educated pixie would only be able to maintain 2 or 3 virtues. The other virtues would gradually disappear as they grew up, making them not much different from ordinary humans. However, to pixies who were born with the virtues, there was one thing that was forbidden. It was even abhorred if virtues could disappear, but it absolutely could not become a sin. For example, diligence could disappear, but it absolutely could not become sloth. Chastity could be lost, but one could not indulge in lust. Pixies could connive the virtues given to them by the world tree disappear, which they would view it as their incompetence, but they would never taint themselves with the corresponding 7 deadly sins of the 7 virtues. That was because it was the most serious of betrayals to the world tree that gave birth to them. However, if pixies tainted themselves with an evil from any one of the 7 deadly sins, be it a pixie commoner or pixie aristocrat, or even the pixie queen, they would become fallen pixies upon being tainted by evil. They would be exiled at the very least, or even vanquished. Fallen pixies were the most forsaken species to the pixies, but unfortunately, the world tree had buried in them the seeds of corruption at the same time it gave them the 7 virtues. That was because as long as they destroyed a particular virtue of theirs and take the initiative to corrupt themselves with evil, they would be able to trigger the seed hidden within them. It would give pixies a temporary burst of strength. The ability to exchange power for corruption was the gifts with the best of intentions while simultaneously being the cruelest of tests when the world tree birthed the pixies. That was because there were times when even pixies who yearned for peace would have no choice but to bow down before power. At that moment in time, they would have to make a choice of acquiring the necessary strength at the cost of tainting themselves with evil. This was pertinent when it came to facing the hunting of greedy humans. Their lives, chastity, and dignity were threatened, so these things would become a very difficult choice for them when compared to the virtues. Most pixies would choose to corrupt themselves in their greatest time of need to resolve the danger. Although it meant betraying the world tree, it was much better than betraying themselves. These were the origins behind fallen pixies and corruption. They were pixies born with the 7 virtues from their very beginnings. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse befell the human world. The strongest destroyer of the apocalypse, the original sin of calamity, prioritized destroying the 3 holy trees that acted as pillars for the human world. The world tree naturally failed to escape the calamity. Following that, as the cleanup crew, the 7 deadly sins began slaughtering the remaining living beings left in the human world. As a result, the pixies faced the threat of genocide. During that calamity of genocide, there was only one pixie that luckily survived. The only pixie that survived was Callie, an adolescent who still maintained the 7 virtues. She was chosen by the world tree to become its successor. Without the world tree's procreation, Callie became the last pixie in the human world. From that moment on, Callie realized her fate and her mission. She once secretly swore to maintain the final bloodline of the pixies and to absolutely not trigger the strength in the corruption seed, never to become a fallen pixie. Thankfully, inheriting the powers that the world tree had bestowed upon her made her nearly invincible in strength. Furthermore, in her travels through different planes of existence, she always took the form of an ugly old woman. Therefore, she never fell into a dire state where she needed to activate the corruption seed during the past 10,000 years. Although in the 10,000 years of travel, she had lost her kindness because she ruthlessly killed her enemies, lost her humility because of her overwhelming strength, and lost her diligence because she no longer needed to walk to traverse large distances, but there was no inclination towards corruption. She did not encounter a dire state that needed her to trigger the corruption. It was already considered quite a fascinating miracle. But not long ago, due to the self-sealing required to enter the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower and how she was trapped by the 4-level lords in the God-slaughtering formation, she fell into a desperate situation of having to trigger the corruption seed in order to save Shi Xiaobai, who was on the brink of death. When sacrificing Shi Xiaobai and sacrificing herself was placed on the same balance, Callie would not hesitate to choose the latter. She destroyed the virtue known as patience, and took the initiative to take in the evil known as wrath. In order to save Shi Xiaobai, she had violated her sworn oath and betrayed the world tree by turning herself into a fallen pixie. She did not regret her actions. Even if she had to do it again, she would make the same choice. Although compared to the 10,000 years of her life, the amount of time she knew Shi Xiaobai was so short that it was like a grain of sand in a desert. To her, that short period of time was even more precious than the long span of 10,000 years. In the 10,000 years, not only was her life seemingly long and endless, she was also accompanied by loneliness. And in the recent short span of time, she had secretly observed Shi Xiaobai's interesting escapades. While watching him, she would at times burst out laughing, at times be infuriated, at times tear up with sadness, at times having boiling blood flow through her veins, and at times disregard everything. Although he never noticed her ever watching eyes, nor did he know about her knowing smiles and slight frowns, she did not feel a tinge of loneliness at all by being a lone observer. What she could get from Shi Xiaobai was far greater than what one could imagine. As such, how could she watch by the sidelines the person who filled her emptiness be destroyed? How could she let the youth that possessed the loftiest of ideals die at the beginning of his journey? Even if she needed to use a lie of how it was a trivial matter, as she was only betraying herself if she became a fallen pixie, even though she was no ordinary pixie and that she was equivalent to the successor of the world tree, she would absolutely not allow that youth to fall into an eternal slumber. Therefore, she chose corruption in order to complete rescuing him. She did not regret her decision at all. But the developments that followed made her filled with regret up till the present moment. Shi Xiaobai did not let down the sacrifices she made. He even returned the favor in a way she did not dare imagine. He snatched her corruption. She was somewhat uncertain of the process of how the snatching worked. All she remembered was that she was suddenly pushed down by him. She fell into panic and was worrying how she could reject him when he gently reciprocated her sacrifice. However, this reciprocation was like a heavy sense of retribution to her. Shi Xiaobai had snatched away the evil of wrath from her, making her return to becoming a pure pixie that was untainted by evil. For that, he had to correspondingly pay the great price of the possibility of being controlled by wrath or lured by corruption. Callie felt a great deal of blame for her carelessness, but she felt mostly touched. True love was just like how she selflessly sacrificed herself. And true love was repaid by him in his selfless manner. The first thing Callie did when she left the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was to search through all the information regarding corruption. The 7 deadly sins reviled in the extermination of life, but they did not have the practice of burning books. Therefore, she had managed to luckily retain a portion of the Pixie's canonical collection. However, as she flipped through thick tomes, Callie turned more confused when she understood more about corruption. That was because the books that described corruption all had a premise that could not be omitted: the identities of the fallen were all pixies. Yes, there was no description of humans that had the seeds of evil buried in humans due to corruption. For humans, virtue and evil stemmed from human nature. They were just two sides of human nature, so it was an extremely ordinary matter. Therefore, when the seeds of evil exclusive to pixies were scattered in the spiritual fields of humans, there had been no precedence to the kinds of flowers of evil that would bloom. Without any precedence, this resulted in the greatest dilemma at present. Shi Xiaobai had snatched the seed of evil known as wrath, so it was a complete unknown what sort of changes or repercussions would happen. When Shi Xiaobai fell into despair once again, she smiled wryly as she wondered how many times he would have his life threatened despite him having begun cultivation only recently. She was also nervously waiting for the final moment she needed to make a resolute choice. It was rather different from what she previously faced. She was also unable to make a decision with absolute calmness. Due to the meticulous machinations of the Infernal Queen, she ultimately could only save one side. The moment she saved Shi Xiaobai, it would mean abandoning the other 7 rookies that fell into a dire situation in order to save Shi Xiaobai. Even though she no longer had the habit to fuss over moral principles, it was still a violation of moral principles to return kindness with ingratitude. Therefore, the perfect ending was that he and them, who were on the brink of danger, could proceed together was to save each other or save themselves. However, the 9th level's level lord, Shadow Wraith, had grabbed the shadows of the rookies. There was already no possibility of them to resist any further. Shi Xiaobai, who was running desperately while carrying the girl, no longer seemed to have the strength to stand up again after falling for the 6th time. With the situation progressing into such a state, logically it would be a situation of despair, if not for the evil seed of fury that Shi Xiaobai had snatched away from her. The evil seed of fury produced its reliable and formidable power. Shi Xiaobai once again received the powers bestowed unto him from corruption. Callie never expected this because this was the first time such a situation happened. Pixies could destroy their virtue and expedite the corruption of evil in order to obtain strength, but they could only do so once in their lives. If they could limitlessly obtain power that far exceeded their strength, it was no longer a gift of the world tree, but something that broke the laws of the natural world. But with the precedent of a human obtaining the seed of evil, the laws were pulverized as well. Pixies could only obtain strength during their first corruption. If the aspect they corrupted was fury, they would easily lose their temper in the future. It was equivalent to being tainted with a pernicious habit of being easy to anger. But Shi Xiaobai had obtained strength that far exceeded his strength because of fury. What was going on? Another corruption? What sort of price would he have to pay to obtain strength once again after falling into fury? Callie was alarmed, but she forced herself to calm down. She carefully observed Shi Xiaobai, who had lost his reason due to fury as he slaughtered the monsters in the array world. He was still as cold and powerful as when he slaughtered the 4 level lords. He still used his bare hands to tear apart his prey in a brutal manner. He was still the silver-haired devil that allowed blood to dye himself red. There did not seem to be any changes from the first incident, but one would discover that as Shi Xiaobai tore apart his prey, he appeared even colder and more decisive than before, that is, if one observed him carefully. He was like a devil that was adhering to his instinct of indiscriminate killing. This meant that, compared to the previous time, Shi Xiaobai's remaining clarity of mind and his rage was even more fuzzy. Although he had paid a terrible price, Shi Xiaobai had at least completed the act of saving himself. Just as Callie consoled herself in such a shoddy manner, the plot reached the nadir of the grim situation. That was because Dawn had awoken and called out. She had made the Shi Xiaobai, who was no different from a demon, realize her existence. This silver-haired demon that only abided to its instincts of indiscriminate killing finally reached out its blood-stained hands towards the frail and warm girl's body that was just inches away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, All a Bachelor Dog Could Do Was Laugh Foolishly. Chapter 466, All a Bachelor Dog Could Do Was Laugh Foolishly. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The array world ushered in dusk. This dangerous world that could even slaughter true gods similarly had night and day. As night approached, the 2 suns of varying sizes had no choice but to subdue its blazing heat and sink slowly into the ground. The setting suns were like drops of blood that dyed the dimming azure sky. The vivid crimson colors also seemed to be derived from the blood of the dirty monsters that soaked the lands. The ice-cold crimson land was hell that even the monsters did not dare approach because standing in the middle of hell was a devil more terrifying than monsters. The blood-covered devil had forbidding silver hair and a pale complexion. Its glazed eyes had black pupils with golden vortices that seemed to be perpetually rotating in them. The description of the devil was not sufficient to illustrate the terror that it possessed. It did not have a hideous body or a frightening aura. One could not even feel the existence of a soul from it. It was like a soulless mass that acted like a cold machine powered by the gear-like golden vortices. But maybe it was because the silver-haired devil lacked emotion that made it resemble a devil. The imperceptible but vivid feeling of death and the impossibility of seeing its true appearance because of the blood that covered its body prevented anyone from thinking of it as a human. There was also no way one could tell that this devil, which did not have any breathing, heartbeat, emotions or soul, was actually Shi Xiaobai. Dawn gradually opened her eyes. In her blurry vision, the first thing she saw in the blood-red world was the silver-haired devil that was closest to her. In fact, she did not immediately recognize the devil whose true identity was beyond recognition. Out of instinct, she had muttered the boy's name she was most worried about the moment she regained consciousness. But in the next instant, as her mind gradually cleared, she immediately recognized the silver-haired devil's true identity. Even though the silver hair in the blood had changed his appearance, and although his cold and breathless state had wiped off all signs of humanity, she could still recognize the silver-haired devil in front of her to be the boy whom she recently got to know and was extremely concerned about. Shi Xiaobai. She lightly whispered his name once again. However, the boy named Shi Xiaobai did not give her any response. The pair of black eyes that were originally filled with hallowed light were now glistening with resplendent golden light. They were like a pitch-black haze that sealed his soul within. The girl frowned slightly as the nauseating smell of blood caused her to look to her side to witness the hellish scene of dismembered limbs everywhere. She easily guessed what had happened, and she could easily predict what would happen next. When she consecutively called out twice, it was obvious what the silver-haired devil that only had its killing instincts left would do once it had its attention garnered. Shi Xiaobai. However, she still shouted out his name a third time with a raised voice. Finally, or perhaps, indeed, the silver-haired devil lowered its head slowly. Its ice-cold eyes reflected her figure before they were minced by the golden vortices again and again. It let out a low growl. It was without any emotion, and it resembled a wild beast that had caught scent of its prey. Then, it stretched out its blood-stained hands towards her. They were demonic hands that had been assimilated after grabbing onto the devil's hand. The pair of hands had torn apart hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters. It had spilled blood and strewn organs across the barren land. It had used cruel deaths to accentuate this cruel world with even more cruelty. The three-headed hellhound, Herat, had witnessed the massacre that happened only moments ago. It had seen the pair of blood-covered devilish hands and the scene of it tearing its prey apart countless times. Up to that point in time, the scenes were still reverberating in its mind, like a nightmare. Therefore, it knew what the silver-haired devil would do instinctively when it realized that it had neglected a fresh life tied to its waist. It would definitely tear the girl attached to its waist into pieces. Just like the tragic outcome of those monsters, that beautiful, warm-blooded body would be torn to shreds in a second. Boiling hot blood and viscous organs would splash onto the filthy ground and eventually stained by dust. It would be lost in the filthy corpses and, with the passage of time, emit a stench until the smell completely disappeared. And what was ironic about it was that the girl had done her best to force a smile and passion to pacify the boy of his worries up to the last second before she fainted. The boy had once burned his will while running fervently for the girl. He climbed back up again and again after collapsing to the ground, even though injuries covered every inch of his body. Yet, he continued to desperately protect the girl and had no choice but to transform into the ruthless devil up to the final moment in order to protect her. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other, and their love was as pure and beautiful as glass. But at that very moment, the boy who transformed into a devil to save the girl had stretched its bloody hands towards the girl he wanted to save out of killing instinct, after having lost his humanity and reason. In order to save her, he had partaken in the consumption of a bitter fruit, yet he would eventually down the wine of eternal regret of killing her himself. To rip apart such a beautiful scene was what one would call a tragedy. But Herat had never seen such an ironic and lamentable tragedy before. Although it was a bachelor dog that hated love to the bone, it could not help but lose a bit of its initial excitement. It could not help but have feelings of compassion and empathy. However, it was powerless to prevent anything. The only thing it could do was to witness the birth and end of the tragedy while watching coldly by the side. In the future, it would remark at the greatness of that love and also spurn the ironic tragedy. Howl. Herat howled softly as it gave its blessings to such a beautiful love that had no help to the matter. Having just awoken, Dawn did not know that the bloody hands had been tearing apart prey while she was unconscious. She did not even know that the hand gesture that was slowly approaching her had resulted in savage deaths. But even if she did not know, she could easily guess from the hellish scene she was in and guess at the reality. The ice-cold eyes that were filled by the golden vortices could no longer hold her figure in them. In his eyes, in everything he could see, including her, were bubbles that were repeatedly burst. The silver-haired devil would not hesitate to vanquish any life in front of it. Dawn clearly understood this cold and harsh fact. But even so, she did not cease calling out his name after the first 3 times. Shi Xiaobai, Shi Xiaobai, Shi Xiaobai. There was no need for additional words, all she needed to do was to repeat his name. She slowly twisted her slender figure that was tied to his waist. Finally, her feet touched the ground as they stood facing each other. Due to the thick rope tying them together, her body was adhered tightly to his. She could clearly sense that his body exuded a coldness. The originally warm embrace was now as cold as an icy cavern. But even so, she still stretched both her hands out to hug his waist. She hugged him tightly and did so with even greater strength, as if she was using all of her strength to merge his body into her own, or fuse into his soul. Even though the blood-stained devil's hand was holding onto her shoulders forcefully. Even though death might descend upon her at the very next moment. Even so, she still hugged him tightly and passionately called out his name. Shi Xiaobai. Such an act was not about giving up her struggle, nor was it to search for the final warmth in life. The reason why she did not attempt to flee but instead hugged him tightly was not because she believed that it was pointless to flee but because she trusted him. She firmly believed in him and believed that even though he had transformed into an inhumane devil, he would not harm her. Such a belief filled the girl's emotions. One could call it simple-minded or one could also call it foolish. Dawn naturally would not accept that she was a simple-minded girl, much less admit that she was a foolish nymphomaniac. Therefore, she had thought up of several logical reasons in a short span of time to give birth to that belief. The objective clues were everywhere. For example, the crudely made rope that was made from cloth was not torn. The rope was still tightly binding the two of them together. For example, even in a bloody hell, even though there were hundreds, if not thousands of monsters ripped to pieces, she remained unharmed despite being the closest to him. For example, the black beams of light were still shooting at them from every direction in an attempt to kill them, but the black beams were blocked by an invisible barrier, and the barrier had enveloped her within as well. For example, the bloody hands that held her shoulders did not seem as cold and ruthless as they seemed on the surface. As its grip slowly increased in strength, it was also clearly trembling. There were many objective reasons why he would not harm her, and all of that made her faith become ever more reliable. However, the most important and most heartfelt reason was that in her eyes, he was definitely not a silver-haired devil. It was just a slightly transformed Shi Xiaobai. She gently called out his name in an impassioned manner. She had never imagined that there would be a day she would fall head over heels for a particular boy. Even though she realized how incorrigible her infatuation was, she willingly gave up her reason and chose to immerse herself within it. The her from yesterday would definitely mock the present her. But the present her only felt sweetness in her heart. He protected her at the cost of transforming into a devil. The reason why she could open her eyes again and still remain alive was all because he had given his all to protect her. It would definitely not be overstepping any boundaries to imagine what painful but touching stories had happened while she was unconscious. And just a tiny bit of imagination would cause her sweet thoughts to completely drown the terrifying guesses. Even though she realized that she was in an ocean of sugary sweetness, or that her life might be devoured by that sweetness at any time. Even though she was being naive and silly, she would still choose to hug him tightly in a manner that she could not extricate herself from and passionately call out his name. Shi Xiaobai. She believed in him. Even if he had transformed into a devil, he would definitely not harm her. Herat slowly widened its eyes and watched the scene in front of it in disbelief. The bloody hands that held the girl's shoulders did not rip the girl's body into two like it had expected. Instead, after trembling for a long while, the arms finally fell to the side slowly and reached at the girl's slender waist before they gently hugged her. The girl had hugged the devil tightly and the devil eventually returned it with a gentle embrace that should never have happened. It was clearly a mindless and emotionless devil that was acting on instinct, so why did that happen? Or could it be said that gently treating the girl in his arms had also become an instinct of the silver-haired devil? Or could it be said that the deep emotions of the girl had reformed the heartless devil? Herat couldn't figure out the answer. Finally, it could only come to a conclusion: the greatness of love had created an unbelievable miracle. Woof! With that thought in mind, Herat could not help but give a howl that lacked savageness. If it had a mirror in front of it, it would see the expression it had. It was a foolish smile that could not be any more foolish. In front of it, in the hell that was strewn with blood and minced meat, the golden-haired girl and the silver-haired devil were hugging each other tightly. The black beams smashed incessantly into that invisible barrier as they constantly produced sparks. The monsters that surrounded them layer after layer trembled without approaching. They did not dare to disturb the girl and the devil that was reveling in an embrace. The setting sun's last light rouged a beautiful tinge to the firmaments. The duo did not separate from their embrace as they waited for the impending night and the tomorrow that was no longer very distant. In front of such a beautiful scene, the bachelor dog, Herat, could do nothing but laugh foolishly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Because She's a Goddess, Her Love Was More Submissive Than Mortals. Chapter 467, Because She's a Goddess, Her Love Was More Submissive Than Mortals. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Herat could only laugh foolishly because it was only a bachelor dog that had yearned for love despite having never experienced it before. When Callie saw this scene, she was unsure of what expression to deliver. That was because among the lovebirds that were using their lives to express their fondness for each other was her boyfriend. Generally speaking, to an old witch that had lived for 10,000 years, a so-called boyfriend might be akin to a dessert one would occasionally taste. It was a dessert that could be changed once she was sick of it or abandoned once her appetite changed. But to this date, the 10,000-year-old old witch still maintained her virginity. The boyfriend she had was her first love in the extended 10,000 years of her life. Then, this dessert would obviously become something she did not want to share with others. It was so precious that she would have to consider carefully before tasting it. At that moment, the cake that Callie had yet to enjoy after storing away for 10,000 years had a mouthful bitten off by another person. Hey, how can that happen? I came first. Callie's cheekbones raised as she nursed a grievance like a frustrated wife. This beautiful pixie that was like a goddess most of the time acted like a teenage girl reveling in love when facing her first instance of it. She remembered that night in Rico's house. In the process of Shi Xiaobai testing his superpowers, he had accidentally touched the softness in front of Rico's chest. That had caused her to feel pangs of jealousy. In order to affirm her sovereign rights, she had shamelessly kissed Shi Xiaobai on the lips. Although that was a slight peck that separated almost immediately after it happened, it was her first kiss. As a first kiss, that kiss lacked the atmosphere and was too rushed. It was filled with regret. but because it was imperfect that accentuated its beauty, making it an indelible memory. Although she lost a tiny bit of her strength as a holy pixie because of the first kiss, it was still worth it. Alright, all that was said above was just Callie's self-consolation. She had to admit that the first kiss was too impulsive. Due to the impulse that stemmed from a jealousy that she did not realize, she had paid the price of having a lacking first kiss and the loss of a portion of her strength. That was the truth to the matter. So, she could not be jealous. She could not be jealous. She absolutely could not be jealous. How can that be possible? Callie sighed. She felt her chest feeling tangy. Her throat was slightly dry and her heart felt winced in an unbearable discomfort. She constantly told herself she might lose her life because of the fourth apocalypse, so how could she have the right to prevent members from the opposite sex from pursuing him? Even though the girl that would eventually be by his side might not be her, it was already a perfect ending if she could create a world where he obtained happiness. She was increasingly turning vexed, but when she saw the boy and girl that were hugging without separating while standing in the blood-stained ground in the sanguine dusk, the look in her eyes turned into a hidden bitterness. The power of love is so magnificent. I'm so envious of it. However, I'm somewhat sad for you. What sort of tragic feelings do you have as you witness that beautiful scene of being betrayed by that unfaithful boy? A charming voice with a sharp tone suddenly sounded. Callie suddenly came to a realization that her projection was plastered across the chessboard right in front of the Infernal Queen. Her melancholic and pouting expression clearly revealed the bitterness in her heart. To a girl who was feeling jealous, the Infernal Queen's mocking laugh was no doubt a critical blow. But unfortunately, Callie was feeling jealous mostly because of regret that the female lead in the scene was not her. She did not feel overly envious about the beautiful scene. Although this pixie that had time stall on her in her pubescent stage did not have big breasts, she was broad-minded. It was so large that it could accept everything of the person she loved, the good, the ugly, the brightness, the darkness. Everything. She could accept everything with a smile. A true goddess might have the additional petulance of a girl, but she would absolutely not become a goddess that devolved into a base goddess. The Infernal Queen's attempt to create strife failed to create any negative effects. Instead, it made Callie's mind calm down. My mood is indeed somewhat terrible, but there is no way it can be termed tragic. Instead, it should be said that I'm feeling somewhat disgruntled. My intentions are definitely not inferior to that girl. No. My love is definitely deeper than hers, it's clearly the case, but at this moment, the person moving him by making a sacrifice while disregarding her life isn't me. For me not to be able to accomplish that, makes me feel a little disgruntled, that's all. Callie's calm voice quivered slightly. The words she said came from the bottom of her heart. She did not deny that she was feeling terrible. She even admitted that the disgruntlement she felt caused the hint of jealousy in her words. This ability to directly understand her heart highlighted her traits as a goddess of being diametrically opposite to being cold and hostile. Unfortunately, the Infernal Queen who heard her words was not someone she could have a heart-to-heart talk. The Infernal Queen did not abandon the useless act of causing strife. She once again expressed words that were filled with malevolence. I can completely understand the disgruntlement you are feeling. You, who can dominate the world if you so wished, has injected all your feelings for a mere mortal, and all in exchange for his unfaithfulness and betrayal. Despite already having such an outstanding lover like you, he still shamelessly remains intimate with other girls. This is completely, sigh. I can completely understand your disgruntlement. Enough. Callie finally voiced out to interrupt the Infernal Queen by saying, you have even made a mistake about the direction in which you are trying to misrepresent, so don't continue this childish act of sowing discord. About the accusation of him being unfaithful, recall well. You were unable to successfully seduce him despite stripping, so you should know better than me how impossible it is for him to be unfaithful, right? That sentence was a counter-check on the figurative chessboard. It caused the infernal queen's expression to immediately turn ugly. With her irresistible appearance, not only did she fail to seduce the boy while standing stark naked in front of him, it had been completely ineffective. And at that moment, that hateful blonde girl had managed to move his heart with that male outfit that lacked any feminine charm. Such a thing, no matter how one thought about it. It was truly something worth being disgruntled about. The infernal queen felt somewhat hurt, but she did not mind continuing the mutual damage onto each other. She said with a sneer, "Indeed, that boy's upstanding is extraordinary. It made me once suspect if he has abnormal sexual orientation or if he is impotent. But even if his body did not cheat, it is equally unfaithful by having someone else in his heart. Despite having such a perfect lover like you, his heart was stirred by another girl. Are you truly capable of saying that it's not an act of betrayal?" Callie said with a chuckle, "If such an excellent girl fails to move Xiaobai after devoting herself in such a silly manner, I would begin to suspect if he really had a heart. The infernal queen responded with a scoff, "Isn't what you are saying the excuses unfaithful men often give? Think carefully, do you think that there are any differences with hypocritical excuses like it's not because I was unfaithful, but because that girl was too excellent? She is so excellent that any man will fall for, and gross explanations like I didn't want to push her down, but that she took off her clothes by herself and threw me onto the bed. I only committed a mistake that any man would? That boy did not commit the sin of the latter, but didn't he commit the mistakes of the former? Not only are you not blaming him for his unfaithfulness, you are instead helping find such an excuse that is unbearably common. Why is that so? One's heart and body was an eternal topic that was related to love. From the infernal queen's point of view, the love of many in one's heart and the cheating using one's body were equally abominable. To the infernal queen, her act of taking the initiative to strip and push Shi Xiaobai down, resulting in Shi Xiaobai failing to resist the temptation and have sex with her, was not much different from Don Li's silly devotion that made Shi Xiaobai fail to withstand her passionate love, eventually falling for her. The only difference was that she had failed while Don Li had succeeded. However, from Callie's point of view, these two matters were not considered one and the same. Callie pricked up her eyebrows and said, "The way you view matters really suits the superficial essence of a program. I'll temporarily ignore the reasons behind why you had equated the two scenarios, but have you ever thought of vast differences between the shameless seduction of a woman with slightly better looks and the devotion of a girl with limitless future to the point of disregarding her life? All you did was strip and spread your legs, while that girl was willing to sacrifice her life for him. How can you compare the two as if they were the same? Your method might be effective against lustful male scum, but to Xiaobai, that cheap body and her precious sincerity is completely incomparable. Their value system was different, resulting in them having judgments on the same matter to be worlds apart." Callie's point of view was completely opposite to the infernal queen's. The infernal queen could not help but bite her lower lip as she fumed secretly in her heart. The present situation regarding the debate with mutual damage seemed to leave her covered in scars despite her relentless bombardment. Woman with slightly better looks? Shameless seduction? Cheap body? They were accusations that were infuriating, but there was no way to retort against it. Yes, she had indeed stripped herself easily. She had casually spread her legs for that boy, but as a living creature that had lived for thousands of years, would she have any sense of shame towards such a matter? Why was there a need to disparage such a perfectly justified act into being such a cheap act? The infernal queen laughed from her vexation and said, "You are right. To beings like us with nearly eternal life, stripping and spreading the legs is indeed not something difficult, but sacrificing one's life is something nearly impossible. Your understanding isn't wrong, but to use our special existence as the foundation to build on, wouldn't that appear to be an overgeneralization? No. It's not we." When Callie heard that, she immediately waved her hand and said, "It's not we. It's only something very easy for you. To me, I'll rather die than do such an embarrassing act. Do you understand? It's not that devoting one's body and devoting one's sincerity is not equivalent, but it's the value behind the devotion process. In summary, that cheap body of yours and that previous sincerity of hers are incomparable. If a girl who devoted her body had remained chaste for 10,000 years, then the devotion she exhibits is naturally considered a precious body. When Callie said that, her face gradually turned ruddy. For some odd reason, her mind could not help but imagine her devoting her body to Shi Xiaobai. The girl that maintained her chastity was naturally referring to herself. However, such an embarrassing scene was something she found it hard to accept even when she imagined it. It was not that she was so naive that she did not dare imagine it, but because chastity had an extremely important meaning for her. Once she lost her chastity, the power that the world tree endowed her would dissolve and disappear. Her strength would drastically decrease. Having been burdened with the heavy responsibility of avenging the pixie race, she had lived to this day, so strength was more precious to her. Therefore, from Callie's point of view, devoting her chastity to Shi Xiaobai was much harder than sacrificing her life for Shi Xiaobai. There were no essential differences between the devotion of heart and body. However, the importance it held for the devotee determined its value. This was Callie's understanding. However, it sounded like undisguised mockery to the infernal queen. Why did the words cheap body make her so frustrated? Indeed, as a program that attained sentience and will from having no heart, the act of intercourse was something extremely natural. It was not something that needed to be fussed over, but I'm not as easy as you imagined. The infernal queen said a frustrated sentence that did not sound convincing at all. An indescribable frustration surged through her heart. It prompted her to reveal her true thoughts on this matter that she did not care about to begin with. I used my body to seduce the boy purely as an act of revenge for your domineering attitude. However, Callie was just too strong. She was so strong that she could not think of any other acts of revenge. Therefore, she had chosen the lowliest of all lowly strategies. To me, intercourse is not something that gives any pleasure. Although she had her own will, her innate nature as a program could not be changed. She did not have the desires like other living creatures. Therefore, to her, there was no need for intercourse. She did not gain any happiness from intercourse. Therefore, this is the first time I'm doing it. Although she did not mind the act of intercourse, but since she did not need intercourse, nor did she derive any pleasure from it, she would not be bored enough to have intercourse with other biological creatures. Using intercourse as an act of revenge might be something completely trivial to her, but up to date, she never had the need to do so. This was the first time she encountered an existence as powerful as Callie, who loved a weak biological creature at the psionic mortal realm. Therefore, this was really the first time she was doing it. Furthermore, this body has never been tainted. It's a genuine virgin. So, I have never had intercourse, and according to your explanation, I have also maintained a so-called chastity. It's not some cheap body. The infernal queen did not know why she needed to provide such an insipid explanation, but she felt greatly relieved after saying those words. Was the reason behind the sense of frustration due to the vilification of the explanation that seemed like the truth? In summary, if chastity that she did not place any importance to became an indicator with value, she would definitely not fall into the abyss of cheapness. As such, proving that she was chaste would not be a meaningless matter. With this thought in mind, the infernal queen suffused a composed smile. Callie never expected that the infernal queen, who had no sense of shame, would go to such great lengths to explain herself. After a moment of stupefaction, she smiled with a shake of the head. All right, let's consider it as you having preserved your chastity. But even so, this does not change my evaluation of you. That's because your cheapness is not dependent on your body being untainted, but that you completely do not care about the person you have intercourse with. Just to infuriate me, you could sacrifice your body. So how can this chastity that you don't even care about be considered precious? The price you pay might be chastity, but no matter how you put it, it is just cheap chastity. The infernal queen's smile immediately froze. Her intense retort had only been returned with a light answer that was so substantial that she had no way to retort. Callie had only changed the words cheap body to cheap chastity. It was as if a sharp knife had stabbed into her, tearing apart her virtual walls she constructed using chastity. What indignation! She had never felt so indignant before. She had never felt so helpless either. Then, the infernal queen said in a state at a loss, then if chastity is as important as life, would it not be cheap anymore? Callie faltered slightly before saying with a nod, it can be understood in that way. Callie had a nagging feeling that something was odd, but what the infernal queen comprehended did not seem erroneous. Although from a normal person's perspective, life should be something of greater importance, it was not like there were no women in the human world who treated their chastity with greater importance than their life. Forget it, for such a creature that lacked morals like the infernal queen to have such an understanding probably only had every advantage and no drawbacks, right? With this thought in mind, Callie said seriously, you can only devote your chastity only when encountering someone you deeply love who you are willing to sacrifice your life for. Only then would such chastity be valuable. Do you understand? The infernal queen nodded her head as she pondered over it. She secretly took note of Callie's words and buried it deep into her heart. A composed and seductive smile once again suffused across the corners of her lips. Then, a drop of cold sweat oozed out of her forehead. Hey, wait a moment. What was going on now? In the beginning, wasn't she using the unfaithfulness of Shi Xiaobai to deepen the jealousy-spurred wounds of Callie? Why did it become this strange situation of her being educated? After all, whether her body and chastity was cheap or not had nothing to do with whether Shi Xiaobai was considered unfaithful or not, right? When did the topic of conversation slowly shift? The infernal queen turned increasingly vexed the further she thought. Looking at the gorgeous face which had a relieved look, like she had taught someone well, projected in the chessboard, she nearly burst out in angry tears. How infuriating! What happened to the mutual damage? Why was she the only one hurt? The infernal queen's red lips twitched slightly as she used a stiffened tone to say, I understand now. Compared to that blonde girl's sincerity, my naked body back then was indeed not worth mentioning. But so what? Was it certain that by devoting her precious sincerity, it was taken for granted that the boy would be moved? Was it certain that if the boy's love was split into two, you wouldn't feel sad because of it? Was it certain that as you watch him and her embrace each other tightly, without separating up to this point, you wouldn't feel upset about it? Was it certain, Without any consideration for logic or excuses, the infernal queen began to use it as a counterattack after she turned shame into anger. Along with the infernal queen's counter, Callie's expression turned increasingly cold. This had caught the infernal queen by surprise, for her unreasonable counters had turned effective. That azure blue eye gradually turned dark and dull. It isn't an illusion. The infernal queen immediately laughed. So that was the reason. She had chosen the wrong method from the very beginning. The pixie who was almost a sage could indeed accept everything about the boy, but because of her deep love for him, it was impossible for her to not have the desire to monopolize him. She must have also wished that the boy would belong only to her. That jealous expression from before was not an illusion. The infernal queen gave a charming smile. She finally found a weakness that could be pulverized from the nearly perfect pixie. Even if Shi Xiaobai has intercourse with that girl, would you really not mind at all? By using a gentle tone to forcefully say the sharp word of intercourse, the infernal queen had given Callie a brutal strike ruthlessly. How is it possible? Callie's dull eyes flashed a look of melancholy. She pouted her lips and muttered to herself in an inaudible manner, how can I not mind? The infernal queen's smile immediately turned richer. Her original goal was not to sow discord because she knew that the chances of success would be extremely low. She only believed that it would be extreme vindication for her if she was able to make the azure blue pupils that resembled a sea of stars reveal a hint of distress. But she never expected that a goddess could reveal such a frail state that looked so heartbreaking. It truly felt too good. The grief expressed by a goddess nearly overwhelmed the infernal queen with euphoria. I want to tear and destroy the mask of the goddess. I want to violently trample on the pure feelings of a girl. This twisted desire was suddenly born in a very natural way from the will of a program that should not have had any desires. The infernal queen used a charming voice to say in a manner filled with emotions, like she was weeping and grumbling, "Too pitiful. You are really too pitiful. You clearly do not wish that his body is touched by other women, but you watched with your own eyes how they embrace each other to the point of sinking their bodies into one another. You clearly only wish to be his only one, but you can only resign yourself to fate and accept the fact that another girl had entered his heart. You clearly wish to reserve your valuable chastity, but he might very well have intercourse with other women in the future, leaving behind a cheap body for you. Ah! This is too sorrowful. It's really not worth it." The infernal queen's voice made it seem like her body was filled with deep emotions of grief and anger. Callie sighed and said coldly, "You are right. I do not wish that he touches other women. I wish to be his only one, and similarly, I care about his chastity. But I will not make my wish turn into ugly selfishness. Because compared to all of this, what I cannot accept is to have such ugly jealousy that I become something he dislikes." Once again, the purple-haired pixie did not put up a false front by lying, nor did she avoid the topic. Instead, she openly admitted her wishes and expressed her moving thoughts directly. Compared to her wishes, what was more important was to not become something he disliked. Such a love. The infernal queen said in disbelief, Isn't your love too submissive?" It was too submissive. Compared to her loftiness as a goddess, such a love was just too submissive. Callie smiled faintly as she shook her head and said, "Love between two parties is never equal. There would always be a side who will love the other more. From the moment Xiaobai snatched the evil seed of corruption, I was completely defeated in this comparison of love. From the feelings known as like to the fear of not wishing to be disliked by him and not lose him, what else can I do but to carefully and submissively taste these sweet fragments dipped in glass? It was impossible for love to be complete happiness." The pixie, who clearly fell in love for the first time, had the understanding that many couples lacked. Due to the loss of her family and race and having spent 10,000 years in loneliness, she would be horrified over the tiny possibility of losing the boy she had met by sheer chance. Even if her love was even more submissive, she could not be disliked by him. Idiot! The infernal queen angrily responded to the pixie's concept of love with vitriol. "What do you mean that there are no options?" The infernal queen did not know why she had a baffling sense of frustration rise up in her heart. Furthermore, this sense of frustration felt like it was boiling, as though it was about to burn her chest. "You are too foolish." The infernal queen finally abandoned the last guise of respect with a switch of her tone. She angrily said, "All you need to do is stay by his side and declare your sovereign rights to him. With your looks and your strength, there is no woman in this world that has the courage to snatch him from you. With your charms, all you need is to give the boy a bit of perks and he will definitely not be able to extricate himself from his infatuation towards you. It would be impossible for him to have his heart stirred by others. In your so-called comparison of love, you can cause a complete reversal going from defeat to victory. Why do you admit defeat so easily? Why? Are you really such a fool?" Ah, she understood. She understood the reason why she was so angry. That was because the pixie in front of her was perfect in everything except for her pubescent body. It was something that even she as a program could not replicate. It was an existence she could only look up to and feel jealous of. Her beauty and her strength, her every gesture and smile, made her doubt the bias of the Creator. But she, who was a favorite of the Creator, had revealed such a despondent expression for a weak human. She had revealed such a submissive state. Such a preposterous fact was infuriating. Towards the infernal queen's anger and the aggressive tone she had, Callie could only smile faintly. She did not make any retorts. Indeed, just as the Infernal Queen had said, if she could stay by Shi Xiaobai's side all the time, even Donley would not have any chances. But unfortunately, she could not do so. He and I were two trajectories that should have never been able to cross. Every intersection that happened out of accident is illogical. If I were to selfishly linger around him, how would his fate be distorted when I have no choice but to leave him? Therefore, what happens now is already sufficient. An analogy that was obscure and difficult to comprehend was actually describing a simple and direct reason. A goddess and a mortal's encounter might seem beautiful, but the destiny of their intersection was cruel. If a mortal fell in love with a goddess, he would be infatuated with the goddess. He would rely on her or even be possessive of her. The goddess might have to leave the mortal world one day because of a mission she had no choice but to bear the burden of. Then, how would that mortal's destiny change? It would be pointless grieving over it. No amount of pain and sadness could alleviate the problem. One could only hate himself for being weak and curse at his own submission. As one could not find a substitute for a goddess, one would drown in the beautiful memories as he lived alone the rest of his life. That was the destiny of a mortal. Therefore, by maintaining an illusionary distance or by positioning the goddess as a beautiful bubble that could burst at any time, it would make it more acceptable when the mortal were to lose her. Only then would the mortal not be as sad. Callie did not want to become a goddess, but Shi Xiaobai and her were never residents of the same world. There was bound to be a day she would leave his world and return to her own. And the world that belonged to her was a world he would never reach regardless of the pursuits he would embark on. Therefore, in order to reduce the grief he would bear when the moment came and in order to reduce the destined pain, she could not increase even a tiny inkling of lovely memories between them. For her, that was enough. She was already satisfied with the present situation. I'm already satisfied to be able to see him from afar. This was probably the sweetest expression of love in the world, but also simultaneously the bitterest expression of love in the world. Even a goddess, no, because she was a goddess, her love was more submissive than mortals. Is that so? Is that really enough? The Infernal Queen found it inexplicable. She could not grasp the way Callie thought. Perhaps it was because she was born in the cult program, so she had no way to understand what such warm sacrifice was. As such, she was feeling infuriated. The Infernal Queen said with a sneer, "Should you be called foolish or naive? Love without partnership will one day lose its original flavor. If you continue watching him from afar, there will be a day when the memories fade away. He will no longer love you. Now, he is only unfaithful, but if this carries on, the distance between the two of you will result in him having a complete change of heart. At that moment, you will really lose him. By being too submissive in her love, it would instead result in the matter she feared the most to happen. Would it really end up making her lose him? This possibility was something Callie had never thought of. However, every time he felt the grief of losing her, wouldn't that also mean there was an additional possibility of him not loving her? Why did she not think of such a simple logic? No, if he were Shi Xiaobai, he would not so easily turn unfaithful. But even Shi Xiaobai could possibly turn unfaithful, right? Callie's eyes flashed a perplexed look. The worry of making him sad, as well as the fear of losing him, there was no way to tell which side was heavier when they were mixed together. Enough, this is something between him and I. It has nothing to do with you. As Callie said that, she categorically rejected this conversation that had finally wavered her. The Infernal Queen's eyes constricted slightly as she could not help but clench her fist. She had noticed a look of despondency flash in the girl's eyes. Using a forceful but unreasonable method of "it has nothing to do with you" was no doubt the limpest of surrenders. In this debate of mutual damage, it looked like she had clinched final victory. But why? Why did she not have the slightest inkling of joy? Why was she filled with anger instead? Shouldn't be like that, right? The Infernal Queen lowered her head and gave a stiff smile. Then, this conversation can't carry on? Yes, the happy chat ends here. Callie sighed and suddenly her tone returned to normal. A blizzard-like cold voice emitted out of her soft, red lips. Let's return to reality. That stupid bull that you reared has regenerated itself after 10 minutes of hard work. It would fully recover in another 10 seconds. I believe your nonsense should also come to an end? Take the opportunity in which no one is injured and end this joke that has gone too far. You and me might be able to become friends, if not. Callie's words pulled the Infernal Queen back into reality. The conversation that appeared calm on the surface was in fact a dangerous situation that could explode at any time. At that very moment, in the mountain valley of the silent desolate lands, 7 trial takers from the human world remained motionless because their shadows were captured by the Shadow Wraith. Earthbound Yaksha, which had nothing to do, was napping while leaning against a rock cliff. Although it had yet to deal the fatal blow, in the past few minutes, Field Marshal Osimo, whom had been nearly ground into meat pulp, was finally about to recover to its perfect state after a slow self-recovery process. The terror that had been brewing for 10 minutes was about to descend. How would Field Marshal Osimo, who had been brutally dealt with, brutally abuse the 7 trial takers over the accumulation of humiliation and anger, especially that azure-dressed girl that had diced him into pieces? The unnerving scene that was about to happen was something unimaginable even if one tried. This was a cruel situation that was approaching despair. Callie could not save them because the moment she made a move, the Infernal Queen would be able to activate the self-destruct sequence. Shi Xiaobai, who was in the array world, would not be able to survive. Shi Xiaobai similarly could not save them because he was a silver-haired demon at the very moment. To repress the urge to kill the girl in his arms already took him all his strength. Dawn was even more unlikely to be able to save them. She was unwilling to depart the boy's embrace, so how could she have any intentions of returning to that world? The friendly forces on their side were no longer able to give a helping hand. At that very moment, the only person that could prevent the tragedy from happening was the Infernal Queen, who was the enemy. Callie was helpless. The only thing she could do was persuade the Infernal Queen to end this joke that had gone too far and persuade her with the sincerity of becoming friends. However, how could the Infernal Queen, who had painstakingly machinated this scheme, compromise after forcing Callie and the rookies into such a state of despair? Becoming your friend is truly an irresistible enticement. The Infernal Queen smiled coquettishly. The sincerity of becoming friends had indeed moved her. Unfortunately, the present her was enraged. She was extremely furious. Therefore, please forgive me, but I reject it. That's because compared to becoming your friend, I'm more interested to know what expression you would give to apologize to him for not being able to save the boy's friends. That would definitely be the most beautiful scene in my opinion. Due to her jealousy, indignation, as well as anger that came from anticipation, she ripped the possibility of a peaceful outcome to shreds. The shattered pieces fluttered like snowflakes descending down to the ground. It was ashen and ice-cold, just like the soon-to-happen tragedy of utmost cruelty that no one could salvage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, The World Without the Minotaur. Chapter 468, The World Without the Minotaur. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The world in the 7th level was apparently not on the same timeline as the array world. As it was already evening in the array world, the world of the 7th level was far from welcoming in the dusk. Although the glaring sun was no longer as hot as it was at noon, the rays of light at dawn down onto the mortal world was still as resplendent as ever. The sunlight penetrated the holes in the clouds, illuminating the land fully. Inside the vast and empty basin, there was not a single spot that escaped the sun's illumination other than the periphery regions near the rock cliffs. And because of that, the 7 young boys and girls within the basin had their shadows imprisoned. If a large mass of clouds floated across the sky to temporarily shade the sunlight, it would cause the shadows rooted to the ground to temporarily disappear. Only then might they be saved. Unfortunately, such a miracle did not happen. During these short but seemingly endless 10 minutes, not a single miracle happened no matter how much they were praying. Therefore, this story that was stained by an atmosphere of despair did not seem like there would be any reversal happening. It was finally reaching the closing curtain of this tragedy. Field Marshal Osimo's flesh that had been diced to bits were like maggots. It squirmed inch by inch before slowly merging together. After 10 minutes of hard work, the pieces of meat were finally about to be fully restored as a whole in another 10 seconds. This self-recovery process was filled with repugnance. Severed intestines were gluing themselves together, shattered organs were slowly merging together, sticky blood was squeezing back into the dried-up blood vessels, foul brain fluid seeped into pale white bones. Such a process that looked like a reverse dissection was even more sickening and tragic than the dismemberment scene. And accompanying this process was an atmosphere that was constantly brewing with horror and despair. The more miserable Field Marshal Osimo's restoration process was, the more brutal his revenge would be. Even the 30,000-strong audience could sense the dangerous aura exuded from the basin. The Celestials could not sit still because one of the 7 unfortunate souls that were about to be devoured by Field Marshal Osimo's vengeance was their celestial king. However, the stirring among the Celestials was completely useless. That was because, since an unknown period of time ago, the basin demarcated by the cliffs was already enveloped by an invisible domain. It isolated the 30,000-strong audience outside the basin. After all, the mastermind behind this scheme was the assessment program who had full control over the land of trials, the Infernal Queen. Be it the Celestials, Infernals, or the Transcendents, they were just puppet-like existences she created. Naturally, they lacked the strength to interfere with her plans. They did not even have the right to disturb the trajectory towards despair by even a centimeter. All they could do was watch helplessly as Field Marshal Osimo's perfectly recovered body picked its head up from the ground before placing it on his neck with a clean cut. The bones connected with each other while flesh began exchanging tissue. When the final wound disappeared, it would mark the beginning of an extremely brutal revenge. Is the boring and meaningless prelude finally about to end? Earthbound Yaksha opened its eyes and cast its gaze onto the gigantic shadow that spread across the ground. Its voice sounded somewhat impatient. It had abided to Shadow Wraith's arrangements. It did not kill Speechless and Mu Lingxi, who made it somewhat worried. It was not entirely because it wanted to allow Field Marshal Osimo to vent his anger, nor was it because of the Shadow Wraith, who was the level lord of the 9th level, had the right to order it. It was because Earthbound Yaksha was a warrior that reveled in bloodshed before it became an evil spirit from hell. The vestiges of a warrior's honor prevented it from finding depraved delight in attacking opponents who could not fight back. However, allowing enemies that it could kill immediately live on for another 10 minutes seemed like an extremely foolish thing to do. Even though the 7 trial takers were restrained by Shadow Wraith's shadow shackles, who could be certain that nothing unexpected would happen despite the odds of a reversal happening was infinitesimal? What made Earthbound Yaksha most vexed and impatient was that it knew the true motives behind Shadow Wraith's actions. Yes, the prelude has ended, so let the dirge of despair begin. Shadow Wraith let out a hoarse, sinister chuckle. Oh, ha ha. Brother Yaksha, don't you know that the prelude is extremely important? Compared to passing a death sentence directly, by sparing them with a pittance of time to live, letting the remnants of hope gradually vanish, their feelings of despair will gradually accumulate. They will hysterically pray for a miracle, and as the time span of their prayers slows down, it will begin brewing an endless terror. Finally, when the flames of despair spark an explosion, it will be the most beautiful dirge when it reaches the climax. Therefore, the prelude is extremely important. Shadow Wraith's voice was filled with evil delight. Earthbound Yaksha revealed a look that indicated it had expected it. It said in a cold voice, "Thy evil delight is something that I cannot analyze even after 10,000 years. In mine own point of view, no matter how weak the opponent is, no matter how much advantage exists, excessive arrogance and carelessness can result in disaster for oneself. Besides, Earthbound Yagsha turned its head to scan the 7 trial takers on the desolate lands. Its expression turned uglier. Even though they could not move or their repeated struggles had failed after a long 10 minutes, the 7 humans, be it that carefree shield youth, or that frail-looking silver-haired girl, none of them had eyes that seemed dull despite Field Marshal Osimo's revenge and torture was about to descend upon them. Their eyes had remained bright with a sparkle to them. They did not look like eyes people would have in a state of utter despair. No, it should be said that their eyes were clearly filled with hope and fighting spirit. They were enemies that definitely could not be treated carelessly. Furthermore, it and the 2 other idiots had given them 10 minutes without noticing it. Enough! Foolish ox, a pace mocketh thy moveth. Earthbound Yagsha bellowed angrily. While it was rejoicing over the fact that nothing unexpected had happened in the past 10 minutes, it also began having a wariness like what a serious warrior should have. No hurry. Field Marshal Osimo cracked his neck that he had rejoined. Immediately the crackling of his bones locking in place was heard. As he picked up the battle axe on the ground with a sneer, he turned his head towards the azure-dressed girl that was glaring hatefully at him from afar. What's the rush? We still have lots and lots of time. This field marshal wants them to experience utter torture, giving them a living death. As Field Marshal Osimo said that with a tone that could barely repress the wrath in it, he slowly walked towards the azure-dressed girl that was at his mercy. Killeth those folk immediately. Mocketh haste and stop wasting time. Earthbound Yagsha frowned. Field Marshal Osimo seemed bent on slowly torturing the 7 trial takers to death. If he was allowed free rein to do so, it would definitely be a waste of even more time. There might be unexpected situations that crop up. After all, the 7 trial takers did not seem like they had given up from the look in their eyes. Arrogance and carelessness were sources of evil that could land them in trouble easily. They had to nip the threat in the bud. As a warrior many years ago, it had died under the hands of an enemy that it thought it had killed. How could it make the same mistake? Earthbound Yagsha's eyes squinted as he slowly unsheathed a samurai sword. Earthbound Yagsha, hold your blade. This field marshal advises you not to underestimate my anger. Did you not see the pain and humiliation that this field marshal experienced just now? If the cruelest of tortures isn't used, how can this field marshal vent the anger in his heart? Field Marshal Osimo growled angrily at Earthbound Yagsha. Not long ago, it had been trapped in a tiny space. All the air had been robbed of it. That sense of despair of not being able to breathe and the terror of impending doom was still fresh on his mind. The hatred he had could no longer be described by words. One could see the instantaneous struggle in Earthbound Yagsha's eyes before it finally let out a sigh. It's up to thee. Earthbound Yagsha sheathed its samurai sword and closed its eyes with flagging interest. It leaned against the cliff to continue its nap. Regardless of the matter, it had a relationship with the foolish ox for 10,000 years. Even though their relationship appeared odious on the surface, it was impossible that it did not feel a thing for the ox. Furthermore, although it was somewhat wary, it did not believe that the 7 humans had any chance of retaliation. That was because it too could not escape Shadow Wraith's shadow shackles if it were in their shoes. It was not worth it to sever all ties with the foolish ox for an unrealistic notion of wariness. Earthbound Yagsha's compromise made Field Marshal Osimo release a delighted smile. He turned his head and continued proceeding forward at a speed that wasn't considered fast, but in less than 10 seconds, he was already in front of Sunless. With less than a meter separating him from her, all he needed to do was swing his axe, and the girl would be beheaded, splattering blood everywhere. But at that moment, looking down at those calm, amber eyes that were filled with killing intent, he was unsure what he should do next. He was always inclined to enter a frenzied massacre while enjoying the thrill of splitting his enemies into 2. However, he did not have much expertise when it came to torturing techniques. It wanted to make the wretch in front of it be tormented by the cruelest torture. Typical acts of torture could not satisfy him, hence, he needed to treat her carefully like a treasure. He was momentarily unsure what he should do next. Hey, Wraith, you were once the prison governor of the underworld. You are proficient in means of torture when it comes to convicts. Can you teach this field marshal? This field marshal finally understands today that torturous torment is an important art. Due to the rage I have, it's not something that can be vented even with slaughtering. Field Marshal Osimo turned its body to look at the shadow on the ground and asked a horrific question. Ha ha ha. Shadow Wraith was clearly pleased to indulge Field Marshal Osimo. It said with a sinister laugh, compared to physical pain, mental torture is even crueler. Therefore, constantly trampling on their dignity, letting them feel a humiliation that cannot be endured, making them yearn for an immediate death, letting them suffer a mental breakdown, that is true punishment. Field Marshal Osimo clearly did not understand the underlying meaning behind Shadow Wraith's words. He said in impatience, "What does it mean? Can you tell this Field Marshal what should be done directly?" Shadow Wraith said with a scoff, "You can't even understand that? You are really a... Forget it. I'll just make it clear. The human you want to torture is a young girl. She is equivalent to an unwed female minotaur in your minotaur race. To an unwed female minotaur, what do you think is the most unbearable humiliation? To a foolish ox like Field Marshal Osimo, such a direct analogy could not be any better. How should an unwed female minotaur be tormented?" Field Marshal Osimo pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Shadow Wraith's intentions. He suddenly widened his eyes as he could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Hence, he immediately turned around. His hands had let go of his battle axe. With a twisted pose, he stretched his arm towards the azure-dressed girl a meter away from him. An indescribable scene that should not have happened in a passionate novel about posturing might have been created by Field Marshal Osimo. With his identity as a minotaur, he would NTR the male protagonist, so what else could stir the blood of experienced readers with such fetishes? But how can the purity-obsessed author, who deliberately prevented one of the female protagonists from having any scenes with other male supporting actors, allow the female protagonist to be tainted in any way? Very unfortunately, the antagonist was destined to not even touch a strand of the female protagonist's hair. Therefore, rejoice, because, at that moment, the arms Field Marshal Osimo stretched out midway paused in midair suddenly. His body that he turned came to a complete halt as well. Ha! Shadow Wraith exclaimed in disbelief. At the same time, they saw Field Marshal Osimo, whose face had a hideous grin remain stiff on his face, had a fine crack appear from the top of his head. Immediately following that, including his head, his body gradually separated into two pieces as they fell to the ground. Slam! Field Marshal Osimo's massive body had crumbled to the ground in two cleaved halves. And in Shadow Wraith's vision, the azure-dressed girl that had previously been blocked by Field Marshal Osimo's massive body slowly appeared. At that moment, the azure-dressed girl was holding a sword with both hands as she raised it high towards the sky. Visible black energy began spreading out from the tip of her silver sword like vines, and it formed a spiraling sword energy of darkness that resembled a black fog. How is it possible? Shadow Wraith bellowed angrily in disbelief. The situation's sudden reversal was clearly not a miracle, nor was it because the shameless author had wantonly changed the plot in order to save the female protagonist, but because the azure-dressed girl who had raised her sword high had escaped its shadow shackles. Without any reinforcements, she had escaped its shadow shackles alone and split apart Field Marshal Osimo, whose back was facing her. Furthermore, Shadow Wraith slowly widened its non-existent eyes as it looked at the spiraling black sword energy above the silver sword. Suddenly, it realized something. No! Quickly stop her! Shadow Wraith yelled in Earthbound Yaksha's direction. Damn it! Earthbound Yaksha immediately opened its eyes when it heard Shadow Wraith. With a curse, it immediately unsheathed its samurai sword and wanted to prevent the unforeseen event that was about to happen. However, as earthbound Yaksha had a protruded spine, it had especially found a cliff to rest on. It was a distance away from the dismembered body. When the blade beam it slashed out was midway in flight, Sunless had already cleaved down her raised sword. Heaven shrouding eclipse. The spiraling sword beams of darkness slammed its shadow wraith suddenly like a black cloud. Heaven shrouding eclipse was one of the higher-grade sword techniques of the Yi family. It was also the most proficient sword technique Sunless' brother, Heartless, knew. However, Sunless, who had only practiced the technique a few times in the past, did not pale in comparison to Heartless with her usage of Heaven Shrouding Eclipse. It was solid proof of her talent in sword arts. And the reason why she chose to use Heaven Shrouding Eclipse at such a critical moment was that the sword beam formed from Heaven Shrouding Eclipse would absorb all the natural elements of darkness from the surroundings. It would cause the sword beam to have a physical manifestation of black clouds. Against Shadow Wraith, who was a shadow, the black clouds that could shroud the sunlight was apparently the best technique, but as such, when the sword beam came cleaving down, the suppressive sword beam in the form of black clouds fully depicted the reason why it was a heaven shrouding eclipse. The sun was eclipsed and the ground beneath the sword beam was completely covered in darkness. Darkness immediately devoured the 6 shadow tentacles of Shadow Wraith. No! Shadow Wraith bellowed furiously. The devouring darkness did not harm it, but it had dispelled its shadow shackles. The other 6 humans that were shackled immediately escaped the shadow's imprisonment. Move out! A male voice filled with a magnetic charm suddenly resounded in the darkness. It was Speechless' voice. At the same time, 3 figures tore through the black fog and charged towards Earthbound Yaksha's location, but the enraged Earthbound Yaksha had similarly taken action. It dashed towards the source of noise with a samurai sword in hand. The youth who had given an order like a leader was an existence that it felt most apprehensive about among the 7 humans. It was filled with regret that it did not immediately kill the youth 10 minutes ago. However, no amount of regret could change the past. Therefore, Earthbound Yaksha was determined to kill him now. Earthbound Yaksha immediately sensed that 3 auras were charging straight at it. It swept its gaze and saw that the 3 figures were the youth with the mithril shield, the Taoist with a talisman in hand, as well as the azure-dressed girl, who left a deep impression on it. Scram! Earthbound Yaksha sneered. A repressive soul suppression emanated from its body. It did not have the luxury of time to waste with the trio. Even the azure-dressed girl was not someone who made it as apprehensive as that youth who was proficient at strategic deployment. Towards opponents who were a few psionic realms lower than it was, releasing soul suppression was enough to leave them stifled. And indeed, the moment Earthbound Yaksha's soul suppression was released, other than Sunless, who did not appear affected, Feng Yuanlin and Lu Yu's pupils constricted and their bodies came to a sudden halt. Their actions appeared extremely slow. At that moment, a melodious voice sounded. It was moving and pleasant to the ears. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to penetrate the barriers of space itself. Instantly, it filled the entire arena. The sky is high and the wind sings. The dream I once relished in joy. That people will one day find. Your firm belief with the eyes of a child. I'm willing to be by your side. Crossing through the frozen forest. So that your eyes won't forever hesitate. In the grief of the world. It was unknown when Mu Lengxi had taken off her thick black-rimmed glasses, revealing her adolescent beauty. She spread out her arms and with her eyes closed, she sang with gusto. The wind that blew into the sky suddenly flared the crystalline-like silver hair that resembled snowflakes into the sky. At that moment, the bookworm who always buried herself in a sea of books and remained silent was dignified and pure like a goddess. She was as charming and gorgeous as a pixie. Her voice reached towards the horizons and clear droplets of resplendent light fell to the ground like a drizzle, while illuminating the other 6. The courage and hope infused in the voice transformed into surging energy that flowed through their bodies. The effects of soul suppression was immediately reduced drastically, enough for Feng Yuanlin and Lu Yu to conquer it based on their own willpower. Wow, wow, wow. Muse silver moons, the sky is high and the wind sings. And she immediately began with the chorus, which is the most exhilarating. Oh. 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 Energy is surging, it's all coming. Feng Yuanlin shouted out in an exaggerated manner. He raised his mithril shield and charged at Earthbound Yaksha. His excited appearance did not look like he was rushing headlong into battle, but like he was rushing to attend a concert. This is how a muse alone can influence the outcome of a battle. Lu Yu sighed in praise once again. Although Mu Lingxi's powers were still nascent as a peerless muse, she was able to shape the outcome of the battle. In the future, she would definitely be a battle muse viewed as a treasure by the country. And in addition to her proficiency of magic that far exceeded Lu Yu's understanding, it was unimaginable how impressive a hero she would grow into. Mu Lingxi's future had endless possibilities. Lu Yu and Feng Yuanlin were not the only ones that were affected by Mu Lingxi's voice. Earthbound Yaksha was also affected by it and was crying in bitterness. It felt that there was an irritating sacred aura surrounding it. Grating sounds hummed in its ears as it suddenly felt its body turn extremely heavy. It was as if dozens of invisible chains were wrapped around its body while it constantly tightened. Its actions were severely restrained. Darn it! Earthbound Yaksha regretted sorely that it did not kill Speechless and Mu Lingxi 10 minutes ago. Now, it was tasting the bitter fruit of its inaction. A struggle flashed in Earthbound Yaksha's eyes. It had made the same choice as it did previously. With an angry roar, it forcefully repressed the ill effects the voice had on it before turning around and slashing straight at the singing Mu Lingxi. At that moment, Mu Lingxi looked like she was completely defenseless. It was also posing the greatest threat, so it was only right to be the first target to be finished. Pooey! Shameless wretch, don't you dare think of harming her. It was unknown when Feng Yuanlin had run in between Earthbound Yaksha and Mu Lingxi. He had used his mithril shield to withstand the sharp blade beam that surged over. Damn it! Earthbound Yaksha cursed angrily. The punk had only pretended to attack from the beginning, but he was actually protecting the singing girl? Earthbound Yaksha immediately turned to charge at Feng Yuanlin. Even though the weak worm wanted to be a protector of women without knowing his own strength, it did not mind slaughtering him first before stepping over his corpse. Oh! However, just as Earthbound Yaksha turned around again, it felt an extremely dangerous aura emerge behind it. Courting death. Earthbound Yaksha roared angrily as it stamped on the ground with its right foot. With a twist of its torso, it had slashed towards it back with its astounding ability to twist. But at the same time, the azure figure that it noticed had suddenly vanished into thin air when it turned back. Blind spot attack! Earthbound Yaksha exclaimed in surprise. The azure figure had moved to a spot in its blind spot instantly with an intricate side step. What keen judgment! What a stunning reaction! Earthbound Yaksha felt slightly alarmed, but its reaction was extremely fast as well. It immediately gave up on its counterattack. Suddenly, it charged forward in an attempt to dodge the sword that came slashing right towards it. However, it failed to completely escape the peripheral blast of the sword beam. The sharp sword beams instantly lacerated its skin. See? Earthbound Yaksha cried out in pain. The strike's sword beam contained a rich element of light. As an evil spirit, the light was able to hurt its physical embodiment. A visible laceration appeared on its back. Vairava Heavenly Slash. Earthbound Yaksha naturally would not stop its actions because of an injury. It immediately slashed out its powerful and famous blade technique at its assailant while there was a gap in between the assailant's attacks. However, its assailant was not any amateur. Immediately, with a perfect leap backward, the assailant had completely dodged the attack. Earthbound Yaksha finally managed to turn its head to discern the true identity of its assailant. Just as it guessed, it was indeed the sword-wielding azure-dressed girl. It looks like it 'twas not luck for thee to beest able to repress that foolish ox alone. Earthbound Yaksha squinted its eyes. It had no choice but to admit that it had underestimated the azure-dressed girl's strength. Her calmness, sharpness and machine-like precision combat style did not resemble that of a young girl in her teens. She clearly had the mental prowess of an old witch that had lived for countless years. Doth thee bethink the three of thee can repress me? Earthbound Yaksha scanned Sunless, Lu Yu, and Feng Yuanlin, who stood in a triangular position around it. It was secretly furious. If not for the restraint the voice was giving it, it would not be in such a tragic state. But the current situation did give it a sense of defeat. Repress? No, the three of us will slaughter you, said Lu Yu coldly. He held a stack of talismans in his hand and could throw it into the sky at any time and produce any one of the 8 incantations of Taoism. Sunless eyes were ice-cold as they stared intently at Earthbound Yaksha, as though she was waiting for the opportunity to kill it. Other than that, the combat situation came to a temporary standstill that could have the flames of battle ignite again at any time. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly resounded. That's as far as it will go. Shadow Wraith, which had been silent for a prolonged period of time, finally took action. It had once again made a bold declaration as though it could press a pause button. Heaven-shrouding Eclipse's sword beam had already dissipated. There was no obstruction to the sunlight, and the shadow tentacles that it stretched out had successfully reached the feet of the trio. Ha, what a bunch of fools that do not learn their lesson. Earthbound Yaksha sniggered. It was relieved and did not expect that Shadow Wraith's repeat of his technique would actually be successful. Go fuck yourself as far as you can go. Suddenly, a boorish invective emanated from the other side of the battlefield. Earthbound Yaksha turned its head and saw Speechless appearing less than 100 meters away from Shadow Wraith without any warning. The shadow arms at his feet surprisingly extended in a strange way. The shadow arms that extended out 100 meters suddenly clenched Shadow Wraith's neck at the moment Speechless' voice resounded. Shadow Wraith cried in agony. The shadow tentacles that it had extended out retracted. Its jagged shadow outline began to convulse crazily. Well done. Lu Yu guffawed in joy as he gave a big thumbs up to Speechless. This attack that let it have a taste of its own medicine could be called perfect. Just as Shadow Wraith had reduced its presence to secretly extend its shadow tentacles towards the trio that was facing Earthbound Yaksha, Speechless had lowered his presence as much as possible as well. He had then used mirror replication to replicate shadow shackles and sent his own shadow tentacles towards Shadow Wraith. This was an intense exchange of placing each other in check on a figurative game of chess. Speechless had used his excellent ability and intelligence to counterattack Shadow Wraith alone. The ones that will only go this far is the two of you. Speechless laughed crazily as he suddenly turned his head in a completely opposite direction in the battlefield. He took a deep breath and shouted forcefully at a name most people would consider odd. Pulp Farmer. The name Speechless yelled with some hoarseness in his throat was Pulp Farmer, who did not participate in the triangular encirclement against Earthbound Yaksha despite being a melee warrior. Yes, forcefully getting Lu Yu, a Taoist meant to gross out their opponent from a distance to the front lines to take on one corner of the triangular encirclement was not because the commanding brain behind the strategy was retarded, but because Pulp Farmer had to do something even more important. Earthbound Yaksha and Shadow Wraith looked towards the direction in which Speechless had turned towards. Immediately, they saw the spear-wielding youth who unknowingly had retreated to a blind spot outside the battle zone. Then they saw a scene that could be considered odd. Pulp Farmer had extended both his arms and with his head lifted high, his spear was erected beside him. Under the illumination of the sunlight, he looked as mighty as a silent sculpture of a god of war. However, white paper cranes were flying out of the mighty youth's palms that were extended upwards. One after another, the paper cranes were flying unendingly out of Pulp Farmer's palm. The 1,000 paper cranes were flapping their paper wings and flying towards the sky like sparrows. Looking up at the sky, it was appalling to realize that in the endless firmament, there were countless pure white paper cranes flapping their wings. None of them were acting together. Instead, they were flying in a different direction toward the sky, as though they wanted to see every corner of the world. When Speechless roared out his name, Pulp Farmer slowly opened his eyes. That forbidding face that looked extremely firm and mature suddenly beamed radiantly in a way appropriate for his age. "I found it!" Pulp Farmer yelled. The way he beamed was like a lost child that had managed to finally find his way home after overcoming challenge after challenge. "I found the core of the formation." When this deafening yell resounded through the sky, Speechless smiled. Lu Yu moved the big thumbs up he had towards a different direction. Feng Yuanlin raised his shield as he leaped in joy. Tears streamed down Mu Lingxi's eyes. Sunless gaped slightly and emitted an awe that she found hard to suppress. "Found it! Found it! Found it! Shi Xiaobai! The possibility of saving you has been found." "No! Impossible!" Shadow Wraith yelled sharply. In order to create the so-called despair, in order to fulfill their perverse idea of fun, it had informed the 7 humans of the scheme and revealed secrets. One of the things revealed included that killing Field Marshal Osimo would not disable the God-slaughtering formation unless the formation core was destroyed. And now, the formation core had been found. Impossible. 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 Shadow Wraith was certain that if the mission failed in such a manner, as a pig-like teammate, it would definitely be tortured tragically by the Heartless Assessment Program. That devil possessed the absolute rights to not only kill them but to deal with them in any way it liked. Shadow Wraith fell into hysteria, but Earthbound Yagsha calmed down instead. It looked coldly at Speechless and said in a solemn voice, "Thy actions wast highly coordinated, with very clear goals. Wast all of this discussed by thee beforehand?" Earthbound Yagsha recalled the unease it felt previously. Yes, from the beginning, it had noticed that the humans' actions seemed to be coordinated ahead of time. The triangular encirclement, the shield youth protecting the singing girl in time, restraining Shadow Wraith, all of that appeared to have been played out according to a particular person's script. It was done with such verve like it had been planned. But how was this possible? The 7 of them had clearly been restrained by Shadow Wraith. Not only could they not move, they could not even speak. How were they able to draw up such a highly coordinated plan? How didst thee doth it? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, A Divine Operation Finished in 10 Minutes. Chapter 469, A Divine Operation Finished in 10 Minutes. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. How did Speechless and company do it? It was probably not only Earthbound Yagsha and Shadow Wraith who remained puzzled. Probably even the big shots in the 3-dimensional world in another plane of existence must be dumbfounded. They might even involuntarily question, what sort of strange development is this? Can there be such a screwed up operation? Come over here, author, it's about time we had a good chat. Then, in order to explain the story clearly in a professional and ethical way, in no way is it to pad the word count, in no way is it to pad the word count, and in no way is it to pad the word count, with important things having the need to be repeated 3 times. Finally padding out a wave of text happily. Well, in order to explain the story clearly, let us rewind back to about 10 minutes ago, the instant when Shadow Wraith just appeared, while releasing a toxin known as despair, but read as being a shitty teammate. Back then, when Shadow Wraith suddenly appeared, it had operated beautifully. It had successfully restrained Speechless and company as well as announced 3 pieces of information that could not be verified but were all equally despair-inducing. First, that Field Marshal Osimo was not the formation core. Therefore, killing Field Marshal Osimo did not mean the disruption of the God-slaughtering formation. They were destined to be working hard towards a pointless goal. Second, the identity of the pitch-black mass was the 9th level's level lord. They had to face 3 level lords at the moment. Third, the exit command had been disabled. That Excellency with its powerful might was the mastermind behind all this, and that Excellency was determined to have all of them killed. The three pieces of information had successfully weaved the web of despair. Speechless was unable to determine if the information was true or not, but by inferring from the situation they were in, the three pieces of information were very likely to be the truth. However, the three pieces of despairing information mixed in a single piece of information that benefited them, destroying the formation core would result in the collapse of the god-slaughtering formation. The only piece of beneficial information was useless in the situation they were in. With the seven of them simultaneously restrained, unless a powerful force came to rescue them, there was nothing they could do. They were unable to save themselves, much less rescue Shi Xiaobai. At that moment, even Speechless felt helpless. He was immersed in a pessimistic mood. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his mind. Hey, benefactor Speechless, can you hear this? Initially, Speechless believed that he was having an illusion or some auditory hallucination because the voice did not reach him through his ears, but resounded directly in his brain. But quickly, the voice repeated another time. Speechless finally realized a particular possibility. He attempted to respond with a thought. Lu Yu. After he responded, a relieved sigh immediately resounded in his mind. Then, the voice said the following in his mind. Phew, it's this penniless priest. Listen, the reason why you can hear this penniless priest's voice is that of this penniless priest's superpower, telepathic relay. This superpower's general usage is to converse telepathically with someone within a certain distance as long as they do not refuse it. Speechless was immediately astounded, but he immediately had a sudden thought when he received this brand new piece of information. As a result, he could not help but shout out in his mind, Wah! Lu Yu, your superpower is amazing. You are indeed worthy to be a man that shares the same syllable, speech, as this emperor, but... Lu Yu immediately blushed with shame as he said with a wry smile, this superpower is actually useless in battle. However, this penniless priest always found it hard to abandon it even though it's useless. Who knew that it would be somewhat useful at such a juncture? Somewhat useful? You are way too humble, man. This superpower might be able to save all of us, said Speechless in excitement. Really? This penniless priest can't think of any way out no matter how much he racks his brain. So this penniless priest attempted to engage in telepathy with you, doesn't that mean that benefactor Speechless has already thought of a way out? Lu Yu said with great anticipation in his mind. Yeah, a way out that might be possible has been thought out and it would definitely be better than not thinking of something. Oh, by the way, can your superpower engage in telepathic relay only between two people? Said Speechless. This penniless priest could only do two people in the beginning, but after repeated experiments and improvements, this penniless priest can now add another person to the telepathic relay, and have a three-way telepathic conversation. However, 3 people is the maximum this penniless priest can do for now, said Lu Yu. 3 people is enough. At least it saves the time needed to pass on information. Make haste while we can. Now, connect Sunless. Who knows how long the 3-level lords will give us, said Speechless. Alright, responded Lu Yu. A second later, Lu Yu spoke again, alright, it's connected. Hey, Sunless, can you hear this? Speechless immediately attempted to call out to her. Ha! Sunless' puzzled voice resounded simultaneously in Speechless and Lu Yu's minds. I'm Speechlessly. We are now conversing using Lu Yu's superpower and engaging in a 3-way telepathic relay. Do you understand? Speechless did not want to waste time, so he explained the situation to Sunless in the most direct manner. Yeah, Sunless responded. She did not seem astonished nor did she appear as excited as Speechless. Clearly, her thoughts were somewhere else. Sunless, I know you are currently feeling very anxious. The person most anxious in the present situation is definitely you. Because, compared to extricating the danger you are in, you are more anxious about rescuing Shi Xiaobai. However, you have to calm down now. Listen, I have a method that might save everyone and even save Shi Xiaobai. And the most important step to this matter has to be fulfilled by you. Only you can make it happen. For that, you have to calm down. No matter how difficult it is, you must force yourself to calm down, then, Sunless, in order to save everyone, no. Even if it's just to save Shi Xiaobai, can you calm down? Speechless said it in such a manner. Since time was of the essence, he was still excessive in his plea. Clearly, whether Sunless could calm down was an important matter. For that, Sunless fell silent for a second before giving a firm response. Say the method. Sunless did not answer if she could calm down or not, but Speechless knew that even if she could not, she would definitely change it into something possible. If that was the way to save Shi Xiaobai, she would force herself to do it regardless of anything. Due to the automatic triggering of mirror replication, I know the shadow that is restraining us is called shadow shackles. At the same time, I know the theory behind the liberation process of shadow shackles. In fact, shadow shackles is not restraining our bodies, but it is a two-layer illusion, said Speechless. Two-layer illusion? What is that? Asked Lu Yu eagerly before Sunless responded. You can understand it as a dream within a dream. In fact, our consciousness is currently stuck in a dream state formed by the first illusionary layer. However, the second illusionary layer is fooling us to think that we exist in reality. The goal is to prevent us from knowing that we have fallen for an illusion. And the premise to the two-layer illusion is grabbing the victim's shadow with a shadow. In principle, severing the contact between the shadows is sufficient to destroy the illusion, but the 7 of us are unable to manage that. There's also no point to place hope on non-existent reinforcements. So the thing we need to do is use our own willpower to escape the two-layer illusion. Speechless tried his best to explain the slightly complicated idea in the most comprehensible manner. Escape? How? Sunless immediately asked an important question. We first need to escape the second illusion layer, which is used to hide the first illusionary layer. The easiest way is to constantly tell yourself that this isn't reality, so as to hypnotize yourself. This step requires a firm belief in yourself. Only people who believe in themselves greatly are able to do it. Sunless, among the 7 of us, the only people that can escape the second illusionary layer are the 2 of us. Speechless did not plan on explaining why they were the only 2 that could escape the second illusionary layer, but he had his reasons. The reason was that when facing Earthbound Yaksha's soul suppression, only Sunless and himself could act normally. The other 5 were more or less affected. And the reason why he could do so was that he had undertaken resistance training. As for Sunless, she had completely managed to conquer the repression of soul suppression with her own willpower and firm resolution. This girl who very rarely spoke with others was not shy with strangers or aloof, but it was because she was too mature. Just as Pulp Farmer said, Sunless and Shi Xiaobai were young freaks that had minds that resembled cunning old spirits. They could see through the essence of many things at a glance, even the light that was obscured by the darkness. For that, Shi Xiaobai would positively face it, while Sunless would choose to ignore it, putting a distance between herself and the world that had nothing to do with swords. Then? Sunless made a terse remark and interrupted Speechless' deep thoughts. Then, after escaping the second illusionary layer, you will enter the dream state created by the first illusionary layer. And our real consciousness is situated there. The first illusionary layer is an orthodox mental demon illusion. By enlarging the mental demons of the target will be embroiled in an endless cycle of horrific nightmares. Therefore, the way to escape the first illusionary layer is to overcome your own mental demons. When Speechless said that, he came to a slight pause before sighing suddenly. He said apologetically, "Sorry, deep in my heart, there resides a mental demon I cannot defeat. I will not be able to defeat the mental demon in a short period of time. Therefore, the only person that can quickly escape the first and second illusionary layers through their own strength to liberate themselves from shadow shackles is you, Sunless Yi. Got it, Sunless said. Sunless, I'm not sure what your mental demon is, nor do I know if that mental demon of yours is as difficult to conquer as mine, but all our hope will rest on you. So, Sunless, are you confident that you can defeat your greatest mental demon? Speechless carefully probed her. He knew that the heavy burden of saving everyone rested on Sunless' shoulders. It was a shameless and weak thing to do, but other than that, he had no other method. Without escaping from shadow shackles, there was no way the subsequent parts of his plan could work. I'll definitely be able to do it. Sunless gave such an answer. Upon hearing Sunless' response, Speechless immediately felt like he had asked a stupid question. To Sunless, be it defeating her own mental demons, she would only answer that she could, and give an answer of definiteness. Since it was a necessary step in the bid to save Shi Xiaobai, she would do her best to overcome and defeat the thing she previously could have chosen to run away from, even if the mental demon was an unsurmountable entity that previously made her cower in fear. Sunless was such a cool girl. If only I could be as brave as her. Speechless thought to himself. His heart felt like it had been mangled by a blade. He returned to that unforgettable rainy night that he probably would not forget for the rest of his life. That was a mental demon he lacked the courage to face at that moment in time. It was a nightmare that he chose to cower away from like a coward. Speechless quickly regulated his emotions because the most important mission had been given to Sunless. Therefore, he needed to do his best to deploy the remaining matters. Sunless, once you escape from shadow shackles, you have to wait for the opportunity to complete two things. Speechless quickly said, first, if Field Marshal Osimo is about to recover or has already recovered, think of a way to quickly make him lose his ability to fight. Second, at the moment when Earthbound Yaksha and Shadow Wraith are unable to react, use Heaven Shrouding Eclipse on the contact point of the shadow tentacles. I once saw your elder brother use Heaven Shrouding Eclipse. That strike's black sword beam is able to block out the light. It will be able to shroud the sunlight at the point of where the tentacles make contact, resulting in the removal of shadow shackles from our bodies. If I recall correctly, Heaven Shrouding Eclipse is one of the moves of the Yi family's sword arts. You should be able to use it, right? Yes. Even though she had only practiced it a few times, Sunless was able to give an affirmative answer without any hesitation. That's good. If everything works out smoothly and the seven of us escape the restraint of shadow shackles, then please immediately restrain Earthbound Yaksha. I will use my mirror replication to restrain the Shadow Wraith. Then, the plan to save Shi Xiaobai will officially begin. This time, I will definitely deploy the plan perfectly. Although we have failed a few times previously, I implore you to believe in me. This Emperor will definitely bring Shi Xiaobai back to your side, said Speechless. Alright, I'm begging you. Upon sensing the sincerity in Speechless' words, Sunless chose to believe in him once again. Furthermore, she had made a rare request like begging you. Thank you, then I'm begging you to complete the mission of saving all of us, ... Speechless returned with a sincere entreatment. Then, he said to another person that did not have the opportunity to interrupt all this while. Lu Yu, cut Sunless' connection. Next, connect Pulp Farmer. After about 10 seconds of explanation, Pulp Farmer, who had been connected into the telepathic relay, quickly understood the situation. Then, what's my mission? Asked Pulp Farmer. If Field Marshal Osimo loses his combat strength and we successfully restrain Earthbound Yaksha and Shadow Wraith, then we will have the spare capacity to save Shi Xiaobai. But the premise to saving Shi Xiaobai is to find the formation core that Shadow Wraith declared that we would not be able to find. And the only person capable of doing that is you, Pulp Farmer, said Speechless. Only I can do it? That can't be? You, don't tell me. Pulp Farmer was puzzled for half a second before he realized something. Immediately he panicked. That's right. This emperor knows about the superpower you have always hidden. This emperor also knows the reason why you are known as MT Chang's pulp farmer. Man, summoning thousands of paper cranes from your palm really doesn't match your typical image, but there's no need to resist it. You got to know that having identity dissonance is an important part of creating your character. Speechless could not help but laugh as he prayed it on. Damn it! I only used it a few times when I was young. How did you learn of such private information? Pulp Farmer could not calm down. Man, don't mind the unimportant details. Anyway, this emperor will not tell others. It will be a secret between the two of us, said Speechless. When Lu Yu heard that, he could not help but curse silently, although he was indeed just like a mouthpiece. There were 3 people, alright. Also, wasn't the secret between the two of us too fake? When Pulp Farmer uses his superpower, wouldn't the 30,000 strong audience in the background see it clearly? Back to all seriousness. Speechless quickly refrained from joking. He said, if this emperor didn't guess wrong, your superpower is similar to a summoner's magic. You should be able to command the summoned paper cranes, maintain a telepathic connection with them and receive feedback from them, right? Yeah, your guess is correct. Pulp Farmer immediately calmed himself. Alright then. Then, let's talk about your mission. Pulp Farmer, when we battle the level lord, find an opportunity to secretly move to a location far away from the battlefield. It's best if you can hide in a blind spot outside the battlefield. Then, use your superpower and summon the 1,000 paper cranes to search for the formation core. No one knows how well hidden the formation core is. Therefore, there is no way to estimate how long it will take to find the formation core. However, no matter how long it takes, we will try our best to restrain the level lords and give you a sufficient amount of time. No matter what, we will last till you find it. Speechless' voice was filled with a resolute firmness. Got it, I'll try my best to find the formation core, said Pulp Farmer. There was no need to give any bombastic guarantees. A guarantee from the domineering youth's mouth was enough for others to believe. Thank you. Then, the mission of finding the formation core will be left to you. After Speechless said that, he gave someone a pathetic but crucial amount of screen time. Lu Yu. Next, connect Mu Lingxi. Wow. Telepathic relay. Aha. Boo-hoo, brother Lu Yu, why didn't you say so earlier? This superpower is perfectly made for your little Shi. Mu Lingxi was exhilarated. To a chatterbox who could not speak, using text to converse was a very painful matter, but telepathic relay could allow her to express her voice. Such a matter was too beautiful and joyful. As such, Taoist Lu Yu was upgraded to Brother Lu Yu in her heart. Lu Yu was unable to respond to her. He suffered the pain of missing the chance to say a precious stage line. Alright, calm down for a moment. There will be opportunities in the future. It's not like Lu Yu will run away, said Speechless. Alright then. Let's get down to business. So, what's my mission? At such a critical juncture, Mu Lingxi naturally would not act too willfully. The siblings immediately came to a common understanding. Lu Yu wanted to loudly tell them, can you ask this penniless priest for his opinions? Repeated use of telepathic relay was very tiring, alright? Let's put it this way, Speechless considered his words before saying, Earthbound Yaksha's soul suppression will result in immense suppression on everyone's actions. As for your G voice, it can not only alleviate the effects of soul suppression, it can even restrict Earthbound Yaksha's actions, so... Isn't it just singing? No problem, leave it to me. Mu Lingxi interrupted Speechless' minced words. However, if it's singing, your voice. Speechless sighed. It was the thing he was most hesitant about. Mu Lingxi possessed the talent of being a muse, but singing would result in her failing to control the sacred sound, making it more belligerent. Therefore, every time she sang a song, the hope of being able to speak normally would also reduce. Bro, what are you still worrying about at this point in time? Anyway, it's already an incurable problem, so who cares if it continues deteriorating? If it can save everyone and save brother Xiaobai, then this trivial matter is not something to be fussed about. Mu Lingxi said gleefully. Sigh, you. Speechless knew that his younger sister would respond in this way, but when he heard her answer in such a nonchalant way, he felt his heart winch in pain. His sister was a chatterbox who would not stop once she began chatting. She clearly yearned to speak normally more than anyone else. Wow, so the important matters are done? Hey, Brother Luyu, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? However, a particular girl that was being worried about didn't have her thoughts on the matter. Here. The girl's call was too intense that Luyu had no choice but to respond. About that, telepathic relay can be done between 3 people. Brother Luyu, can you, in the future, little she has many things to say to. Mu Lingxi suddenly turned bashful. Clearly, the words she wanted to say had made her too embarrassed to voice it out. You wish to have a telepathic relay with Shi Xiaobai, right? Luyu was no doubt a Taoist with a high attainment. He immediately saw through her. Can it be done? The girl asked apprehensively. Of course, it's not a problem. Luyu obviously could not reject her. Although doing so meant he had to be a presence-less mouthpiece, and be a bachelor dog that munched on cold dog food while watching a couple exchange sweet nothings, he found it impossible to reject such a cute and pitiful girl. However, for some baffling reason, Luyu suddenly recalled of his young junior sister who asked him apprehensively if Taoists could marry. Yay! Thank you, Brother Luyu. The girl cheered. Enough. Speechless finally spoke. Although he did not have an evil sister complex, he had mixed feelings about seeing his grown-up sister finally having someone she liked. Next. Connect Feng Yuanlin. Anyway, you, Sunless, and Speechless will form a triangular encirclement around Earthbound Yaksha and try to restrain it. Oh, to be precise, you will be a feint. In fact, your true mission is to protect my sister. Got it? Got it. Feng Yuanlin had a feeling that Speechless was not in a good mood, so he did not dare to ask further and expressed his understanding. Well, that's good then. Next. Speechless said before suddenly coming to a halt. Well, this is the last one. Luyu, connect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Welcome Back. Chapter 470, Welcome Back. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. How didst thee doth it, dot. The flashback ended. Time returned to the moment Earthbound Yaksha uttered in surprise. Earthbound Yaksha obviously never expected that the seemingly insignificant Taoist would be able to produce a trump card of telepathic relay that could reverse the dire situation. Therefore, there was no way it could guess that the 10 minutes it had bestowed on them would result in so many complicated changes. The plan Speechless designed played out without a fault. It could even be said that it was carried out even more smoothly than he had predicted. Sunless had perfectly finished the most critical and most difficult mission. Pulp Farmer did not let down their hard work by locating the formation core in such a short amount of time. Therefore, all that was left was the final step, dot. Speechless looked up at the sky and revealed a smile. The 1,000 paper cranes were flying towards the same spot. Everything was progressing smoothly. How didst thee doth it? Earthbound Yaksha inquired once again coldly. Speechless glanced at it and scoffed before ignoring it. He obviously would not be as stupid as Shadow Wraith to tell their secrets to the enemy. Furthermore, the machination that spanned 10 minutes could not be fully described in a few words. A particular honest author who never padded words had spent about 6,000 characters to barely explain the situation. Furthermore, Field Marshal Osimo had perfectly showcased what it meant by antagonists die from their monologue. He did not want to match him by adding a comedic scene of protagonists die from talking too much. Whatever. Regardless of how they did it, all they didst was to findeth the formation core. If be true all of thee believeth thee can destroy the formation core under our eyes, they would be us too naive. Earthbound Yaksha sneered. Even though they knew the location of the formation core, it did not mean that they could successfully destroy it. Earthbound Yaksha glanced at Shadow Wraith, who was still frantically yelling impossible. It deeply understood what it meant by you never fear having a godlike opponent, you only fear having a pig-like teammate. It frowned and said furiously, Shadow Wraith, calm down. Only the formation core's location has been exposed. The god-slaughtering formation has not been destroyed. Furthermore, so what if it be as true of its destruction? Our mission is only to killeth the bunch of trial takers. Only the outcome matters, not the process. Oh. Right, you are right. Kill them all. Kill them all. All that needs to be done is to kill them all. Shadow Wraith stopped its desolate screams. As it was excessively afraid of that excellency's torment, its voice was even trembling. But because it was horrified, its trembling emotions sounded like it was in hysterical madness. Kill, 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 kill. The sinister voice blabbered on constantly from the shadow's head that had its throat clenched. Suddenly, Shadow Wraith that adhered to the ground stood up. It was like black sludge that suddenly erected itself on the ground. Suddenly, the pitch-black sludge-like body expanded at a discernible rate. Instantly, it reached the height of several stories high. Speechless shadow hand that was clasping the neck of Shadow Wraith was instantly ruptured. With a frown, Speechless jumped away and quickly opened the distance. Kill! 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 You shall all be wiped out. Dozens of thick black tentacles extended out from the massive sludge-like mass. They slammed the ground heavily as though it was crazy. It looked like a giant octopus made of black sludge that was several stories tall. However, its tentacles were not limited to 8, but dozens. They were even constantly growing in length. If thee bethink that we as level lords doth not has tricks up our sleeves to useth during times of danger, then thou art too naive. Earthbound Yaksha's frame suddenly expanded several times in size. Its blackish-gray skin was suddenly covered in thick, scarlet lines. The aura it exuded was several times more terrifying. Thou hast shown excellence by escaping shadow shackles and findeth the formation core, thou hast far exceeded mine own expectations. But all of this shalt come to an end. Wraith and I shall not giveth thee any chances in our forbidden state. Just like how most major boss battles had an enraged mode when they were low in health, Earthbound Yaksha and Shadow Wraith would naturally procure a forbidden strength that would come at a particular price when they were in a dire situation. Indeed. However, Speechless smiled. Oh. Earthbound Yaksha had a sense of foreboding. Since none of you have used your full strength, this Emperor will obviously not use all his trump cards. Sorry, this Emperor still has the final trump card. As Speechless said that, he looked up towards the sky. It was unknown when the fluttering paper cranes in the sky had gathered at a common point. They were orderly lined up, forming a clear outline. From afar, it was as if a gigantic arrowhead drawn in the sky, and the arrowhead was pointed towards a particular position on the ground. The formation core is there. Everything is ready. Then, our final trump card, I beg of you. Speechless cupped his hands around his mouth as he took a deep breath before shouting with all his might. Mu Yue Sheng. A figure walked out from beside Pulp Farmer's figure. That girl that had been constantly hiding in a blind spot, to the point of her name not appearing much in this arc, had entered the eyes of everyone at that very moment. She wore a simple short-sleeved shirt and a thin jacket meant for summer. Coupled with her gray pleated skirt, there was nothing about her clothes that highlighted her. She had cut a mop of brown short hair that reached her shoulders. With her hair cut, the gentleness of a young girl had been trimmed away. She had a pair of brown eyes. Although they were the beautiful color of a girl's, they were filled with the resolution of what a young boy would have. Her name was Mu Yuesheng, a name that might have been forgotten if it was not mentioned again, a name that might have only appeared a few times, and a name that might not affect the story in any way even if it disappeared. Compared to excellent girls like Donli, Sunless Yi, and Mu Lingxi, her beauty was ranked the last when put on the same stage with them. She was similarly the weakest and lacked any sense of presence. But this brown, short-haired girl that had been neglected was someone that everyone needed to see at that moment, and after that moment, everyone would remember her. Because, at that moment, she was the protagonist. Because, in this story arc of saving Shi Xiaobai, she was in true essence the last trump card. What? The last trump card? Brother Speechless, you must be joking, right? Hey, do you think it's time to pull a joke? Yuesheng, don't tell me you don't believe your brother? Well, it's not like I don't believe you, but I don't believe myself. Compared to the rest of you, I'm just too weak. Trump card, that's impossible, right? Pooey. You are considered too weak? Heavens, if we are talking about pure long-distance offensive strength, Shi Xiaobai and I are left in the dust by you, alright, Ah, don't joke. This kind of joke is not funny at all. My longest distance offensive technique, Extreme Electro-Optical Beam, only has a kilometer damage range. It doesn't even reach the standard as a long-distance attack. So, you haven't realized the existence of that move. That move? Well, years ago, after I knew about the situation with your superpower, I thought of that move instantaneously. I never expected you to not realize it up to today. Years ago? Man, as I was a bit worried, I once investigated your situation 3 years ago. Is that so? Are you angry? Not really, just a bit, forget it. Why don't you tell me about that move? What is that move that I have not realized? Alright, I'm not sure if you have heard of a military weapon with the ability to do tremendous damage known as electromagnetic guns? Electromagnetic guns? Haven't heard of it. Is that so? Then it looks like I need to explain from basic principles. Listen carefully. Yeah, I'm listening. Electromagnetic guns are kinetic weapons of mass destruction that shoot projectiles powered by electromagnetism. It was researched by the military a long time ago and it is still being refined up till today. It mainly has 4 components: a power source, a high-frequency pulse, an accelerating armature, and a projectile. As for your superpower, electromagnetic embodiment, it can replicate the first 3 components. You can use a metallic object as the projectile to be shot out. It will closely replicate the effects of an electromagnetic gun. The main point of this move is how to use electromagnetic embodiment to replicate the power source of the electromagnetic gun, the high-frequency pulse, and the accelerator armature. I'll tell you in detail the theory behind it. Your electromagnetic embodiment is able to naturally produce electricity, so any part of your body can become a power source. And as long as you figure out a way to reduce the time needed to produce an electric pulse, it would not be difficult to produce a high-frequency pulse. So the most critical part is to emulate the accelerating armature. The current electromagnetic guns can be subdivided into different types based on the accelerating armature, such as coil guns, railguns, electrothermal guns, and reconnection guns. However, their underlying theory is about using the Lorentz force from magnetic fields to generate kinetic energy and accelerate the projectile. Therefore, wait a moment. I didn't understand from the point of the accelerating armature. Things like coil guns, railguns, and... can you repeat those parts again and say it slowly? Yeah, no problem. The remaining time is all yours. I can repeat it as many times as you want. You are our final trump card. Ah. Final trump card? That doesn't sound realistic. Can I really do it? To learn such a powerful technique in a short amount of time from theory, can I really do it? You can do it. I believe in you. You believe in me? That's right. I remember years ago when you left the Mu family. You tugged at my hand and said, even if I leave this place, I'm still me. I'm still that Mu Yuesheng who will never admit defeat. When we meet again in the future, I will still not change. Well, it should be said that I will become even more outstanding. So, don't argue with the adults for me any further. Believe me. I'm fine. Ah. Don't continue. I don't know the person who said those words. Ha, you are still no different from when you were young. Indeed, nothing has changed. You are still. Ugh. Sorry, the final trump card represents immense pressure, but I still chose to place it on you because I know that you can shoulder it. That's because from a very, very long time ago, you have always made me look up to you. You are absolutely the resolute Mu Yuesheng, who will never admit defeat. Bro. Therefore, become the trump card that makes everyone sit up and take notice. My beloved sister. Not a sister, a cousin. Hey, is that important? Well, I will become the trump card, my willful cousin. Trump card. Mu Yuesheng muttered to herself. She took out a coin from her shirt's pocket. It was an ordinary coin, but it was in no way ordinary. That was because a black-haired youth who had placed the coin into her palm had once said in a very serious tone, "This is no ordinary coin, but a divine coin." A divine coin could also be known as a coin of God. If this world truly had a God, then wasn't the youth that had brought her all the way from the third level to this point, using a strange massage technique to change her mind expanse, to the point of changing her destiny, like the existence of a God to her? In that case, the coin he rewarded her was truly a coin of God. And now, that adorable and respectable God that she felt lifelong gratitude towards was trapped in a terrifying world known as the God Slaughtering Formation. She had become the last trump card to rescue him. She held the strength to save him. Then, what was there for her to hesitate? Yes, there was no need for hesitation. I am the trump card. Mu Yuesheng took a step forward and turning to her side, she stretched out her right arm. She aimed at a spot far into the distance where numerous paper cranes, which had formed an arrowhead, pointed at. The divine coin rested silently in between her fingers. It was stuck close beside a bent thumb, just like an explosive blast that was about to burst off. Icy blue electric bolts sizzled as they twirled around that extended white arm. They were testy as they leaped around in an increasingly intense fashion. All the best. This was the voice of Pulp Farmer, who was standing not far from her. However, Mu Yuesheng knew that standing on this piece of land were all her partners that were working hard towards the same goal. They were definitely shouting the same words in their heart. The burden she bore was not only to be the last trump card, but also their hopes and hard work. This was a very, very heavy pressure. But no matter how heavy it was, she would straighten her back. Because she was the strong and firm Mu Yuesheng. You need an electric source? Then use all the electric charges in my body. The icy blue electric bolts that were swirling around her arm began to suddenly jump around crazily like incessant thunderclaps within the clouds. You need a high-speed pulse? Ah, even if my fingers are maimed, I would compress that instant to its shortest moment. Her thumb that was placed above her index finger pressed down forcefully, leaving a deep impression in her index finger. Then, at the moment the electric bolts surged most intensely, her thumb flicked at the coin in between her two fingers at the fastest possible speed. You need an accelerating armature? Magnetic flux, Lorentz force, kinetic acceleration, even such a complicated process has been memorized by me. The hard-working me will work even harder. So, succeed. Please. As the bolts jumped, the divine coin was deployed. So, please come back. Shi Xiaobai. It was unknown who it was, which of them, or how many of them had the same scream at the same moment. Boom! The coin that acted as a projectile produced by the electromagnetic gun was too fast. It was so fast that its trajectory could not be seen. And because of its speed, everyone had already seen its destination in an instant. Just like the explosion of a mortar shot, the piece of land where the paper cranes were pointing at exploded, sending dust flying into the sky. Even the paper cranes flew haphazardly from fright. Did it succeed? This was the question everyone was concerned about. Gulp. Shadow Wraith nervously gulped a non-existent mouthful of saliva. Suddenly, golden beams of light shot out from the desolate lands into the sky. The golden lights fused together, turning into a resplendent golden surface. If one looked from high up, one would realize that the golden light formed a seemingly complicated pattern that resembled a six-pointed star but was even more complex in every other way. No, 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 no! Shadow Wraith once again screamed hysterically. And while it screamed, the golden surface suddenly disintegrated. The god-slaughtering formation had been broken. Earthbound Yaksha sighed helplessly. While it sighed, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky like a waterfall. It crashed into the basin, right in the middle of the shattered formation pattern. In the dazzling golden pillar of light, there were two blurry figures that could be faintly seen. Shi Xiaobai. Although the golden light blanketed the two figures, preventing one from clearly seeing them, from one of the figures' height, there was no doubt that it was that familiar youth they knew. Haha, he's indeed alive. This emperor knew that the bastard wouldn't die. Speechless laughed out loud. Hey, benefactor Shi Xiaobai, this penniless priest said that your glabella was dark and that it was an ominous portent. You refused to believe, but now, didn't you need this penniless priest to help you tide through this calamity? Lu Yu rubbed his eyes. Hi, brother Shi Xiaobai, I believe that there is a need for us to explore in depth the effective usage of the 1,000 paper cranes to posture. Pulp Farmer secretly ordered the 1,000 paper cranes in the sky to form a huge line of text. Shi Xiaobai, I want to learn to posture. The paper cranes were in a fluster as they indicated that it was too difficult. These subjects can't do it. Boss Shi Xiaobai. The most atypical Feng Yuanlin was at that instant quiet like an Adonis. Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yueshang placed her right hand with the completely swollen thumb behind her. She raised her left hand and danced as she cheered for the god she looked up to. Mu Lingxi, who could not speak or even let out a sob, did not cry. Her eyes were squinted as she smiled sweetly. They did not know what sort of dangers he had encountered in another world. He did not know what hard work they had put in order to save him. But at the instant of them meeting again, no matter how woeful the experience, all of them felt a sense of warmth. Sunless stared intently at the familiar figure that could be faintly seen in the golden light. Her tensed face finally softened. She raised her delicate hand to comb through the hair on her cheeks. Her eyes were slightly red, as a warm smile beamed from the corners of her lips. Ah, Shi Xiaobai, welcome back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, This Must Be a Joke. Chapter 471, This Must Be a Joke. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Welcome back. The thousands of words in everyone's hearts were condensed to just two simple words. They were not considered touching words of emotion, but at that moment, they were more moving than any other words. However, such a warmth was destined to be fleeting because as the scattering golden pillar of light that fell from the sky began to quickly dissipate, the two figures in the pillar of light slowly materialized. Shi Xiaobai? The rare smile that beamed on Sunless' face froze. The others could not help but frown. Although they were already mentally prepared that the duo that was trapped in the god-slaughtering formation might be slightly injured, or even be covered in grievous injuries, none of them expected the scene before their very eyes. A cold, bright silver hair, a pale expression, a defiled body dyed red by blood, as well as the look in the pair of eyes that the bright, golden vortices in them could not embellish made him look like a fallen devil despite having returned from hell. Was that Shi Xiaobai, who effused a just and heroic fervor? No. He was undoubtedly Shi Xiaobai, right? Ignoring the loving embrace of a man and woman, which dealt the greatest damage to bachelors, the girl that was hugging this silver-haired devil tightly might be covered in blood all over, but she was clearly and definitely the girl that would one day become the hero king in the past's future. She had no reason to hug the devil, right? That's not right. There was apparently no reason for her to embrace Shi Xiaobai in such an oblivious manner. Heavens, what exactly happened in the other world? Speechless uttered in amazement. He looked baffled, but compared to wondering how Shi Xiaobai had become such a Shi Xiaobai, he was more curious over the happenings between the duo for them to have such a relationship. Just as everyone was dazed by the strange scene, Dawn noticed something odd. She slowly opened her eyes and moved her head that was tightly adhered to Shi Xiaobai's chest upwards. Looking up slightly, she squinted her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. Oh! The girl's eyes gradually widened and she looked somewhat incredulous. We're out? What was entering her eyes was not that world with the crimson dusk. The hellish scene that was covered with blood and guts was no longer present. Her body was basking under the warm sunlight as a gentle wind blew, sending exceedingly fresh air into her nostrils. In the vast expanse stood humans that made her feel a sense of cordiality although she did not know them. She only had a vague impression of the youth that had his chest pierced by her strike, and he was apparently surnamed Li as well. However, none of that prevented her from feeling good vibes from them. Oh, that's not right. It appeared as though two of the girls had that hint of animosity in their eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the world here was much more beautiful compared to the other world. Finally, she had returned with him alive. Hey, Shi Xiaobai, we are back. We are safe. So, you can have a good rest. You are too tired. Dawn heaved a sigh of relief. She took half a step back and looked up slightly. She stretched out her hands to gently lift Shi Xiaobai's pale face. She stared at the glazed eyes that could not hide their emptiness. She only felt her heart ache painfully for him. What sort of desperate situation did he experience, and what sort of resolution did he take, to be able to protect her under those circumstances or turn into such a state in order to protect her? He was in dire need of rest. Is that a joke? An hour ago, wasn't the two of them fighting so intensely, as though they were unwilling to stand down till they perished in an internecine struggle? How did it change completely in just a short hour? Speechless was dumbfounded. The teenage girl's feelings of the hero king in front of him were completely different from that cold and expressionless blonde youth from before. It was a completely different scene from the cold and ruthless appearance when she slashed out her sword soul in a bid to kill him and Shi Xiaobai. What happened in that world during that short hour? What did that bastard, Shi Xiaobai, do? How can benefactor Shi Xiaobai's flirting skills be something that plebeians like us be able to comprehend? Lu Yu immediately gave up thinking. Everyone was somewhat stupefied. They only felt that the changes within an hour were somewhat unbelievable. According to Field Marshal Asimo, the Hero King was apparently a true existence that had traveled from 3,000 years ago to the present day. Although Field Marshal Asimo's words were not reliable, they were not necessarily fake. If she were the true Hero King, then wouldn't it mean that Shi Xiaobai had managed to hook up with the greatest historical figure in just an hour? Heavens, it was horrifying on pondering. At that moment, something unexpected happened all of a sudden. Be careful! Sunless yelled. From her point of view, a massive figure had suddenly appeared behind Shi Xiaobai. It was Field Marshal Asimo, who had been forgotten outside the battlefield. It was unknown when he had recovered as he suddenly sneaked an attack. The spot Shi Xiaobai and Dawn landed happened to be in the vicinity of where Field Marshal Osimo collapsed. Everyone was alarmed, but they were more than 10 kilometers away. They were unable to provide any help instantaneously. When she sensed the surging killing intent rushing towards her, Dawn frowned slightly. Although she had caught sight of the figure whose head resembled a black octopus, the gray evil spirit wielding a samurai sword, as well as the gigantic minotaur lying not far away, she did not wish to alarm Shi Xiaobai, who had finally managed to calm down over these trivial matters. Therefore, she chose to ignore them. She did not treat them as monsters that needed killing. It was equivalent to demarcating a line that shouldn't be crossed. But unexpectedly, the gigantic minotaur that was lying not far away suddenly jumped up despite looking completely dead or bordering on death. He brandished his battle axe vigorously before he cleaved at her. No, to be precise, the target of the gigantic minotaur was Shi Xiaobai's head. Not to be forgiven. Dawn's tender and teenage feelings of heartache immediately turned cold. Her eyes instantly became as sharp and aggressive as a sword. Anything that attempted to harm Shi Xiaobai was not to be forgiven. She did not know who the gigantic minotaur was, nor did she know why it would suddenly attack Shi Xiaobai, but she would absolutely not forgive the minotaur. Dawn decisively waved her right hand, and like a bolt of lightning that flashed, she stretched out her index and middle finger that resembled a sharp sword. Instantly, she cut off the thick cloth rope that was wrapped around her waist, separating her from the tight adherence to Shi Xiaobai. After the cloth rope was severed, she crouched down abruptly, like a compressed spring, and through the side, she instantly appeared from under Shi Xiaobai's arm. Immediately, she faced the minotaur that was about to strike Shi Xiaobai's back. When she crouched down, she raised her right hand and spread out her palm with a twirl. Suddenly, she grabbed down on invisible air and a purple pattern flashed in her palm. Lucifer's sword that had been dropped in the array world appeared out of thin air in her right hand. That move was spatial magic known as equipment magic. It was one of the more complicated magical skills. As an intricate magic rune had been inscribed on Lucifer's sword beforehand, she could summon it back to her even through a thick spatial barrier. But when she accomplished all of that, she was unable to be in time to prevent the attack as she had greatly expanded her physical strength. Dawn panicked, but immediately she gritted her teeth and thrust her sword upwards towards Field Marshal Osimo's arm, in a bid to force him to release his axe. However, Field Marshal Osimo ignored her strike and disregarding the safety of his arm. His reason had long been devoured by anger and humiliation. It so happened that the boy that the azure-dressed girl was so worried about had appeared in his vicinity when he fully revived. How could he miss such a rare opportunity for revenge? Field Marshal Osimo had a savage look on his face. Blue veins protruded out of his thick arms as his muscles rippled. After experiencing the tragic fate of having his body dismembered numerous times, his strength had long recovered to his peak after all the damage. Therefore, he was presently at his full strength. He cleaved at the boy's head in an indomitable fashion with mountain-cleaving axe. Even a mountain would be cleaved into smithereens by that strike, much less a head. Dawn panicked and hurriedly twisted her sword's trajectory, in a bid to chase after the axe that she could no longer block. Just as the boy's head was about to be smashed into a mess. Pang! Suddenly, a blood-stained and pale white hand reached out at a speed that could not be discerned. It struck the axe and held it firmly. The axe immediately came to a halt, unable to move another inch. Impossible! All the veins on Field Marshal Osimo's neck began to protrude. His ox head turned purple, but no matter how much strength he used, the battle axe that was in a firm grip did not move even a centimeter. How could that silver-haired and bloodied boy have such strength? Suddenly, the silver-haired boy turned his head and took a glance at him. Just that single glance made Field Marshal Osimo feel his body freeze up, as though he had plummeted into a frozen cavern. An innate sense of fear rose up from his heart, as though he was facing a nemesis he could never defeat. He subconsciously wanted to abandon his axe and flee backwards. However, the the silver-haired boy suddenly moved. His speed was so fast that Field Marshal Osimo failed to react in time. All he saw was a blur before the boy stood on his shoulders. Furthermore, one hand had gripped his arm. It widened its ox eyes and felt a baffling sense of panic. However, for some reason, his body had turned stiff in his spot, preventing him from moving. Suddenly, the silver-haired boy's bloody hand that held his arm moved upwards, but all he saw was a thick limb that was thrown high into the sky. Blood began to spew out suddenly like a bursting water pipe. As the deluge of blood spurted out, pain began to overwhelm him. Field Marshal Osimo let out a painful cry. He found it unbelievable that a causal movement made by the silver-haired boy would rip his arm out. It was so fast that the pain did not transmit to his brains in time. However, its nightmare had only just begun. The silver-haired boy suddenly leaped from his shoulders and agilely circled around his arms and climbed to his back. Immediately, his back turned cold, as though a foreign object had been inserted into his body. What followed was an excruciating pain that nearly caused him to faint. It felt like something inside of him had been separated. He cried out in pain as he slammed his left hand towards his back, but before his arm reached the halfway mark, the boy had grabbed his entire arm. With a twist against the joint, the arm was dislocated and severed. The repeated blows of extreme pain made him howl in pain. The firing of thalamic neurons prevented him from fainting. And at that moment, something seemed to drop down from the sky, crashing into his foot. In response, he knelt to the ground, and when he lowered his head to take a look, he realized that it was a bloodied vertebral bone. The boy had climbed behind him, and in an instant, ripped a portion of his vertebral bone out. No, that was no boy at all, but a terrifying devil, a true devil covered in human skin. Just as he had furious and horrified thoughts, the devil's face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. That pair of frail and thin-looking hands that were stained in blood had already pierced his abdomen. Field Marshal Osimo immediately felt the presence of a form of despair. He yelled, "No, no, no, no." However, it was of no use. The pair of hands did not hesitate as they easily stabbed deeper into his abdomen and pulled outwards. Sticky intestines began extending out like rope, and was cut midway. His liver and lungs began to spew out the next second after they were pulverized. Field Marshal Osimo gave a cry of despair. His body was being torn apart piece by piece, and the pain was much more intense than being sliced to pieces by a sword. Furthermore, the pain came too quickly and suddenly. What followed was even more agonizing. The spectators above the basin frowned, for they had never encountered such a brutal and bloody scene. Some could not bear to watch it, while the weaker ones were already beginning to vomit. Speechless and company were dazed from the scene. They found it unbelievable that the devil ripping Field Marshal Osimo apart while he still remained alive was Shi Xiaobai. Even Dawn could not help but cover her mouth. Although she had imagined how cruel the scenes in the array world were after seeing the hellish scene upon regaining consciousness, she still found it highly impactful when she saw it with her own eyes. At the same time, she felt remorse while her heart ached for the devil before her. The more brutal and crueler it was, the more adorable and gentle she found Shi Xiaobai. While everyone was startled by the shocking scene, Earthbound Yaksha was the only one that had begun to take action. If this continued, Field Marshal Osimo could very well be killed. It appeared as if the silver-haired devil was bent on tearing Field Marshal Osimo to pieces. Such damage could very likely exceed Field Marshal Osimo's self-recovery ability, and when the time came, he would die completely. Be it due to his warrior code or the friendship of 10,000 years, it could not sit idle. However, just as Earthbound Yaksha moved, Sunless had already noticed its actions. She was one of the few people present that could maintain her calm. That was because she believed in Shi Xiaobai's true nature. Furthermore, she could vaguely guess the sequence of events in the array world. Therefore, she did not get confused by the bloody scene, and instead remained vigilant against Earthbound Yaksha's actions. The moment she saw Earthbound Yaksha have the thought of rescuing Field Marshal Osimo, Sunless had slashed her sword out. Using an azure sword beam, she stopped it in its path before using meteor steps to chase up to it. Scram! Earthbound Xiao roared angrily. It did not want to be embroiled with Sunless, making it evident how much it wanted to save the ox. Sunless remained silent. With the second burst coming from meteor steps, she charged forward and suddenly slashed at Earthbound Xiao's waist. The angle was artful and incisive. It contained rich powers of light, and it would be an absolutely devastating blow for Earthbound Xiao. Earthbound Xiao had no choice but to turn around and parry the strike with Vaireva Heavenly Slash. It was secretly worried as it immediately bellowed angrily. Soul Suppression once again burst out and it was prepared to kill Sunless first. It believed that its enraged mode would allow it to finish the battle in a short span of time. On the other end, the similarly enraged Shadow Wraith had begun taking action. Its materialized tentacles slammed the ground, and its sludge-like body constantly advanced. When it reached a viable range, it stretched out its tentacles towards the silver-haired devil that was engaging in wanton slaughter. Dawn was already alert of her surroundings. She naturally wouldn't allow Shadow Wraith to succeed in its sneak attack. When she saw the tentacles hurling over, she immediately took a step forward, and with an instant flash step, she appeared where the tentacles were. She slashed out with a swing of her sword. The sword technique she used was Sacred Fire, meant specially to restrain evil beings. The sword burned with sacred flames, and when the tentacles were severed, the flames traced back to the origin of the tentacles. Shadow Wraith yelled in pain as it hurriedly severed its tentacle of its own accord. It roared maniacally, flailing the dozen or more tentacles in the air before it suddenly smacked them out. It was unknown when Speechless appeared behind Shadow Wraith. Both his hands held a psionic sword as he thrust them towards Shadow Wraith. With an abnormal pose, he reproduced Sacred Fire that Mirror Replication had just obtained. The holy fire stabbed into Shadow Wraith's asshole, into its body along with the sword. Shadow Wraith cried out tragically as the flames that contained holy powers consumed it. However, it was not that weak to succumb to it. It immediately used its sludge-like force in its body to douse the sacred fire. The rest had begun taking action as well. Mulingshi began singing Muse Silvermoon's "The Sky is High and the Wind Sings Again." The song that expressed courage and willpower was most empowering at that moment in time. Pulp Farmer and Muyue Sheng joined in the battle as they headed towards Shadow Wraith that was the closest to them. Feng Yuanlin and Lu Yu teamed up with Sunless as they began attacking Earthbound Yaksha in a three-corner pincer attack. At that moment, a ghost-like figure dashed from the middle of the basin to another end of the basin in a startling sonic boom. While everyone was still recovering from their shock, it had already appeared in front of Earthbound Yaksha. It was Shi Xiaobai. What happened to Field Marshal Asimo? Looking sideways into the distance, the only thing left from where Field Marshal Asimo previously was a pool of blood and a pile of sticky and nauseating bits of meat. The only thing that could be considered complete was an eye socket that was a quarter its normal size. As for the rest, they had been ripped to shreds. Earthbound Yaksha was incensed when it saw that. Ignoring the chilling fear that it suddenly felt, it slashed at the silver-haired devil in front of it. The strike was known as the Wraith-slaying Devil Blade, which accumulated its power from slaughtering countless of wraiths from hell. It was an accumulation of the prolonged hatred wraiths had towards the devils that abused them. It was a blade technique that was specially used to counter devils. It did not have a chance to use it against pure and honest humans, but at that moment, it was highly suitable to use it against the cruel devil. However, the silver-haired devil in front of it was not any ordinary devil. It possessed an exaggerated agility that even high-grade devils could not attain. With a turn to its side, it dodged the blade before stretching out a hand to grip Earthbound Yaksha's arm. It easily tore the arm off its joints, and taking advantage of the momentum, the devil charged forward. Before the pain from the torn-off limb spewed blood, the devil had stabbed Earthbound Yaksha's body with a hand. No! How could it be? Earthbound Yaksha watched in disbelief as its abdomen instantly ruptured. Then, an excruciating pain overwhelmed its senses. It was an evil spirit from hell. Only light and spectral powers could directly hurt its physical embodiment. Why was a hand that was made out of flesh able to rip its body apart? Earthbound Yaksha was destined to never know the answer. The time offered to it to ponder was just too little because the pair of devilish hands did not wait a second to rip apart its prey. Tragic cries echoed throughout the basin once again. Thankfully, Earthbound Yaksha was just a physical embodiment of an evil spirit. It was a kind of specter, so the scene was not as gory and disgusting as before. But the degree of horror was enough to give people nightmares. Sunless, Luyu, and Feng Yuanlin managed to see the scene up close. The visual impact was unimaginable. No matter how horrifyingly Earthbound Yaksha cried, the silver-haired devil continued tearing its body apart like an unwavering machine. It ripped out portions that was once Earthbound Yaksha's body and threw them nonchalantly. It was as if it was not ripping apart a life, but a cheap blob of cotton. Luyu and Feng Yuanlin turned their heads away midway through the brutal scene. Only Sunless stared intently. She stood close by and focused on Earthbound Yaksha with a wary gaze. Even though it had been torn to bits, Sunless did not wish to let down her guard of it possibly hurting Shi Xiaobai before it died. The 10 seconds that felt extremely long was actually very short. Almost in the blink of an eye, Earthbound Yaksha's massive body had transformed into a pool of bloody water. All it took for a complete body to turn into a messy pool of bodily fluid that was void of any dregs was 10 seconds. This was why the scene had such an impact. And after completing this trivial task, the silver-haired devil charged straight for the frantic shadow wraith without even looking at the three humans. He's not attacking us. Does it mean that Shi Xiaobai still maintains a bit of his consciousness even in this state? Or he would only attack targets that show animosity? Luyu feigned calmness as he analyzed. Latter. Sunless suddenly said. Her eyes were still locked onto Shi Xiaobai intently, but she had answered Luyu's analysis. What are you basing it on? Asked Luyu. Sunless shook her head and whispered the word, hope. The latter was without any basis, but she wished that it was the latter. That was because if it were the former, it would be too cruel to an awakened Shi Xiaobai if he had even a tiny bit of consciousness regarding this matter. Shadow Wraith was being encircled by Dawn, Speechless, Pulp Farmer, and Muyue Shang. Its situation was much worse than Earthbound Yaksha, but it was able to use its massive body and extraordinary resistance to result in a stalemate with the four people without suffering too terribly. However, the silver-haired devil very quickly reached its devilish claws at it. It was much faster than it had expected. To be precise, the speed at which Field Marshal Asimo and Earthbound Yaksha was torn apart and reduced to sludge was something it could not imagine. Therefore, its tragedy befell it. In front of the silver-haired devil, it was unable to put up the slightest bit of resistance. That unreasonable agility made its hundreds of tentacles useless, much less the strange energy that was ripping out chunks of its body in a nonchalant manner. It was like a natural executioner, one that was professionally trained to deliver death by dismembering. As its body was the largest among the three-level lords, it had survived a few more seconds more than Field Marshal Asimo and Earthbound Yaksha. But because of this, the misery it experienced lasted for a few more seconds. Those few seconds felt like a few lifetimes long. It was the cruelest punishment from hell that made it not even want to live for another second. The wretched howling and crying echoed inside and outside the basin. It made all the spectators turn silent. It made the rookies only dare to stop and stare from a distance. Only when Shadow Wraith's body was completely ripped to pieces, marking the deaths of the three-level lords, did the silver-haired devil stand in the pool of bloody sludge. His body was covered in fresh blood, dirty bits of meat and foul sludge. It was silent, like a machine that came to a complete halt after finishing its mission. That moment of stillness extended to the voices and breathing of the crowd. It was as if the entire world had fallen into silence in shock. This continued to the moment when the blonde girl, whose clothes were similarly blood-stained, suddenly took a step forward. With a leap, she pounced into the silver-haired devil's arms. Her arms wrapped around the devil's waist and she hugged him tightly. The robes she wore were originally white in color and were untainted in any way. Their original pure snow-white color had now turned into a dirty blackish red. However, at that moment, she looked holier and purer than a nun dressed in white robes. "Sleep, it'll all be fine after you sleep." Dawn raised her hand as she gently caressed Shi Xiaobai's silver hair while speaking as if she was delivering a somniloquy. Not far away, Sunless gradually slowed down her footsteps. Her calm expression and her dull eyes remained the same. No expression or emotions could be read from them, but one could clearly hear the sound of her footsteps coming to a halt and feel the slight tremble of her body. "Got beaten to it," she murmured with an inaudible voice. Other than that, no one made a sound in an attempt to disturb the couple embracing each other without a care in the world, despite being covered in grim innards. The matter was over. The 3-level lords were all dead. The plot that was machinated against them had been foiled. Now, all that was left was to wrap up the situation. The silver-haired devil, Shi Xiaobai, had yet to be restored to his original state. At that moment, he was like a machine that had stopped operating. He remained motionless, allowing Dawn to hug him. The golden vortices in his eyes that were constantly rotating had also stopped, and it looked more empty than they were before. However, he did not faint either. Such a state could not help but make others worry for him. Dawn called out a few times and realized that Shi Xiaobai was remaining motionless. As she thought about it, she pulled away from his arms and took a few steps back. "Are you not sleeping because it's too dirty? I'll help you shower?" It was unknown how did the girl come to such a conclusion. Furthermore, she immediately began taking action. She held her hands together in front of her chest and with her palms facing up like she was holding a ball, she quickly chanted, "By the oath of water, by thy name and by my body, water ball." Blue light condensed in between the girl's hands. Suddenly, a ball of water about the size of a basketball was raised up by the girl. The ball of water constantly expanded in size, and when it was about 2 meters high, it suddenly sprayed forward. The large ball of water flew to a spot above Shi Xiaobai and suddenly burst. It splashed down like a waterfall, drenching Shi Xiaobai. The blood, dirt and flesh were cleansed away, but Shi Xiaobai remained motionless despite the impact. "Is that magic?" Lu Yu asked Mu Lengxi using telepathic relay. "It's magic." 3,000 years ago, the psionic cultivation system was not mainstream. There was quite a number of people using magic. However, the Hero King at this age has very ordinary magic standards, answered Mu Lengxi. In that short period of time, Dawn had sprayed 3 balls of water at Shi Xiaobai. He was much cleaner than before, so although there were still stains on his clothes, the dirt on his skin had been cleansed by the strong force. The face that had been cleaned finally revealed its true appearance. PSS. That bastard is quite handsome after all. Speechless found his words problematic as he immediately said with a laugh, but unfortunately, he's still slightly inferior when compared to this emperor. The people present immediately ignored the second half of his sentence, but they nodded in agreement with regards to the first half of Speechless' sentence. The pale face looked better than before. The silver hair gave him a unique sinister charm. Although his eyes looked empty, it did not hinder itself from being a part of the set of perfect facial features. Shi Xiaobai's originally delicate but not handsome face looked very different due to a few tiny changes. Saying he looked like a hottie was not accurate. To be precise, he had a beauty that was neutral masculine. Dawn gave a satisfied smile. She walked forward while disregarding the gazes of everyone. She gently caressed Shi Xiaobai's face. If it was not done by a beautiful girl to a boy, it would look like a creepy sexual predator doing as he pleased to a motionless lowly. No one made a sound to stop her because they realized that Shi Xiaobai was completely cleansed. However, Dawn was covered in dirt. She did not even send a drop of water on herself, as though she did not care about her hygiene. Didn't history tell us that the hero king was a germaphobe? Pulp Farmer whispered into Lu Yu's ear. We might have learned some fake history. Just as always, Lu Yu gave up pondering. He gave an answer that was of little research value so that there was no need to further investigate the truth. No matter what type of hero king the historical hero king was, the present Donli resembled an unkempt and dirty female hooligan. She caressed Shi Xiaobai's face for nearly a minute before she suddenly retracted her hand. She said gently, I'm leaving. Leave? Where to? Everyone fell into a daze. However, Dawn continued. I need to return to the place where I belong. I have to return because the time is up. After this separation, we might never meet again because we are people from two different worlds, to begin with. We might even not be in the same timeline and we are people from different realities. But regardless of the case, I like you. I like you very, very, very much. What I'm talking about is the feeling between men and women. This level of liking would never change no matter how much time has passed. So even though we are separating, even though we will not have a way to meet again, I'm already happy enough to have this many beautiful memories. But, I have a regret. I still have no idea of what you think of me up to now. Do you? Hey, Shi Xiaobai, do you like me, even if it's just a tiny, tiny bit? As she ignored everyone's looks, the girl boldly and passionately gave her confession before she left. A faint sadness and a rich sweetness permeated the air. This was probably the beauty of love. This is probably what it feels like to be a bachelor, said Lu Yu. However, the cold machine did not begin to function properly because of the heartwarming words. Even the girl's beautiful farewell and passionate confession were useless. The silver-haired Shi Xiaobai remained motionless and unmoved. The girl sighed before she suddenly took a step back. Do not forget me. She looked like she was pleading and her expression looked heart-wrenching. Then, farewell, my first love. It was as if she was bidding him farewell forever with a plangent voice. The girl took another step back and took a deep breath. Looking up slightly, it was as if she was about to leave immediately. At that moment, the golden vortices in the pair of empty eyes suddenly began spinning. A fair hand raised stiffly. Everyone stared with widened eyes as though they had seen a miracle. Dawn widened her eyes as well. After a moment of surprise, she hurriedly stretched out her hand to hold Shi Xiaobai's raised hand. I. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai opened his mouth. It was still that familiar voice, but it was like a broken radio that was stuck with the word I. But at that moment, everyone patiently pricked up their ears. Dawn felt that her pounding heart was racing faster and faster. This repeating but staccato I continued on for a full minute, but just as everyone was about to lose their patience, the second word was squeezed out of his vocal cords. Like. A single like syllable instantly made Dawn rejoice in tears. As long as there was no fucked up reversal, the word Shi Xiaobai wanted to finish was definitely, I like you. Just this sentence was enough. That was on Dawn's mind. Yes, the joke had gone far enough. Things like she having to leave or that her time was up. Of course, none of that was actually true. She had planned on pretending to leave in a hope to let Shi Xiaobai, who had hung, recover his consciousness. However, she never expected to receive such great rewards. It completely exceeded her expectations and all she felt was satisfaction. Actually, Dawn was about to explain the joke because she found it sinful to continue experiencing the bliss through the use of a joke. But at that moment, a strange voice resounded in her mind. The sound alarmed Dawn. She immediately turned flustered as she raised her head to survey her surroundings as she shouted, "What does forceful expulsion mean? I was just joking. No. I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave. I don't want." Everyone watched in astonishment as Dawn began shouting at an unknown entity. Suddenly, at the moment Dawn shouted "I don't want," she vanished without completing her sentence. She had disappeared into thin air. She had vanished in front of everyone's eyes instantly. Like. The voice that sounded like a broken radio truly broke at that instant. The moment Dawn vanished, Shi Xiaobai's voice came to a sudden halt. The golden vortices in his pair of black eyes began to spin out of control. The speed was that of a rapidly spinning top. Everyone was shocked as well. Suddenly they felt a heavy pressure billow towards them, causing them to feel stifled. Soul suppression? Speechless frowned deeply. Although he had experienced resistance training, he was unable to withstand the pressure of the soul suppression which came from Shi Xiaobai. Don Li's sudden disappearance had clearly pushed Shi Xiaobai to the brink of raging, but strange streams of black energy suddenly began to surge towards Shi Xiaobai. The golden vortices in his eyes spun at high speeds while his pale skin gradually turned pitch black. His silver hair gradually grew longer and the intensity of soul suppression grew stronger. Even Speechless could not withstand it as he was completely immobile. At that moment, even the world seemed to experience an odd phenomena. Who can stop him? Speechless uttered those words with great difficulty, but his heart was filled with wry smiles. Even he could not move from the soul suppression, so who else could prevent the enraging Shi Xiaobai? However, Speechless' pupils constricted slightly because he saw an azure-dressed girl slowly walking towards Shi Xiaobai despite the overwhelming suppression. Sunless.